who he called, where he called from, where the call was received, who he was talking to. Senator Graham will join us with reaction. He is rightly teed off. But let us be clear. This is 10 times worse than anything alleged against Richard Nixon during Watergate. The Democrats, the legacy media mob, they don't really seem to care. And frankly, many in the media mob were complicit in the cover-up of all of this, and of course responsible. They were out there night after night, year after year, peddling lies and conspiracy theories like the Trump runners. It was all debunked. It was all a lie. No correction, no apology, nothing. Now that's because they support a government that targeted their political rivals, that didn't support their agenda. Now that's what they wanted, and they hate President Trump for exposing that. Take a look at what's happening right now. Donald Trump is ending this weaponization of DOJ, instead directing the vast resources of your federal government to improve safety in American cities. He's arresting gang members, violent criminals, deporting illegal immigrants, especially criminal aliens, and the Democratic Party, they are seething with nothing but rage. They're not restoring law and order and safety and security. No, they're supporting defund, dismantle, no bail laws, reimagine the police, and let's send in the social workers. But today on Capitol Hill, the Attorney General Pam Bondi exposed one Democrat after another to their faces, starting with the congenital liar Adam Schiff himself. You're going to love this play we have for you. Take a look.
FBI Director Patel said there was no case. And Caroline Levitt is one of the most trustworthy human beings I know.
So
and,
was she?
You know,
Was she?
If you worked for me, you would have been fired. Because you were censured by Congress for lying.
You're the Attorney General. This will be your decision. Will you support?
Tell me what is my decision and what is not my decision. I said
and you don't have to. You don't have to try to.
You think you had a doctor with Tom Home in our board of who's been out there fighting for our country since Donald Trump took office.
I'm trying to ask you a question. Regular order, please. Will you support that request?
Will you apologize to Donald Trump?
Well, I guess the answer is you won't support that
after
request.
you now know that Joe Biden tried to cover up Hunter Biden's involvement with Ukraine.
This is supposed to be an oversight.
Oversight?
Excuse me. You can attack me after my
time
is over.
You attacked all of us.
You can attack me later, and I know you get plenty of canned attacks. We've heard them all day today.
Canned attacks on you?
This is supposed
no one
to be.
needs a canned attack on you.
Regular order, the members of this committee on a bipartisan basis demand answers to those questions and refuse to accept.
Really, you're a fair lawyer.
Refuse to accept.
Someone can and cannot answer a question.
I admit, I loved every second of it. Well said, Madam Attorney General. Also, by the way, she had tough words for Illinois Senator Dickey Durbin, who is furious. Why? Because President Trump is doing something he's never lifted a finger to do, and that is restore law and order and bring safety and security to the city of Chicago. Take a look.
They're going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will. Your city has a murder rate 5 times higher than New York's. 571 homicides last year. If you were serious about protecting your people, you would be asking this administration for help. You're saying that we're coming into your state and your city. We're there to help make America safe and Illinois safe, whether or not you want to.
Now, the Attorney General also called out Richard Blumenthal's questionable character. This is a great moment. Take a look.
Senator Blumenthal, I cannot believe that you would accuse me of impropriety when you lied about your military service. You lied. You admitted you lied to be elected a U.S. Senator. You lied. Do not question why you're here in the United States Attorney General.
embarrassed. Alex Padilla, we'll talk about this lawmaker, but we got it from California. Just a reminder, he was a senator dragged out of the VHS press conference while getting physical with law enforcement after rushing toward Secretary Noem. Take a look at what's happening right now. Trump is ending this conversation.
I believe directors have done a great job. You know where he is right now, Senator Padilla? Right now, you asked me a question. Director Patel right now is in Chicago to get fighting to keep Chicago safe. You know, you want order in here now, yet you stormed the Director of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. You sure didn't have order that day, did you, Senator?
You're under oath and not storm.
Oh, that was on video. That video's been released, I believe.
I'd say she characterized it right. I agree with her. Anyway, this was a master class in calling out hypocrisy on the left. Unfortunately, over the past 2 decades, the Democratic Party has now morphed into from a liberal organization into a group of far left bullies, radicals who only care about one thing: political power. They are motivated by one thing: rage and hatred towards all things President Trump. And thanks to the President, the Attorney General, the FBI Director, Kash Patel, who will join us in a minute, thankfully the rule of law is being restored in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. Remember, just pass the tip jar to your left and no points. Happy Tuesday, everyone. So it's day 7 of the government shutdown. True, even the congressional barber shop has been closed for a week, which, judging by her latest photo, is not good news for Rashida Tlaib. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker said Trump officials want to create a war zone in Chicago to send in more troops. True, the only time J.B. wants to see ICE is if it's followed by AOC called on her supporters to laugh at MAGA men and their insecure masculinity. Then she pointed to her example of someone secure in their manhood.
Mr. Boots.
It's okay, I'll just wrap the bag of steaks. Ready for that money bag.
The lowest prices of any national grocery store. It's not.
What if you were prepared for all those interview curveballs? Practice the interview before the interview.
Nothing too serious.
He was fired just 3 weeks before he was set to retire.
And now he's becoming an industry whistleblower. Kate Jennings has the story.
30 years.
This man was fired after 30 years of loyalty. Now he's exposing a $500 billion industry.
I saw this as
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo appeared on The View yesterday. It's the first time he's been surrounded by women he didn't want to quit. That might be his solution. According to the FBI, Biden special prosecutor Jack Smith actually spied on sitting Republican senators. Yeah. So I guess that makes 2 cameras in Lindsey Graham's toilet. I don't know what that means. Amazon Prime came under fire from outraged fans for removing guns from its James Bond artwork. True, after the guns were eliminated, viewers thought that the show was not a female blood. But Jake Tapper texted President Trump and asked him, what happens if Hamas insists on staying in power? Trump responded, complete obliteration. Which is what Kamala said when Jake asked her what she was doing Friday night. Finally, a judge gave the man who attempted to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh only 8 years in prison after he began identifying as a woman. You know, don't say, said the Menendez sisters.
Meet Miss Vicky.
What we do know is that this president is working outside the bounds of the Constitution.
"5:42 a.m. Central Florida. The stillness of dawn is shattered by the roar of
Chicago just asked the simplest question in the Is crossing the border illegally a crime? Don Lemon just said no. Chicago said, hey, try again.
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. It's a misdemeanor.
So why are they being sent back and saying that they're breaking the law?
That's the point.
Okay, as somebody that,
We don't know if they're breaking the law because they won't tell. There's no due process. Where's the evidence? That's the whole point. And if they are breaking the law, most people will say, okay, then they need to go if they're criminals. But if they're not, why are they being rounded up and sent out? Especially when he promised to deport the criminals. And now he's not doing that.
I don't think we're going.
Yeah.
So misdemeanor is
It's not a criminal act, no. If you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a criminal act.
Charge that open. If it's not a criminal act.
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
No,
It's just
we have
different.
different levels of, it's actually a crime, but it's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. I mean, you are breaking the law, but it's not a criminal act. No, you're not breaking the law. No. That's not a criminal act. Well, no, if you're speeding, it's a misdemeanor. Right.
So it's still breaking the law.
Okay, but if you want to qualify that, we're doing semantics. But what I'm saying, but what I'm trying to tell you is everything is not the same. It's all not one thing.
What is the law?
What is it? The law that works?
Is there a law? To come over the law? Is there a law?
There are rules that processes that you should follow. Yes, you're breaking rules. You're breaking the rules, but you're not necessarily breaking the law.
So what happens if you
And you suffer the consequences. The consequences should not. Look, no one is saying no one should suffer the consequences. You guys are getting things mixed up. Yeah, we out like you won that argument. Improper entry is a federal misdemeanor. Words matter because policy follows words, and policy decides whether predators get a bus ticket out or a welcome kit in. When a fact checker needs a fact check, that's how cities become case studies, right? And if the press is confused, wait till you see City Hall, sheet number 2. Oh my God, before he continues, I want to bring y'all to Jeff Jan's comment. I wish Trump would ban microphones. If I'm not mistaken, every city has a noise ordinance. Why aren't they being arrested or at least ticketed for noise violations? A civil disobedience.
Kidnapping people here! That's what they're doing! That's what that fucking fence is for! That's why we're furious! Get on the right side of the fucking fence! This is national guard! Hey! Fuck you guys! Hey, guys, what the fuck out of Chicago? Fuck you! Fuck you! That fuck! Brady Seals! Hey! Please do not thank you here! Please do not try to create a civil fucking war! Fuck off! Oh my god! That's fucking so fucking slow! Wow! Pete Hexen, I don't know Pete Hexen, but this fire over you. This will take care of itself. Stay behind the barricade, please. Yes, we have enough. Behind the barricade. Thank you. Yo, fuck you, Ice!
Yeah, they just be mad.
Hey, there's still time to be a good American. Just go quit your fucking job. National Guard! Get on the right side of the goddamn fence! You guys are supposed to be defending the people! We're not really helping the people of Earth! Why are you here? Why? Why are you here? The governor said he doesn't want you! National Guard! Come over to the right side of the fence, guys! Hey! Hey! Hey, we're not going anywhere! Let those people get their person. It's very simple. They brought papers with them. Open that fucking gate.
Big mad.
You've been swallowing their stories for years. Enough. You were recharged by Virgin. The team's hacking formula that seems to do quick fixes. Energy, we can save ourselves. Every day,
Every service at Pet Boys comes with Pet Check, our free dog inspection. That's the Pet Boys advantage.
You'll never pay for Netflix again after seeing this.
Netflix and Apple pray you never find out about this. This tiny device lets you stream movies from any premium platform or paid channel without the costly monthly fees. Just stick it into your TV's HDMI port and you're ready to go. It's called TV Smart, a tiny TV stick that once plugged in lets you access every single channel and streaming platform you can think of in one place. Imagine having access to cable, Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, HBO, Spotify, and the rest without paying any monthly subscription fees. It's so good it should be illegal, but I assure you it's not. Let me break it down for you. Instead of paying for 5 different streaming platforms yourself, TV Smart lets you enjoy all those platforms without costly monthly subscriptions. It all started in 2020. Remy, a good smart Swiss engineer who graduated 2 years ahead of his classmates, just like Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and Elon Musk left for Silicon Valley to create the next startup. Once there, he quickly teamed up with 2 other talented engineers and set out to invent modern and connected television for less than $100. But soon enough, the young team realized that the project was doomed to failure. The price of electronic parts made it impossible for the project to be economically viable. After this failure, Remy went back to the drawing board and came up with an idea. Develop a device that can classic on TV and gives users access to all TV channels, video on demand platforms, all without the need of paying monthly subscriptions. After nearly 2.5 years of prototyping and designing, Remy cracked it. Remy bought access to thousands of channels and redistributed them to these devices using artificial intelligence, legally and fully. The result is that you get to watch any show of your choice from your home for a tiny fraction of their actual price. And it is very easy to set up. 1. Find the HDMI port on your TV, usually on the backward side. 2. Plug in the TV Smart. 3. Wait for the light to come on. 4. Turn on the TV and enjoy instant access to channels and apps. If you want to change TVs or install the TV Smart on another TV, just unplug it and plug it back into the TV you want. It's that easy. The best part is that the device has a minimum lifespan of 10 years. And it is connected to the network so new channels and applications are updated in real time. Many experts predict that a device like this would cost $250 upwards, and Remy created the TV Smart to help them out. That's why he priced it at only $124. But it gets better. The TV Smart is currently running a new customer promotion that lets you get one TV Smart for only $64. And it also comes with a no questions asked 30-day money-back guarantee if you don't love it. Beware of counterfeits. Visit the official website to get your TV Smart.
Chicago has for centuries. Reality sent soldiers. Just got a text actually from Danny C from Chicago to Fred, but I was just calling. But back to this, you don't deploy fences and put TVs for Bob at all. You do it because leadership turns safety into a slogan. Protesters shout, kidnap it. And families just want orders so their kids make it home. And when the warnings don't work, the cops come out and seat number 3.
You're not allowed in the workplace. You're not coming to the workplace if you feel black.
peaceful assembly is right. But blocking operations and swinging on cops is a charge. Notice how fast Twitter log operates when real law arrives. I should say Twitter, I should say more like. But unserved sanctuary city means no one has ice. Receipt number 4.
Fever the police officers or don't know, 77238, low 10 17824. Sam, can I see your badge number, please? Murphy, 19762 1383 and 3134. All CPD officers are illegally
CPD standardized while filmer is badge numbers. Turns out, when a federal operation is live, grown-ups coordinate. Sanctuary isn't a force field, it's a president. When victims need justice, CPD backs ice because hashtags don't secure perimeter. Training them. Meanwhile, in DC, the shutdown drama and the no king. Yeah, see, oh man, I'm going horrible with organizing this video today. Let's get it going on.
Very patient guy, but I had it with these people. They're playing games with real people's lives. The theory we have right now, they have a Hate America rally that's scheduled for October 18th on the National Mall. It's all the pro-Hamas wing and the Antifa people. They're all coming out. Some of the House Democrats are selling T-shirts at the event. And it's being told to us that they won't be able to reopen the government until after that rally because they can't face their rabid base. I mean, this is serious business hurting real people. And I'm beyond the words. I can't believe we're actually doing this.
Yeah, Mississippi, we're talking about that King's rally. Real quickly before we move on to another topic.
Very patient guy.
American coffee bag, if anybody's so anti-American, it makes me sick. Eric Dalton, it says this riot is also clearly being funded. Mm-hmm. If your government thing depends on people and Americans don't pay it inside the rally, I don't think you call that the sound more like audition. No Kings is a cute slogan until a shutdown. Well, not until, rather, using the shutdown to please the mob is how, it gets legal. I'm still told. While practice slogans are being put in place, see, Chicago is hearing sounds right now. Let's put the receipt number 6 that I still didn't get my video prepared for, so I'm going to yap it up and do until I get it right.
Oh, this breaking news out of the South Side this afternoon where there has been a police shooting. It happened near 111th and State Street in Rosewood. Police is telling us one man was shot and taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center in good condition. 2 Chicago police officers were also taken to Little Company of Mary Hospital for observation, we're told. This breaking news out of the South.
Wow. And this is, what did he say?
For weeks now, Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, and Gregory Rohlina have brought their militarized CBP and ICE agents to the streets of Chicago to cause violence and chaos.
Oh, wow. And we did this thing that we just already. This is what policy sounds like when it says choppers take stretchers. Roseman doesn't need areas, he needs results. Follow works before the praise and stop treating law and order like I said in the past, like some sort of open-minded thing. Putting it up. I'm standing is simple. Protect citizens, support predators, backpack, and stop government for hashtags. If that offends the No Kings crowd, we do. We're a nation of law, no kings or mobs. So, if you made it to the end of this video, I want you to put Chicago woke up.
apparently they leadership ain't doing and they should. Y'all be saying, return of family day, probably would be 7 like.
Here's to sampling seasonal specialties in Wisconsin. To indulge in sweet fall flavors you waited all year for are turning up the dial on all accessories. Here's to those in Wisconsin.
I can tell you what was right about Charlie Gray before that was wrong. But he was referring, this is the guy who the minute you see his face, you respond.
You know, John did distinctly different characters from John was always.
He was so presentable, as gentle as so good.
He was a total actor because he was a total person.
He was a kid, actually. He was a child.
It's 11:15 a.m. on May 24th, 2024 in Little Rock. Arkansas State Police attempt to stop DeAndre Lamar Lucky at Circle K. Lucky briefly stops and then takes off. Lucky was transported to Baptist Medical Center for treatment of injuries. He was then charged with reckless driving, fleeing, or leaving the scene of an accident, criminal mischief, residential burglary, and theft. It's 1 p.m. on August 29th, 2024, and Arkansas State Police trooper attempts to stop Christopher Trentell Penny for traffic violation. Penny pulls over into a service station for a moment, but then he flees the moment the trooper exits his vehicle. It's important to the black covered look at tags. Keep your pattern over your every day.
up on you. Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Get off the ground! Get off the ground! Get off the ground! You freaking, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Put your hand behind your back. Oh, you had to put your hand in me like that, man? Yeah, I did. Driving like an idiot. Like, man, I ain't gonna lie, you just feeling like a person. Get up. Get up. You got you dirty little ground, man. Get up. I'm telling you. Dirty little ground. That's why I don't come up on it. I'm scared. I'm scared. Yeah, we go. I played, I got a 15. We're going to be at the 87 off the Omni, the 1011. In my vehicle and his. Troopers took Penny into custody without further incident and transported him to the Clark County Detention Center. Penny was arrested and was sentenced to 20 years in prison for fleeing in a vehicle and causing danger. It's just past midnight on June 1st, 2025. Arkansas State Police attempt a traffic stop on a vehicle going 90 and a 75-mile-an-hour zone. The driver stops for a moment to speak with the officer, but then takes off as the officer is walking up to his window. Open up our thing, please. I'm holding over the speed, okay? Please, I'm holding over the speed. There you are. Yeah, I got a rear man on there. You're doing that. You're going to go behind me. I take your license and picture. Okay, I still didn't see your license. I still didn't see your license and picture. Do you have any ID on you? Do you have any ID card on you? What?
nuts. I'm gonna drag you by your hair. I think was gonna happen. Ben, you okay? Stop moving. You okay, Ben? You okay? Stop moving. You in? You ain't get hurt, did you? Don't pretend like you can't. Get inside the car. Get out. Get out. Walk towards me. I don't care. Walk towards me. Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Sit down right here. Sit down. Go to the chamber of the Taurus. Is anyone down 911? Another man. Hello? Your boy's going to jail. Bye. I guess I can see clearly inside the trunk. Nice. Dude, they were like going back and forth all the way across the tire. I would sit there waiting on that top of it. Yeah.
Lamonte Thompson was arrested and charged with fleeing, criminal use of property, obstruction of governmental operations, criminal mischief, possession of a firearm, and reckless driving with injury. It's 11:40 p.m. on March 2nd, 2025. An Arkansas state trooper attempts to stop a vehicle traveling at 98 miles per hour in a 70 mile per hour zone. The pursuit begins when the driver refuses to stop and instead decides to accelerate.
Stress keeping you up? Introducing Lemon Balm by Vinergy. This fast-absorbing concentrate works at the cellular level, so you stay calm. Vinergy, we can save ourselves.
At Midland, we know sometimes all it takes is a moment. And whatever moments you have, we're here for them. We like to think of them as your brightest moments, and we can help you make them. Midland, brighter together.
45 volts in 30 seconds.
Ready on the interstate?
We'll be Hollywood, Arkansas, Adam, David, 90, Edward.
Request me.
Well, you have heavy requests. Taking care of you. Mission Hill section. Taking forward. No, not yet.
Are you still chasing?
Yeah. Yeah, we're in Champions Lake. We're still we're about to come back out on Holly Whitaker. We're about to come back out on Holly Whitaker. It's going the wrong way on Holly Whitaker.
After successfully disabling the vehicle, Zachary Joseph Lee Kennedy attempts to flee on foot, but is apprehended by Rogers police.
Ten 15, I believe, with Rogers. I'm looking at 10 11. Toyota. Get out of the car! Oh, get out! Turn around. What are you doing there? Stand up. Put your hands around your back. Act like you're hurt. What are you hurt from? Who is that person? Okay. So you run from Rogers to Okay. Stop pulling away from me. You're hurt. I got medical team on my way. Aaron Rodgers. Where you live at? Where at, bro? Olive? Don't go anywhere.
Kennedy was arrested and charged with fleeing by vehicle and on foot, criminal mischief, reckless driving, theft, and endangering the welfare of a minor. It's December 10th, 2024. A high-speed chase ensues when Zachary Dutton flees after Arkansas State Police attempt to stop him for speeding.
Go back out on Central. Going 72. I just ran a curve and crashed through a sign going down towards Sugar Street. I believe you may have just put about 90. Maybe trouble. Hey, show me your hands! Show me your hands! Stick your hands out the window! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Hey, stay right there, okay? Stay right there! Stay right there! Don't move! Put your hands behind your back! I wish the daddy was sorry. I love you. I'm so sorry, Susie. I know. Since 16. Stay down. I'm flirting. Are you pregnant? Help her, please. Please help her. I will. You gotta give me a second, man. I'm so sorry. What's hurting? Okay. Baby, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm so sorry, baby. I don't want to go to. You gotta tell me what's hurting. My entire body would make me don't try to move. Stay right there. Stay as still as possible. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. 10 to 10. Male, have one extra. I'm so sorry, baby. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. Can I make sure, please? Please, I'm going to church today. Oh my God. Baby girl, are you okay, baby? Can I make sure she's okay? Yeah, please make sure she's okay. She's okay. She's talking, man. David Boy, 128, 123. DB, 128, 123. Now, stay right there. Help her, please. Got an ambulance on the way. Okay? I don't want to move you. Okay? Just tight, okay? Why'd you run, man? I don't know. I'm so sorry. I got scared. I wish you baby, are you okay? Baby, she's okay. She's talking. She's okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. How much? Are you hurt anywhere? Oh, my face and my face. Okay. You didn't have your seatbelt on, did you? Did your right arm hurt? Is that what you think the ones that broke? Yeah. Baby, I'm okay. I'm sorry. She's okay, dude. She's talking. You're talking. I'm so sorry. I just got scared. I'm so sorry, baby. Baby, I'm so sorry. They're coming as fast as they can. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, baby girl. I love you. Please don't hate me. I can't forgive you. I'm not hurt. Yes. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I just got scared. I got you. I'm so sorry. Well, now. I know. I'm doing this person. Oh. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, jeez. I like so bad. Baby, I'm so sorry. Go. Oh, my baby. My chest hurts really bad now, too. Rockport Montessori School at Kensington. Something maybe. Sit up for me. Please help me. It's all perfect. Alright. Please help me. I will, man. I'm so sorry. I'll sit you in the back seat. Tell you, we'll check on her, okay? Please help her. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry, baby. Please help her. Please help her. Does extract the vehicle? Okay. Help her pull over. The other vehicle that was truck pulled down here with me.
Enough. New recharge by Energy. CoQ10 and vitamin C3 and K2 are fast absorbing formula, strengthens and energizes you from the core. No quick fixes necessary. Energy. We can save ourselves.
The Jewelry Exchange, thousands of natural GIA diamonds guaranteed the lowest price. The Jewelry Exchange Direct.
Discover your new Ford. Right now at Court Street Ford. Come lease a new Bronco for $296 per month for 36 months. The search is over. Visit us today at Court Street Ford.
Hey, what's your name? I'm trying to get you out of there. Okay. The door is what's keeping you secure and still. I'm gonna close it because I can't open it all the way. Okay. I've got him in the back seat. She's crammed under the cab. She thinks her arm leg is broken.
Devin was arrested and charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, battery, fleeing, criminal mischief, driving while license suspended, reckless driving, and leaving the scene of an accident. It's 4:33 p.m. on April 27, 2025. An Arkansas state trooper attempts to stop Caleb Reinhardt for not wearing protective eyewear on a motorcycle. Instead of stopping for the trooper, Reinhardt instead accelerates away. He's about to learn why he don't run from Arkansas State Police.
Hello?
Beat your ass, boy! Get back here now! No, you told me what the like to get to the they just pulled, I got more coming, we're gonna take them together. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. God, what is it going to say? You keep. Let's go down now. You're nicely looking. It's all right. I ain't got to worry about setting up. I just did for go. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm sorry. I'll share it with you.
Reinhardt was arrested and charged with felony fleeing, driving while intoxicated, reckless driving, and driving on a suspended license. On April 5th, 2025, Arkansas State Police began to chase 19-year-old Jacob Ross after he attempted to flee from them. Jacob will shortly regret his decision.
I'm not switching any. No, I wasn't.
Ross faces felony fleeing, reckless driving, and driving without a license or insurance. It's just past midnight, June 12th, 2025, when an Arkansas state trooper attempts to stop a vehicle with a defective tag light. The driver, later identified as Michael Dorsey, then decides to escape, going over 140 miles an hour.
We're still, we were getting that.
Any pizza, any toppings, just $9.99 online. Domino's best deal ever is back.
Bauer Tools give you the confidence to take on challenging home projects. With hundreds of corded and cordless tools and accessories, Bauer enables you to complete tough vehicle maintenance and repairs, manage difficult landscaping projects, tackle demanding home renovations, and even turn your garage into a workshop. For all your current and future projects, Bauer is ready to deliver. Bauer, heavy duty guarantee.
At Phillips Chevrolet, we make carbine and fasteners. When you shop with us, you'll have one dedicated, non-commissioned salesperson in Frankfurt, Lansing, and Bradley, or online at phillipschevy.com.
You'll never pay for Netflix again after seeing this.
Netflix and Apple Pay, you never find out about this. This tiny device lets you stream movies from any premium platform or paid channel without the costly monthly fees. Just stick it into your TV.
Oh, ICE is the problem, huh? Look at them. They're literally fighting immigration agents like it's WrestleMania in traffic. Yeah. So you know the city's lost total control when people are throwing stuff at on the truck like, let's actually go do something. Bro, it's not activism, that's a low budget Michael Bay audition, right? And they are yelling, you know, kick it out or get out or whatever. Like ice is a soccer ball. It's weird, man. Right after this chaos, guess who decides to show up and make sense of it all? The media.
What's your name? I got you. Yep. Debbie Browning? Brockman. WGN. You guys want to share your names too, or just gonna cover your face? What's your name?
Yeah, YG introduced out there yelling her employer's name like it's gonna get her a discount on eggs. YG. Yeah, this isn't a press badge. It's a tantrum that you're having right there. Yeah. That's how you know Chicago's going full and lawless. You journalists get tackled like linebackers. And when reporters were meeting the pavement, Don Lemon was meeting reality.
So how do you guys feel? Apparently, they said this, the Trump guys are saying that the city is a hellhole and crime is out of control and we got to bring in the National Guard.
It is a hellhole. It is out of control. We still love it. It's pretty bad, but I still love it.
You think it's a hellhole?
Yeah, it's bad.
You think it's out of control?
It is. It's out of control.
You think you need the ICE and National Guard?
We don't need all that. We don't need that. Yeah. We got this. Right. We got it all this time.
You said it's a hellhole out of control.
It is a hellhole. It is out of control, but what city ain't?
So do it, no help.
No, we don't need his help. We got this.
What do you say to him?
I agree. I don't think we need his help. We got it.
All right. It's a beautiful evening. Nice to see you guys. So how do you guys feel? Apparently they said this stuff.
Oh man. Don Lemon pulled up to prove Trump was wrong about Chicago being a hellhole. 10 seconds later, the numbers go, it's a hellhole. Of course, I personally don't agree with the hypocritical nuances here. It's a hellhole. We do need help. Don't want help. We got this type deal. We tried to spin it, but we love it. Sir, that's not patriotism. That's Stockholm syndrome. And the irony, while they were the big definitions, people were still renting ice trucks. Well, guess what? It was a few blocks over.
You here! You here! No! You here! You guys here! You guys here! What's wrong with y'all? Y'all must have whole unicorn in the middle of the street! I get hurt! Y'all on camera! You ain't gonna do shit! You can't go to work! You can't go to work! Oh, what? Got some crazy. I got no heart, for real. No heart. No heart.
Secretary says up here, a woman driver tries to bypass federal agents on the right side of a single lane road, and there is a collision in Paulina Street, Street and West Sherford Ave in Chicago. Agents get out and have to forcibly detain her while she resists arrest at the AFO. Yeah, she really thought she can outsmart the feds. Yeah, she's on the ground yelling while they're like, yeah, let's wreck this driver in assault. And again, that's not resistance. That's how you audition for cops. Sanctuary city edition. And if you thought that was bad, imagine chasing ICE down right on the highway like it's Fast and Furious. Deportation. These people literally formed a convoy to chase ICE. Bro, this is Chicago. I need to speed border control at all. Like, they're risking their insurance premiums for people they don't even know. Can't afford gas, but you are here running escort missions for felons. But the feds weren't playing. Enter Commander Greg Bobino, a man who possibly seeked this tactical here in the vaccine.
My God, better dominate. You're the state issues a hard power.
In Chicago, roughly 300 federal agents and officers
Hey, watch your force later.
securing the perimeter, repelling and fast roping from Black Hawk helicopters, reaching several apartments within the complex. Intelligence showed that violent members of Trinidad Aragua were living in the complex in Chicago's South Shore neighborhood, terrorizing residents and taking part in illegal activities.
There's been reports anyway of them taking over units in this apartment complex.
TDA has been designated as a terrorist organization under the Trump administration, which is just one reason why Chief Gregory Bobino, who was leading operations on the ground, says these targets were a priority.
They traffic in arms, they traffic in humans, they have little regard for life.
CBP sources say 37 illegal immigrants were arrested in the overnight operation, among them suspected TDA members. It was carried out by several agencies, including the FBI, ATF, Border Patrol, and others.
They trained for this operation for several days, and because of that training and
Those same dudes been using their ads all the time. Like, I can go to it. Y'all been watching
rehearsals that they did, this operation went very smoothly. They went through that structure, which is a very large structure. You can see it's 5 stories. They went through that structure a lot quicker than I thought, and several apprehensions. It looks like we have a couple of potential targets.
Assistant Chief David Kim says the preparation and planning were key.
One of the tactics that we use is coming in with overwhelming force and showing the presence that there's just tons of us there.
This all comes as Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says the federal presence isn't making the community safer. Chief Bobino disagrees.
I've actually lived in the apartment next door to Trinidad Aragua members that are trafficking in prostitution, guns, drugs, and taking advantage of American citizens in a violent way, and then see how much of a Gestapo or a Nazi we are.
helicopters, flashlights, and he gave all power speeches. We don't really said you're the state instruments of foreign power. Like, meanwhile, now Chicago still is trying to figure out if hard power means he's bringing back curfew. And this is why they're cracking down, because while agents are getting jumped, judges out here, they're out here handing out slap on the wrist bonds, man.
A Sioux Falls man is behind bars accused of raping a teenage girl who he didn't know. Victor Rodriguez Escobar appeared in court this afternoon. A prosecutor told the judge he met the 17-year-old victim around 4 o'clock Monday morning when her boyfriend picked her out. The prosecutor says Rodriguez Escobar invited her into his apartment, forced her onto a bed, and raped her. He called the suspect a danger to the community and asked for bond to be set at $25,000 cash. The public defender told the judge a witness who was outside the apartment didn't hear screaming or a struggle. However, he told police he did hear the girl ask for a glass of water. The attorney told the judge it was, quote, a bit odd. He also said Rodriguez Escobar has family in the area and a job, so there's not a risk of him leaving town. The judge set his bond at $5,000 cash only. According to the jail website, Rodriguez Escobar is also being held for immigration. A Sioux Falls man is behind bars accused of
Illegal immigrant charged with rape. It's $5 grand bond. Like that ain't cheaper than a used Honda. Meanwhile, you miss one parking ticket in Chicago and they'll boot you with your car faster than you can save that. Really? That's sick, man. And after seeing all that, you think protesters just might calm down. Nope. They started by blocking SUVs.
Are there people in this vehicle? Absolutely not. Are any of my neighbors in this vehicle? Are any of my neighbors in this vehicle? Where is it?
Yeah, somebody wrote, I find it extremely ironic that the protester has his face covered while demanding that ICE officers uncover that face. I'm saying that man really put both hands on the moving government vehicle. Like he diagnosed. ICE ain't just looking at him like, sir, you know, this isn't a normal like this, you know, like step aside before we step on you. Can't make this up. Hey, not everyone's protesting. Some people just out here getting picked up like Pokemon.
1, 2, 3, 4 officers next to Jonathan, which, by the way, they have him handcuffed, so recording. Yeah. They're shackling him. Yep, they are.
Yeah, we're gonna hold off and think that it's part of the Congo because they're working with them.
Yes.
Those kind of are part of the police department. They're
Yes.
working with them, so they we hold accountable.
So this is what we're doing.
It's not to see that they're in the parking lot all the time. We're not to see.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Two suspects in cuffs and somebody in the background yelling, they're shocking him. Man, very quick. You didn't know this, that's quite literally what handcuffs do. They didn't kidnap him, they're enforcing what you just saw 10 clips worth of people fighting against. And just when you think the internet couldn't make this worse, the resistance started brainstorming.
Y'all, what if we start panting our safeties? Not even kidding. I've been trying to figure out a way to like how do you fight back against that without it being assault? So I'm being so dead ass. If you start like panting, like dropping their drawers, is that legal? Like, can you do that? Because I'm sure like their first reaction to their pants back up, and then the person run away. I'm not even joking. I'm so dead ass. So I'm thinking like water hoses or water guns, or like you can't do pepper spray that's assault. Yeah, that's like, God, get away, because yada, yada. But what if like, I went as far as like, maybe we should pay them, that might be so. But like, I'm so dead ass, is someone like, telling me if that would be legal or not? I'm just throwing out ideas, guys. Y'all would?
She said she wanted to start dancing. I said she's out. We went from the police to drop their drawers? What? If that's the plan, I think it's time we logged off the internet and touch some grass. Alright? So one weekend, Chicago managed to turn protests into NASCAR, the news in the TMZ, if you will, and ICE into the most hunted drivers on the road. Illegal entry might be a misdemeanor, but this level of stupid? Hey, generation. So, if you made it to the end of the video, I want you to put who's in charge. Because you know how ICE is. Y'all be safe, please go check on a friend of that. And I don't say that at the end of the video just to say it. I genuinely mean it. You know you need to go check on somebody. And I know we use the word need a lot. But you need. You know, because you want to be checked on. So, treat people how you want to be treated. Go check on that friend of that. They'll be saving their life. Peace.
Here's to trading skylines for tree lines in Wisconsin. Just going with the flow. And savoring fall flavors all season long. Here's to you, Chicago. Come on up.
Discover your new Ford. Right now at Court Street Ford. Come lease a new Bronco for $296 per month for 36 months. The search is over. Visit us today at Court Street Ford.
You have to make sure they apprehend the suspects as quickly as possible. The SWAT unit called out to clear the headquarters of a Mexican drug gang. This is one of around 300 operations they conduct each year. Local police have already arrested 7 suspected drug dealers and recovered a number of automatic weapons. It's a dangerous situation, and the heavily armed crack SWAT units have been called in.
We're gonna clear downstairs, we'll clear the level floor, and then we'll clear upstairs. And then we'll hold on the attic till the attic attic comes. If it's a big enough attic, we'll pop pepper ball up there and see if anybody comes out. All right, let's go ahead and stack it up, guys, facing that way.
It's feared other gang members are hiding on the 3rd floor of the property, and it's the SWAT team's job to clear each room in the house.
All units, containment units inside and outside. Just be advised, team's gonna put some pepper ball into the attic.
But it's difficult to see into the 3rd floor. Pepper spray gas is fired into one of the rooms. The team don't find anyone upstairs, but they do make an interesting discovery.
I want to show you something we found back here in the master bedroom. In the master bath of the bedroom, we located a suitcase with a considerable amount of cash. I'd be guessing, I'd say it's close to the middle.
All in all, a successful day for the sheriffs in Maricopa County. Back at HQ, Lieutenant Souza is processing the employees detained in their swoop on the quarry earlier in the day.
All right, here we are back in enforcement support, and we did pretty good after all, even with all the media attention and the media burning us. We ended up still getting 5 out of our 7 suspects for identity theft and forgery. ID theft, the problems it causes victims for years. It causes a lot of problems, but some of the activists want us to ignore it. They want us to ignore it. These people, the old saying, these people are trying to make a life, they're just trying to make a living. And I understand that. I totally understand wanting a better life. But at the expense of somebody else who's been here, making a life, and doing it the right way without breaking the law, you tell me, is that right? No, that's not right. And then we got people using someone else's name to destroy what they built up. So yeah, there's victims here, and how about their rights? It's all talking about the victims' rights here, so those worrying about the suspects' rights.
The SWAT unit are prepping for their biggest day of the year. They're joining forces with the FBI on Operation Triumph to take down dangerous street gangs in South Phoenix. Today, this elite unit, led by Sergeant Buddy Acratelli, will be serving an arrest warrant for the most deadly of these suspected gang members.
A couple of things I want to point out about this house and other houses that are going to be hit this morning. One, we need to make our announcements clear. Two, this knucklehead may think that he's got another rival gang member coming into his house, so be aware for that. Out of the 104 indictments and all the individuals that they talked about yesterday, they said that this individual that we're going after this morning would be the most likely one to fight.
The target has an extensive criminal history, from violent assault, possession of an illegal weapon, to dealing marijuana.
I'm going to turn it over to Damian Sanchez and Joaquin Enriquez. They're going to go ahead and do your tactical briefing for this morning.
I'm gonna start off with the stack. I got Sanchez on point, Fox on point cover, throwing the DB.
We're going to have to employ a few different tools to try to distract him until we get into the residence and get him in custody. So what we'll do is we'll try to confuse him as much as we can and take his attention away from that front door so the team can get inside. After you hear that DD go, start breaking those windows.
It should be going off boom, 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 so he doesn't know where we're coming from.
DDs are distraction devices used to temporarily daze suspects. When they explode, the flash of light they produce makes vision impossible for 5 seconds. The entry team have to clean and reload their DDs before every op.
If they're not clean very well, then we've got an issue on a mission or something like that. As you can see, we've used quite a few within a week.
After last minute checks on weapons and equipment, the team are ready to face their enemy. This mission is the culmination of 2.5 years investigated ordered by the FBI. The SWAT will be right on the front line to arrest gang members accused of trafficking drugs from Mexico to cities like New York and Chicago.
It's a hard fight, and you're scraping away a little bit at a time, but I think we make a big difference.
Are you wearing 7 layers and still freezing your man nipples? You need the new 340 GSM military grade bearskin hoodie to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket tactical hoodie that blocks wind, repels rain, and regulates heat for incredible comfort wherever you are. It's the only winter hoodie. I can't do both this first half without being together until so much time. So that's what I did. Yeah, are shut down right now, maybe like a top line. What's going on here? Nobody has been better than you in Congress on not getting criminal aliens goodies from the taxpayer treasury. Democrats are saying that's all we want to do, but that's been proven to be a lie, correct?
Over and over and over again, it's been proven that Democrats are lying about not wanting to give illegal aliens free health care. They have been on the presidential debate stages, raising their hand, saying that their health care plans would absolutely include illegal alien health care. And of course, they tried to get out of it just kind of by fiat and say, well, there's no federal dollars directly going to Medicaid. But they leave out the part that said your state healthcare programs actually get money through the federal government through these programs, and then that's where illegal aliens are getting free healthcare. Now, we stopped this in the Big Beautiful Bill. We also said that the parolees who came in under Joe Biden or under the auto pen, whoever the heck was letting them in, and they were just rubber stamped in as a parolee. So technically they have some documentation. That's why you hear Democrats say no undocumented immigrant is getting illegal health care, even though those without paperwork are as well. But they were allowed to sign up for these programs at a state level and get these health care dollars. We took that out in the Big Beautiful Bill. And now they are demanding that we put this back in. Chuck Schumer has been in Congress probably since before I was alive. And Nancy Pelosi was elected the year I was born, still there, still ruling and reigning. And Chuck Schumer is so afraid of AOC that he is going against his own words that he just spoke this year on the same exact spending bill, saying that we cannot justify a government shutdown, and now he is shutting it down because he doesn't want to lose his forever seat to AOC. And of course, illegal alien healthcare is what they want to put back in.
Do you think that the sombreros will finally break all of these blockades from the Democrats? Do you think that this strategy will work? Do you think the meme strategy will work? You're good on social media. You have millions and millions of followers. You do share the occasional meme. You have a good sense of humor. So do you think that the sombreros and funny waxed mustaches will work?
So it's definitely just getting at them day by day. And our great and wonderful Vice President J.D. Vance, very early on, made the promise that once the government shutdown is over, the sombrero memes will stop. But they are continuing to hold Americans hostage here. Look, we're starting to see air traffic control that is impacted by this. Workers that are saying, hey, we're not going to get paid anyway, so we may as well take our 6 days. We're forced to work overtime. It's a field with a shortage of employees as it is. And now we're starting to see those impacts at major airports throughout our country. And, the Democrats say, sorry, to heck with y'all. We want illegals to get your hard-earned tax dollars. We want them to get health care, to overrun our hospitals, our schools, and all of our government programs. So we're going to keep doing this, and we're going to keep needing sombreros in the meantime.
I don't know. I mean, speaking of immigration fraud, I don't know if Ilhan Omar has gotten a sombrero and a waxed Mexican mustache yet. She's certainly deserving of one. But I wanted to ask about a slightly different topic here, given that Ilhan Omar has been trotted out to be the person who says what probably all Democrats believe about Charlie Kirk. She's just been desecrating his legacy. She says it was a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was killed in that way, alluding to it wouldn't be a tragedy if he was killed some other way. Not exactly sure. She says that Charlie Kirk here in this post, thank you, please pop it up, that Ilhan Omar says Charlie Kirk's legacy should be left in the dustbin of history. What is your response to it?
First of all, in talking about illegal immigrants, this is someone who needs to be investigated. Someone who married their brother to come into our country to gain citizenship, and now holds one of the highest offices in our country and has spoke so ill of our country and always is talking about how she wants to go back to Somalia first. Honey, go. Get it, girlfriend. I'll go buy the ticket. Get the heck out of here and go home to the land that you love. But then to be so disgusting and vile towards such a righteous man, Charlie Kirk, and his grieving widow and their children who are now fatherless, this is absolutely disgusting and appalling. On the House floor, I wanted us to pray for Charlie Kirk. I didn't want a moment of silence. It had not been announced that he was gone yet. So I still had hope, was still believing for a miracle, for healing. And there was a moment of silence. And I said, this isn't what I believe as a Christian. Of course, you can silently meditate on the word, but God is a speaking God. We don't serve a dumb idol. We serve the living, speaking God who spoke the world into existence. And faith speaks. And if your faith isn't big enough to move your mouth, it's never going to move your mouth. So I don't believe in silent prayer when you're really getting after something and wanting to see God move. So I wanted us to collectively pray out loud. And of course, the Democrats shouted me down for that. And then it was followed up by King Jeffries not even attending the prayer ritual in the rotunda. It was followed up, King Jeffries said he had a meeting. They've been followed up by all of this rhetoric, Ilhan Omar being the leader of it, these vile, disgusting attacks, and they're unrelenting. AOC going on the floor and making excuses why she won't vote for a resolution honoring the life of Charlie Kirk and condemning his assassination. It's just inexcusable, but people absolutely show us who they are every single day. They show us what is in their heart and what their motives are. Charlie Kirk was an amazing man. His legacy is living on, and many people are coming to our side and to our movement because of his words even today.
That's a beautiful answer, and you're exactly right. And I know that it comes from a very passionate place for you. I was constantly crossing paths with you at Turning Point events. Charlie loved you, and you were speaking at everything from the Young Women's events to the large 10,000 person events in Phoenix and in Tampa and in Palm Beach. You're beloved by the Turning Point organization, and so you knew Charlie personally. Maybe just like a moment to reflect on, what happens next.
Yes, well, the Turning Point family is my family. We go and speak and travel with them and meet all sorts of people throughout the nation. And Charlie Kirk really did give me and many others a platform. Your story is absolutely beautiful. What Charlie did in your life, that was a really hard week for me. I was supposed to see Charlie the next Friday on September 11th. He was coming to Colorado, and there were 3 or 4 times that I picked up my phone to send him a message, and each time I said, I'm going to see him Friday. And so I never sent those messages. The following week, he was coming to Colorado State University in Fort Collins. It was arranged for my boys to be there. I was going to be in DC. Within CSU, that Turning Point chapter and their amazing president of the university allowed for the football stadium to be used, and 10,000 of the people showed up for Charlie Kirk that evening that he was supposed to be there in person holding his event. And that same passion is growing. There are more people tuning into the Charlie Kirk show every single day. I hope your show is getting more views as more people join this movement. But they're seeing how radical and how evil the left really is. I mean, you even have people like Bill Maher, who are just like, these people are absolutely nuts. I'm a liberal, and I can't stand what the Democrat Party is doing. He's a liberal who is donated to the Clintons, to Barack Obama, to Joe Biden, and they would never even come on his show. Donald Trump invited him to have dinner with him in the White House and give him a personal tour. And this is someone that Bill Maher criticized. And so I think there are many, many people who are waking up and seeing that we truly just want to put America first. We want our hard-earned tax dollars to go towards things in our country, and we want to keep more of our tax dollars. We don't want them going to free healthcare for illegals, as fentanyl is pouring over our southern borders, killing our youth, killing our people. Colorado is, I think we're number 3 in the nation for crime right now. Number 1 in the nation for auto theft, number 2 in the nation for fentanyl overdoses. So, maybe when President
Beautiful
Trump
Colorado?
beautiful Colorado. That is what leftist politics have done. And so maybe when President Trump and Secretary Noem clean up Portland, Oregon, they can come down to Denver, Colorado.
That seems like an invitation. I'd be happy to join in on that. We've been having quite a roll, actually. And last time I was in Denver, goodness, I can't remember what it was for, but it was like criminal aliens everywhere. It was like going through Gotham. I just couldn't believe it. Denver was just one of these sparkling crystal cities when I was a young kid growing up in the Midwest. We drive over there and do some skiing, right?
Well, this is where Trinity Aragua, we were told was a feature of our imagination that Trinity Aragua was present in Aurora, Colorado. We have a great councilwoman, Danielle Zurinsky. She's currently running for re-election right now. And she was going to two of the apartment complexes that Trinity Aragua gang members from Venezuela had overtaken and were harassing and assaulting the residents who lived there, and was completely being ignored. Our governor said it was a feature of our imagination. The Attorney General, Bill Weiser, who's now running for governor, did nothing about this. And it's why President Trump had a rally in Aurora, Colorado during his 2024 campaign, because this was real and this was taking place right here in Colorado. And now there's been so much news that has come out about actual Trinity Aragua gang members and the violence that they are committing here in Colorado. And each and every time we're like, wait, we were told that that wasn't real. Thought it wasn't real, but turns out we know exactly what's happening in our neighborhoods, in our communities, and in our state.
Yeah. Man, I can't wait for you to run for governor. I know you don't want to make the announcement.
Oh, we got a great guy running for governor right now.
Really? Yeah, all right. Well, hey.
We got a loaded primary field in the Republican Party, but Victor Marks, he is a friend of Turning Point, and he is
yes, of course. He's a legend. I'm sorry I haven't followed the race more. I apologize.
Let me tell you. So
really? That's fascinating.
He had an announcement here in Colorado launching his gubernatorial run. More than 1,000 people, standing room only, showed up to show their support for Victor Marks for governor.
Charlie loved that, by the way.
Yeah.
He would regularly speak at Turning Point.
Yes.
That's amazing. You were the only person I know that could disarm somebody faster than Victor Marks. Okay, so really quick.
Video of that.
Really quick, because there's something that you said 2 answers ago about Ilhan Omar that was repeated by the president, and I just want to get your take on this, given the fact that you sit on multiple committees that oversee homeland security and so forth. President Trump here on Truth Social about a week ago, saying, going after Ilhan Omar, obviously breeds some nasty to Charlie, but he says Ilhan Omar tells us how to live as Americans and how to run America. Wasn't she the one who married her brother to gain citizenship? Well, can we please have an investigation into this? Because maybe I'll break a little news on this. I'm pretty close to a lot of people at Homeland Security, and allegedly there's a considerable amount, demonstrable amounts of evidence that the government has that proves this. And perhaps they're trying to figure out which way to go around it. I know it's going to be a touchy issue, obviously, but what do you say to this?
A little too touchy for family, but in Congress, it's going to be really difficult to have a real investigation like we should. Look, Nancy Mace bravely put a privileged resolution on the floor condemning the remarks made by Ilhan Omar. And Ilhan Omar was trying to control every one of the process leading up to the vote. And she just simply wanted to censure her. She said you should not be on the Foreign Affairs Committee with the rhetoric that you have. And then, of course, it went against our congressional code of ethics that we agreed to when we were signed in as members of Congress. And
do you have a code of ethics? Do you have a code of ethics that says you can't marry your brother?
You know, that might need to be put in, but we definitely have a.
I think that's in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Our Bible.
Yes.
Anyway, you have Republicans block that. You have Republicans table this motion, maybe some making excuses for the First Amendment. The First Amendment doesn't protect you from consequences. And when you have a code of ethics that you are using your office to absolutely defy, there needs to be accountability there. And, you know, maybe some were just covering their own backs to keep other stories down. I don't know the reason why people were voting to table this motion, but to have an actual investigation, I don't know if we have a strong enough Republican Party at this time to actually commit to that and get it done. But this is someone who absolutely should be investigated. I think he should be sitting in prison or at least sent back to Somalia, rather than George Santos being put in solitary confinement for telling a fib, years back. This is, that was gross that he was expelled from Congress, and the charges that he got. I'm advocating for Santos' pardon, and I would much rather see Ilhan Omar having consequences for her conduct rather than him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it very much does reveal the soul of a person, how you treat somebody who's deceased. Like, that tells you everything.
Yeah.
How she's treated Charlie Kirk after his horrific death at the hands of a left-wing radical is sickening. And just a post here from U.S. Immigration Services: marriage fraud is a crime. They're just reminding us here. They've sent a number of posts, a number of bangers actually out about this. I don't know if they're trying to send a message. I don't know. Report marriage fraud here.
Interesting. I think we need to make some reports, Benny. You have quite a following. I think we could get a few reports made on this one.
I guess we'll see. Thank you, Congressman. Obviously, this is something. All of these topics are very interesting, but man, Victor Marx, I'm gonna hit him up, man. This is all very exciting times. Very exciting times.
His wife is going to be right alongside of him, and he's even more powerful. And really the encouraging voice behind him going into ISIS territory, rescuing women and children, because he told her it was a suicide mission, and she said, "I would rather be a widow than married to a coward."
What a line. What words to live on. Godspeed, Congresswoman. Everybody go follow her. You probably do. She's got millions of followers. You got 5 million followers already, But go follow Lauren if you don't. She's just one of the best, and give us hope in Colorado again. All right. Thank you.
Cheers.
At Grand Canyon University, we believe in equal opportunity, and the American dream starts with purpose. By honoring your sacred vocation, cybersecurity, you empower your family, your friends, and your community. GCU certificates, bachelor's, and master's online cybersecurity programs are designed to grow your dynamic capabilities in defending organizations from cyber attacks while enhancing your threat detection, risk assessment, and career GCU. Visit GCU.edu.
Hello everyone, welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you for your company. President Donald Trump has blasted the Democrats, comparing the party to Somalia.
I'm going to close the Democrats wanting to make, I never even heard their names, and they're claiming to be the Democrats have no leader. They remind me of Somalia. Yeah? And I met the president of Somalia. I told him about the problem in Somalia. He said, you have somebody from Somalia who's telling us how to run our country from Somalia. He said, would you like to take her back? He said, no.
podcast, guys. Hope you have a well out there. I'm your host, Rob, as always. And in this video, we're going to be talking about more awesome ice raids. In this case, specifically when it comes to rideshare drivers, who they're now going after. To be clear, they have been doing this all along, but we have some news stories about it and some that have been caught on camera when people are around. So we have some reporting on it that I want to comment on. So I love this, and for many reasons, because this is one of the industries that have been completely taken over by foreigners. Okay, like I have friends who travel for work, and they always tell me horror stories about how they have to sit through entire conversations, like hour-long conversations in a foreign language, and because the driver doesn't speak any English or a couple of words of English, and all they do is just talk on their phone. And the worst abusers are like Middle Easterners, Indians, and Russians sometimes, and other types who don't speak any English, don't care to learn, and yeah, it's just horrible for the actual Americans who have to use these services sometimes. It would be nice to have a DoorDash driver or a Lyft driver who actually speaks your language and looks like somebody who's actually from America. Okay, it's very hard to get that. Even though there are many people, especially elder Americans, who are retired, who want a side job, who want to work as in these jobs, but these rideshare companies keep hiring illegals. That's why I take so much pleasure in these people being punished for, first of all, breaking into my country that was built by my ancestors, and also secondly for stealing jobs that Americans would want. It is a lie when the left says that these people are taking jobs that Americans don't want. That's just a lie. Okay? Whether anybody wants to admit it or not, it is a scientific fact that there are limited resources on this planet, as well as every other planet in this universe. Okay? That's just a matter of nature, natural law. There are only so many places and materials for us to be in and for us to use. If foreigners are coming here and taking our opportunities away, taking our material goods away from us and our jobs away from us, there are not an infinite amount to replace what is taken from us. That's just the bottom line. That's science. If you don't like it, you have a problem with natural law and the laws of nature that govern this universe. There is scarcity in this universe, and if they're taking our jobs, then we are losing them. The native population is losing when the illegals are gaining. That is just the factual reality that we live in. You can either be okay with that, which the left is okay with Americans losing jobs, but I am not, and many other real Americans who are proud to be in this country, whose ancestors built this country, we are not okay with foreigners taking our resources and taking our jobs. We are not okay with that. We're never gonna be okay with that.
Developing tonight, the protest curfew at the Arts facility in Broadview cleared out nearly all the demonstrators after some tensions flared earlier today.
Meanwhile, ICE is focusing on a new target today, rideshare drivers waiting at O'Hare.
Near O'Hare Airport, another immigration enforcement operation. Video from witnesses showing agents interrogating and detaining rideshare drivers. This lot here near O'Hare Airport is designated for rideshare drivers to park and wait for clients. Witnesses tell us that federal agents came here twice, once in the morning and again in the afternoon. In both instances, multiple people were detained. The airplane will go ahead and call dinner is go November. This was the driver from Valhalla, who's now on the stick shown on camera, says he was once completely answering his citizen to the call. Plus, you'll be here, I'm gonna help you with, need like food, if you walk away from it, so it's like other drivers who take away, but some strike and the odds.
Just grabbing people, checking ID, they're arrested like what I'm saying, like, I don't know, like a bunch of people, they're like bands and stuff like that.
And like I lied about it this week, people coming to check this Chicago Marathon. 2 series going to be finished. May the 1st, and the Consul General of Mexico in Chicago. She says 50,000 runners from Mexico are participating in the marathon. Something reached out and concerned about ice enforcement. She says it's telling people visiting Mexico to keep caution.
Yeah, this year is different because the law is actually being enforced on illegal aliens from your country. Look at this. She's supposed to be a go-between between America and Mexico. And look behind her. Not a single American flag. I think she's actually stationed in America, okay, in Chicago. Okay, she's a consul or whatever between Mexico and Chicago, and no American flag to be seen. Okay, either display both flags because you work. You're technically supposed to work for both countries, but it is utterly disrespectful to have no American flag while you have a giant Mexican flag behind you. Okay, either have no flag or have both flags. Given that it's part of your job, she only cares about one country. That's fine, by the way. If you're Mexican, you should care about Mexico. But don't come to America. We don't want you here. Okay, you're not from this land. Your ancestors are not from this land, and you don't belong here. So be proud, but don't get involved in any affairs having to do with our country.
We should carry a photograph of the passports in the telephones, but also perhaps the photocopy. It's very safe.
Yeah, they can carry everything they want. If they're illegal, they're still getting their asses shipped out. That's the bottom line. All right, next.
DePaul University has a unique labor learning program that combines classroom learning with real-world project-based giving back your service. You major in your passion, we major in you. DePaul University.
This is Buick. Now. Buick. Exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these 2025 Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,000 allowance on Encore GX.
Same dress. Whole new vibe. Our work shows.
Federal agents conducted a sweep at a parking lot today for rideshare drivers. The parking lot is just steps from O'Hare Airport. Our Regina Rockland has been there for several hours. Regina, federal agents were there twice today now?
Yeah, Natalie, they were the last time around 2:15, and we were here to catch them in action. So here's what they were asking drivers. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Oh, you were there to catch them? What do you think, they're criminals or what? Well, let's hear that. Okay, so a neutral way to report this to an unbiased person, unlike this one who seems like she hates ICE, and think that they're criminals. The police try to catch criminals. Okay, if you're a journalist, you would say something like a neutral way to say this, a professional, objective way to present this story, would be to say something like, we intercepted the agents during the commission of their duty. So that's a very professional, journalistic way to say what she just said, which is catch them in action, as if they're criminals. Okay, the police try to catch criminals in action. The ICE agents are the ones who caught these illegal drivers in action, being in America illegally and stealing a job from an American. Okay, those are the things that you catch people doing. You didn't catch anything. The federal agents were doing their job. But look, all these journalists, a lot, not all, but a lot of these journalists are completely biased from the start. There are rarely some journalists who are actually unbiased and who just present the facts. And I covered a couple of those journalists, like in Georgia and other places. There are objective journalists who are not on ICE's side. They're not on the illegal side. They just present the facts. That's all I ask of the journalists. But when I attack the media on this channel, it's because they're so biased that they can't even see straight. Catch the ICE agents in action.
They were the last time around 2:15, and we were here to catch them in action. So here's what they were asking drivers. Are you a U.S. citizen, and do you have proof? And one of the agents even came up to me, asked me the same question. But
all you have to say is, yeah, and I do. Okay, and given your accent, they're going to know that you're an American. Yeah, unless you're not. Yeah, I think she is, but who knows? The point is, those are perfectly legal and reasonable questions to ask. And they ask that of white people too. Because I got news for you, there are white people here who have overstayed their visas. They're asking of getting deported too. Okay, there was an English woman who was arrested and kept in ICE detention for a long time, which I don't agree with. She should have been sent back immediately. She was not a criminal, by the way, but she was a tourist who messed up. There's some problem with Canada, and she got stuck here, basically. And ICE should have acted way faster to, send her back to England. That's somebody who deserves much more respect than she was shown, because she didn't break into this country like a criminal. Okay, she came here legally, and there's a problem with their visa because of Canada mainly. But anyways, visa overstays are not as prevalent as the left claims. Okay, they want to defend their illegals from Mexico, so they lie about Europeans overstaying their visas too much. And unfair. I want those Europeans sent back to Europe if they're here illegal. Okay, so fair treatment for all.
here's what I want you to do. Take a look at this parking lot. It's about 50, 60 cars here, but I am told it is usually packed with several hundred rideshare vehicles, but not today. And also keep in mind, some of the vehicles here were towed away. So
those are all jobs that are now available for actual American citizens. who couldn't get those jobs before because illegals had taken them. That's the part that NBC Chicago is not going to tell you because they don't care about objective reporting.
Agents were everywhere in what is known as Alphamont. It is a desert. So federal agents were everywhere in what is known as Alpha Lot. It is a designated spot for rideshare drivers. Several people were handcuffed and taken into custody. In all, the weekday agents were here for about 15 to 20 minutes, and they showed up in nondescript white minivans. This was the second time today that ICE had come here. Here's what one driver told us happened around 10 o'clock this morning.
I was pretty surprised to see him up there, though, honestly. I didn't even see him. I was sitting in the lot for a nice little minute, and I pulled out, and he was running all around.
So the union representing rideshare drivers has issued a statement that says, in part, we are deeply concerned that the drivers' due process rights were violated at O'Hare today. This is part of a broader pattern of attacks on immigrant families by an administration that continues to weaponize fear and division instead of investing in solutions in our communities.
First, their due process rights have not been violated because they will see an immigration judge before they're dragged out of this country. And they're going to lose their case, by the way, because they broke into this country illegally. They just wanted to make money. Okay, use our country as a cash machine while sending millions of dollars in remittances back to their own country. Okay, that's also what they're doing. They're not actually here because they care about America, as they would, try to convince all these immigrants are trying to make America great. No, they're trying to destroy America and take the opportunities away from us. Okay, of course, the union representing illegal aliens, industry filled with illegals, is standing up for them. Of course you are. They don't give a damn about America. Okay, and they talked about division, weaponized fear and division. Why do you think that there's division? Because there are people with competing interests here. There are people like me, whose country is being invaded by animals that you work for. Your workforce is invading my land that was built by Northern Europeans. Okay, there's a competing interest going on of the native population who is being screwed over by a bunch of illegals and also legal immigrants, none of which I want here, that are coming into our country. Your side, your immigrant side, are terrorists trying to destroy my country. That's how I see this situation. That's why there's a division, you scumbag. Because you have invaded Northern European Anglo-Saxon land and you don't want to leave. That's why people are forcibly dragging you out. That's why Trump is president. Because the native population of this land is not happy with what is happening in this country. We don't want to turn into Mexico or any other third world country, but that's exactly what's happening. And we're not happy about it. That's why there's division and fear. On your side, and also on our side actually too, because these illegals are criminals and they're killing white women in America. And we got a problem with that. Okay, ask Laken Riley's parents how immigration is working out for them. They'll tell you. But they're not going to ask because all they do is represent illegals. They care more about illegals than Americans. That's the bottom line. Whoever wrote this thing loves illegals, doesn't care about Americans. Immigrants and illegals, that's what they love.
We're working diligently to gather more information. So back out here live,
you can work as diligently as you want. The bottom line is all these illegals are getting shipped back to where they came from and where they belong. They don't belong here. And whoever wrote this most likely doesn't belong here either. Okay, but we have to check. But that's all I got to say for this video. Thank you so much for watching. ICE is doing an awesome job as always. And these rates are only going to get worse in Chicago. They're not stopping. Of course, you know that's that. They're moving forward. They're barreling ahead. And it's absolutely beautiful. And I'll see you guys all in my next video. As always.
For you uncontrolled nasal polyp sufferers, Dupixent is an add-on treatment that invites you to go beyond. Dupixent goes beyond your nasal polyps by helping block the key source of underlying inflammation that can cause them. It shrinks nasal polyps and can help you breathe better with less congestion. So you can go beyond too. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can help anyone who makes losing or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor right away if signs of inflamed blood vessels like rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, brown and dark colored urine, tingling or numbness of limbs. Tell your doctor if you are worsening eye problems like eye pain or vision changes, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection or asthma. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Go beyond and do more with less nasal polyps. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
John Deere has long been a symbol of hard-working America, and now that spirit is coming to America's most comfortable footwear, Skechers. With rugged materials, innovative technology, and comfort features like Skechers Air Cool Memory Foam, because hard work deserves the easy comfort of John Deere and Skechers.
Another prime example of the chaos actually cities have blocked. Cops are hunting down what they say is the minor league gang for Tren de Aragua, who call themselves Los Diablos de 42. It's made up of kids from Venezuela, and they're illegal. They're accused of attacking NYPD officers in Times Square, hurling glass bottles, basketballs, even a scooter. So far, 5 have been arrested. 3 more are on the way. What are the kind-sized punks that got arrested? It's just 12. Apparently, he's the leader of the theft force in Central Park. Reporters on Tom Homan shipped me up to New York to address this situation.
These people in the country, this is just another example of sanctuary cities not properly housed in the NYPD officers are effective. If you're brave enough to attack an armed law enforcement officer, you're much more dangerous than one next to you.
And as Tom Homan hunts down the teen migrant gang, starts racking up accolades for being a law and order president.
It speaks to one of Trump's best issues, right? The idea arbitrary, you think law and order, you think Donald Trump. So Donald Trump ran in part on law and order. It was one of the reasons that he got elected. And at this particular point, Americans like what they're hearing from him on the issue of crime. And you see this right here with a +2 net approval rating, far better than Joe Biden left office with back in 2024.
I mean, this gang leader data is 12. What were you doing when you were 12?
Oh, summer fun day camps, making those little bracelets and camp, things like that.
You were throwing a
And I
spear?
was playing school. I'm sure everybody here, especially with Doug, will have a lot of thoughts about this, but one of the things I wanted to say is that it's very frustrating as a taxpayer to be trapped by liberal governance, where your taxpayer dollars are going to actually fund things that are against your interests. So, for example, the idea that as a sanctuary city, you're not going to cooperate with Tom Homan and ICE. For what? Who are we protecting? What are we paying for? I'm getting very frustrated about that. The other issue is, as I understand it, there are a lot of young people here. They're in the migrant shelters, the shelters being run by the gangs, and then you have a situation where the gang members then spread out and they use younger and younger people because they know that those people are not going to be punished, and the juvenile system can't take them. And so what do? What does the system have to do? We basically pay to send them back home or they end up in the same situation.
How dangerous is a 12-year-old gang? I think I had a 12-year-old for mine. Because I think we're going to these kids are being groomed to be gang members. Remember, this is a foreign terrorist organization. These kids have been arrested dozens of times. This 12-year-old, I mean, this is socially acceptable to them. They brought the gang signs, they took pictures of themselves, and Tom Homan's right. If you have little kids on police officer,
There were 2 rusty pistols drooping at his side. The rope that held his pants up was barely even tied. He slid on his feet and took a big swing from a flash. Then he said out loud, although nobody had asked, I'm just a dumb luck from up nowhere. Don't pay no attention to me. He had crooked eyes, a crooked nose, could look both ways as he crossed the road. He stumbled into the store and fell to his knees. Said, I'll trade you my guns for a can of peas. But I went to the shelf, said, take this one today, and next time you're in town, maybe toss a dime my way. The stranger took the can and he tipped his hat. He said, that's mighty kind, sir, you can count on me for that. So he got back on the donkey and rode back to who knows where. He was the dumb fuck from above nowhere. Lawyers and black horses carry fat. bandits into town. Red bandanas on their faces sent their leader Foster Brown. First they held the bank up and outside the sheriff found. And with their repeating rifles they got the deputy as well. They rounded up the women as all the children cried. And any man who took a stand was sentenced then to die. Then through all the chaos we all started hearing fuss. And in rode a donkey with the lanky man on top. He was a dumb fuck from nowhere. Said don't pay no attention to me. He had bloodshot eyes, a dripping nose. Said excuse me boy, you're blocking the road. Foster took a rifle and aimed it at his head. Said take one more step and boy you will be dead. The stranger looked up and gave a shrug, and he tried to go around, but the bandits didn't budge. More guns came out, pointed his way. We thought this would be his end, but today was not the day. Look, my friends, are you sure you want to go there? Said the dumb fuck from Buffalo nowhere. Foster and the boys laughed in unison as the stranger on the donkey fumbled for his guns. But while they were distracted, oh, to my surprise, I saw a glint of fire in those crooked looking eyes. He was the dumb fuck from the fuck nowhere, and it sure was a sight to see. They set 10 men up, he knocked 10 men down.
There's so much to this cover, I just kind of do these when I get overwhelmed, but I have too much to cover. I just go fine, I'm gonna go big over, ton of big important news. For the next video, I can kind of focus on one story. This is gonna be a smattering. We're gonna start with Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is sort of the first big proof that we're getting that Antifa could have been inserted in the J6 riots in 2020. Again, I don't like going into the past, and I hate conspiracies. You guys know I hate it. However, now that Antifa has been called an American terrorist group, they've been qualified, we need to look into how deep they were involved in that. I'm Doug Maple. This is Doug in Exile. I'm glad to have you. I'm here to serve you. Sit down. Sit at the dinner table. It's time to eat some news. First, this is from Andy No. New York City Antifa member Talia Jane Ben Orla was it January 6th in a MAGA costume. She was never charged with any crimes that day. So do you know what that says? So here's the Antifa member here. She was in a MAGA outfit, and she's Antifa. And so we've said, look, Black Lives Matter and Antifa is what I said was all over that. They go kind of the radical professional complainers. And then here she is at another Antifa event, a formal one in modernity. So what does it mean when they did a giant dragnet of phone numbers on January 6th and captured 1,500 people, many of them went to jail. There were questions about Ray Epps and other guys that were strangely not arrested, including this Antifa member. Why was she not arrested? It makes you think maybe they were planted, and I'm not saying by our entire government, but possibly by members of the Democrat Party who are all funded by George Soros, and they're tracing the money back to these radical leftists. Now, and by the way, one quick note on Andy No before we get to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I know you guys may not think this is significant, but Andy No, who's one of my favorite journalists, and I've been at a Hillsdale event with him before, and he was the first to take a brick from Antifa, a brick to the head. So he's been reporting on Antifa for years, 4 years now. Maybe 6 years. And he used to have a rainbow next to his name because he's gay, and now he doesn't wear the rainbow anymore. That is a cultural shift, and I think it's a good thing. It's not that he went straight, but just that people don't feel like that is a brand of value anymore, especially not on the right, that you're starting to see that stuff dry up a little bit in culture, and I like it. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, you guys know, she has kind of come off of Trump's brand a little bit of recent, especially with Trump's focus, say, on Israel and Ukraine and stuff. She just wants no part of it. So here's Marjorie Taylor Greene, who we love still. She said, I just reviewed the footage from January 6th. There was Antifa in the crowd, just like I and many others always said. Eyewitnesses in the crowd were literally calling them out. They go, this is a Fed, or this is Antifa, this person's a Fed, when they saw them performing violence. They might have been the ones that broke the windows of the Capitol. They might have been the ones first to tear down the barriers. The FBI, now she's going back to the FBI, who did a massive dragnet of phone numbers, and I have friends who are in that crowd at G6. The FBI has all of the cell phone data and more, and FBI Director Cash should match it with known Antifa members through arrest records from the Black Lives Matter, Summer of Love, Portland, and other riots. They start triangulating all of these professional agitators through their phone records. She's right, that's a real good strategy. If they could track down MAGA grandmas, and they did, and put them in jail who just went into the Capitol and prayed, they can track down Antifa members who incited violence. So this is the first story that we're going to do. Is a little bit more, there's more from Andy. As Antifa in Portland are having their comrades dressed in animal costumes. Remember, I showed you guys the one Antifa group that was in an inflatable frog outfit, and they wear Pokemon costumes and things like that. It's to whitewash the serious violent attacks happening on the ICE facility and people for months. Here's a reminder of what they did. Antifa zip-tied all the doors and barricades to the building on June 11th. They then attempted to set the place on fire while dozens of agents were inside. Antifa also brought out bags of rocks to use as projectile weapons. They had rioters illegally stop and redirect drivers on the public roads so they could use the street as a staging ground for violence. This was part of the discovery evidence that came out of the trial for the Black Portland woman who sued the city and police for allowing the loud, riotous, violent crimes to continue for months. Bags of what appear to be rocks appear staged throughout the inner crowd. So this would show the funding and organization of it. There were bags of rocks left. Plans to attempt to seize the rocks would result in significant force and confrontation in the 400-plus crowd. So these are crowds of people given rocks. In Black Lives Matter, we saw them giving them gas masks in the ICE raids this year in Los Angeles. Again, it goes to funding and organization. Front doors appear to be zip-tied and barricaded. The crowd now appears to have 100-plus in black. Some appear to be attempting to light a fire in the driveway. FPS reports all their doors are zip-tied. This is just going to show the organization of Antifa. Wait, there's more. Mainstream media got the memo that there's no such thing as Antifa. Here they are all denying it.
There's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa.
Like, I don't even know what Antifa is.
It's no good.
It's not even like far-right groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. Compared to right-wing extremists, Antifa-linked violence is rare and limited.
It isn't an organization. It is in many ways mythology.
It's not like the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers. Yes, they're defined terrorist organizations.
They got the memo. They all came to the same conclusion. Whatever you think, it's not like Proud Boys that were on J6. Antifa isn't even organized, even though I've watched years of them doing violence on Twitter, and I mean hundreds of videos, hundreds.
Leadership that leads violence. It's not a highly organized movement. It's a moniker. It's not a unified group like the Proud Boys are.
Things like Antifa are things that are thought up.
It's all in this guise of going after Antifa, which is nothing. There's no organization called Antifa.
Nobody's a member of Antifa because it doesn't exist.
Whoa, look at that guy's 1,000-mile stare. This guy is getting the message directly beamed into his head. There is no Antifa. It's nothing like the Proud Boys.
You're just called into existence something that doesn't exist. There is no Antifa organization, so maybe that's good for social media, but it really is non-existent. They exist on the internet and chat rooms and in 4chan and Discord and places like that, where they run discussion boards, trade tactics, documents, things like that. But none of them are called Antifa.
Thank you, Democrats and mainstream media, for making our point that you all have the exact same message, 100% in unison. The Democrat Party and your media, your news, supposedly objective media. We're going to go on to a news story here. This is Doge breaking. The official Doge website just been updated. The estimated savings are now $214 billion, and this is going to be increased as more firings occur, which Doge has saved the American taxpayer. What does that mean? This is on average $1,329 for you and I save us this money in federal taxes. Thank you, Doge, Elon Musk, Trump, etc. Now I just like this tweet. I just think it's a clever one. Because this is CNN saying, oh, it's just a little, real estate fraud. You see how they went from no one's above the law to everyone commits mortgage fraud. We're going to watch this clip again.
Aside for a second, what Tish James, and again, we're still getting the details, but if it's related to this mortgage issue, I mean, this is something that everyone in America, or many people at least, if you're lucky enough to be able to buy a house in America, you deal with this, right? The federal government doesn't go after all of these people.
Did you hear that, everyone? This is news to me. Everyone commits mortgage fraud, and if you do, the government doesn't come after you. So I just want to say this is CNN and Letitia James, one of the top tier ranking attorney generals in New York, says you can now commit mortgage fraud. It's just something we all do. This is news to me. Guys, we can now cheat on real estate. And the government says we're not, this is wrong for the government to come after. It's political prosecution. Thank you for unleashing us. Now, I've always said this, if Hunter Biden gets to cheat on his taxes, why don't I get to cheat on my taxes? I want to cheat on my taxes. I pay my taxes. As a good American Christian man, I have to do it. I don't like doing it. No one does. You know what? I want the same real estate benefit that Letitia James did to benefit me on your mortgage write-off. Take advantage of it. First of all, this is a blatant lie. She knew exactly what she was doing. But they always go, it was a mistake. I've been audited by the IRS before in the 90s. And if I went to them and go, we always, when the feds come in, you play it down. I go, I didn't know that you can't write off that printer for that amount. I didn't know that you can't write off that. You play down. And you know what? It does not work. The IRS goes, yeah, well, you remember the old TV show, you go like, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Because everyone goes, I didn't know I couldn't write off my house for double the amount or for one out of state and claim it as a primary residence so I could avoid expensive taxes in New York and California. So I'll just get a little apartment out in Arizona, which has a better tax rate, but I'll still make my primary residence in California, and then I don't have to pay their taxes. I just tell them I live mostly in Arizona, so I get a cheaper tax rate. And now that's okay. I just want to live by the same rules as Letitia James. And if she doesn't go to jail or get fined or have any kind of a career problem, then I don't want it either. Here's more on this. Is going to now getting into cultural issues about Hollywood. This actually, strangely, it does have to do with Trump and MAGA and kind of the turn of culture. Here's Disney is set to hire a white actress to star in the latest reboot after dumping DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, amid woke fury. So they did a black Little Mermaid, and there's I think she's Hispanic, Snow White, which bombed, and now they're going to try a white Aryan nation, Proud Boys, female, beautiful female for Tangle, the Rapunzel story. But what's funny about this, minorities are still struggling in Disney, and why would you abandon them now? Just because you're at their box office, you should be able to screw your country into the ground over owning a slave, and now you're endorsing slavery and giving whites who are
already have a blonde white woman who already has privilege. You're going to give her the privilege of a starring role. How dare you? As a woke liberal, I have to tell you that you're part of the patriarchy, you're part of white privilege, you people, you Disney people. I love saying that to liberals because they never meant it. They never loved, by the way, what about a trans person? Why not have a male that identifies, a biological male that identifies as a female, play the blonde girl? You won't do that either because you hate the rainbow. You hate trans people. You hate women. And you hate minorities. And you just use them for this cultural fad called DEI, Black Lives Matter, Marxism, which puts the different identities at war with each other. And when it really comes down to your company and making money, you say, screw our values. We want us some profits. This is my favorite quote from Ronnie Starbuck, though. Never forget that wokeness got so ridiculous that now it's actual news story that Disney's hiring a white actress for a white role after they lost $50 million casting a leftist Latina as Snow White. It's news now. Headline: Disney hires a white actress to play a white lead. The culture's changing, you know, and I'm not all, it's like, I don't have to say it. I don't like even trying to protect myself. Hey guys, I'm not pro-white. I'm not pro-white. I wouldn't even say that. I will make a joke about me saying that, though. Here's John Nolte, my buddy, who I worked for at Big Hollywood for Andrew Breitbart. He was the editor, and I love him so. John Nolte. Go look at my name on Wikipedia. It's like, Doug has problematic views. And you know what one of my problematic views was when they tried to cancel my career? That I once wrote articles for Breitbart. That was it. They didn't even say what was in the articles. All my articles were silly and stupid and funny. And they're like, Doug once wrote for Breitbart. So, problem solved. We don't hire him, right? You dummies, you hacks. Hollywood dead. Your stories are dead. John Nolte, the regime media really have lost their ability to influence the public and, more importantly, intimidate GOP lawmakers. So get it? The Democrat media can no longer run the narrative. They're through. The propaganda's done, guys. You'll never win another election now. No way in hell would the GOP have won the messaging wars 10 years ago with this shutdown. That is, the narrative would have made the GOP full because they ran it. This is how the Hollywood and the culture of media affects our politics. The lying media would have convinced the public of the Democrat lie that this has nothing to do with funding health care for illegals. We Republicans would have quickly caved, like the Disney execs, got a white tangled actor. But in this new media environment, the truth is winning and Republicans are holding firm. Trump deserves a lion's share of the credit, and Elon Musk. But so does social media, Elon Musk. So does alternative media, those of us, and Breitbart, who stood firm. We did not change. We took all the slings and arrows. I have people calling me a homophobe today on Twitter going, you're a homophobe and your Jesus hates people. I get it every day. You just get tough skin, as Trump said. You get numb to it. And so does a growing spine in the GOP, which we have documented in Mike Johnson wanting to make a fist and be a little stronger, which we like. Let's hope this continues after Trump leaves office in 2029. That's the fear. Here's Variety. So this is the guy that made the movie American Psycho. I know this is getting way deep in the weeds, guys, but it shows. I'll tell you something. This is the new movie that came out called One Battle After Another by Paul Thomas Anderson. I love PTA, Paul Thomas Anderson. He did Magnolia and Hard Eight and Boogie Nights, and he's just Punch Drunk Love. He's a fun director. Not great. He's kind of a Robert Altman guy, but he just did this movie that is so ridiculous against conservatives that it's being called just lazy and it smells really dated. So when I hear this from Variety magazine in Hollywood, it tells me the culture is doing a massive change, even at the movie level. American Psycho author Bret Easton Ellis rips Hollywood for loving One Battle After Another. So this is an anti-Christian Republican movie, anti-MAGA movie, and Hollywood, of course, is fawning over it, and no one's going to see it. He goes, it's just not a very good movie, but they love it because it makes them feel good as they try to cope post Kamala Harris. It features Leonardo DiCaprio, one of the greatest actors of all time. Sean Penn he grew up with Paul Thomas Anderson. They were good buddies growing up. And Benicio del Toro. Here's Variety magazine. American Psycho author Brett Ellison says Hollywood loves one battle after another because it aligns with the kind of leftist sensibility. It's kind of shocking to see these kind of accolades for, I'm sorry, it's not a very good movie because of its political ideology. And it's so obvious that's what they're responding to. Why it's considered a masterpiece, the greatest film of the decade, the greatest film ever made, is because it really aligns with the kind of leftist sensibility. That's it. That's all of their credentials right there. It will soon be a kind of musty relic of post-Kamala Harris era. That thing everyone gathers around and pretends is so fantastic, like Dr. Strangelove, and so great, when really it just isn't. Just to make a point, there's a liberal mustiness to this movie that already feels very dated by October 2025. Very dated. And it just doesn't read the room. You know, it reads a tiny corner of the room, but it doesn't really read what's going on in America. This is why Disney cast a white, tangled actor. They're starting to read America and go, you know, can we just make a movie? Wait, there's more. John Bolton, thereabout, is expected to be indicted this coming week. Are you ready for it, guys? The Trump twins are going to keep coming.
Bolton, former national security advisor turned sharp critic of Donald Trump, is expected to be the subject of a complaint or even an indictment as early as next week. MSNBC, citing two sources, is reporting exclusively that the acting U.S. attorney in Maryland is moving forward quickly to seek criminal charges against Bolton. They reportedly relate to claims that he improperly kept classified national security information in his Maryland home.
Look at, there's the boxes. Remember when they went after Trump for documents and Bolton said no one's above the law to Trump? And now Trump, we're pulling the classified documents out of Bolton's house. And guess what, Bolton? And this is a Republican. I'm all for it. Throw him in prison. No one's above the law. It's not stab Trump in the back. You were an opportunist, like Hollywood, and you jumped on. You were the last man to jump on top of a Trump dog pile. That makes you a coward. Same with Hollywood. You're artists. You should be brave. You should be punk rock rebels, telling the truth, speaking truth to power. And you didn't do it. You'd never tell a joke about Obama. You were terrified of being called a racist. You'd never tell a joke. You only tell jokes against Bush and Trump. You're not an artist. You're a cop. You're a photocopier. Here's Elon Musk, judges, DAs, lawmakers, and NGOs who push murderous thugs on innocent people by early releasing them need to be held accountable for their actions. This says 29-year-old killed in Charlotte. Suspect is Sanchez Nicholson. 33 prior arrests and multiple attempted murders. Here's his 33 prior arrests. Yeah, we have to go after the judges and DAs that let this guy go. How is it that if a parent of a minor who has access to a loaded weapon, they shoot someone, they're allowed to legally go after the parents, but you can't go after the judges that did something much more dangerous? On the 33rd arrest, they let this guy go back in public. That's worse than a parent leaving a loaded gun in the house. You did it, you be held accountable, you go to jail. Now this is on the cultural change again. CBS, before and after Barry Weiss's arrival. So this is CBS News on the Israel-Gaza war. I'm going to show you what bias versus facts look like. Barry Weiss, so you guys don't know, ran a podcast after she was canned over, I think it was the New York Times. She started her own podcast. CBS News bought it for $120 million and put her in charge of CBS News to save their demolished, discredited institution. So here's the old headline. Then we're going to look at the new headline of the same news after Barry Weiss takes over the institution. They write, hospitals and health clinics in Gaza City are on the brink of collapse. This is normal Hamas apologetics. It's like the Jews are after the hospitals. They never targeted hospitals. It's Hamas that would put their soldiers and their military units in basements of hospitals intentionally as a shield, using women, children, and the sick as their shield, as normal practice. Nearly 2 weeks into the offensive, 2 clinics have been destroyed by airstrikes, 2 hospitals shut down after being damaged, and others are barely functioning with medicine, equipment, and food and fuel in short supply. According to the Gaza Health Ministry, which is not a neutral authority, they're run by Hamas. The Gaza Health Ministry puts up all the fake numbers. Wait, let's go back. So now this is Barry Weiss. After CBS brings in some facts, it's the last line that really tells you the whole thing. Israel's retaliatory war against Gaza, so they're already retaliating against Gaza and against Hamas, which the U.S. and Israel consider a terrorist organization. Thank you, Barry Weiss. Has killed more than 67,000 people, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health. So she's telling you all the facts now. This is actual news. CBS, for the first time, just reported facts. Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health, which does not distinguish between civilian and combatant casualties. So they merge. When you kill 67,000 soldiers, they just call it people, most of them soldiers, but they make it sound like it's a bunch of civilian casualties. CBS News might have a hope. I think Barry Weiss's worst uphill fight right now. She's walking into a giant woke journalist institution, and there's no conservatives working there. She has to fire half of them and hire half conservatives if she's going to ever get balance in their news coverage, because a liberal can't fake conservatism. Now, this one I liked a lot. These are a group of young Kippur war veterans plowed fields in the Valley of Israel, creating a message to appreciate a Nobel Prize, they say. So there's the field, starting to make a letter there. And we're going to see the message of Nobel for Trump. Nobel for Trump. One little track. Thank you for that message, Trump. Healing the world. Wait, here's some Pam Bondi moves. I'm trying to get out of here quick, guys. I know this is going long, but here's Mike Davis. Pam Bondi is wrapping up monumental Supreme Court wins for the president. 20 in a row. Again, the people who lied to you and said Pam Bondi needs to be replaced, they were wrong. They were always wrong. I got my news from Trump, Pam Bondi, and Mike Davis. Important investigations are moving forward right now. I've worked on this every single day for 3 years, and I have followed every one of this every single day for 3 years. I'll work on it every day for the next 4 years. Justice is coming. I will make damn sure it happens. Thank you for having me, Carl.
Well, I would say this. I know Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. I know her well, and she has already done a lot at the Justice Department in just a few short months to bring serious reforms, including firing a lot of people in Main Justice, including firing a lot of people in the U.S. Attorney's offices.
And you know what? I got to take a victory lap here. First of all, I have the greatest audience in the world. You guys are the greatest. Period. I see you in the chat. You're a better audience than I've ever had. Truth seekers, all the bomb throwers and weirdos, the Epstein people, they've moved up. They lied to you and said if Pam doesn't do the Epstein thing right now, she has to be fired. That's what they told you. I saw it in my chat, and I lost, and I told the truth. I said, no, you're wrong. And then I lost 400 subscribers. Losers who want to be lied to. I said, go to other channels if you want to be lied to and make them money. There's a lot more money in telling you lies than telling you the truth. I have another very common comment about my chat that going, Doug, your channel is just growing so slow, we have to give you the numbers. There's an easy way to grow your channel. I can easily do the right titles and the right story, take the right positions to get another 400,000 psychos in my audience and hit 1 million subscribers. I don't want a bunch of conspiracy theorists. I don't want to be a bunch of weirdos. I can only say to them, Pam Bondi is not wasting time on Epstein right now. Are you happy that she won 20 Supreme Court cases? Are you happy that that these Democrat insiders that are corrupting our government are getting fired right now? Are you happy that she's cleaning up our streets, pursuing bad guys? The hardest working AG in my lifetime, who was attacked by people in MAGA. I have a responsibility to you. I'm not going to ever send you down. Even that opening story I did on Antifa, I'm very cautious about it because it sounds like a conspiracy. I know how those are. I will cover it, but I'm very careful about it, guys. You can trust me. I'm not a psycho. And I'm not here to just get subs, where I'll tell you anything as long as I make money and get subs. Breaking Friday Night Massacre underway at CDC. Massacre, of course, is spelled the fire rings last night. Dozens of disease detectives, high-level scientists, entire Washington staff, and editors of the MMWR, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, have been fired, that's reduction in force, and received the following notice. I'm just going to read you what all these guys getting fired get. I regret to inform you that you're being affected by the reduction in force action. Please find attached a notice memorandum explaining the RIF and next steps. The RIF action does not reflect directly on your service, performance, or conduct. It is being taken solely for the reasons stated in the memorandum. After you receive this notice, you will be placed on administrative leave and will no longer have building access beginning Friday, October 10th last night, unless directed otherwise by your leadership. Additionally, please save this email and its attachments or forward them to a personal email address for your records. Leadership at HHS appreciates your service. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord put your butt. I'm Doug in exile. Subscribe.
Discover your new Ford. Right now at Ford Street Ford. Come lease a new Bronco for $296 per month for 36 months. The search is over. Visit us today at Ford Street Ford.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingrid. This is Ingrid Mango from Washington tonight, as always. Thanks for spending some time with us. This is a Fox News alert. Tish is in trouble. The New York Attorney General was just indicted. We're going to have more of that in moments. But first, it does feel like Christmas in October, does it not? Celebrations continued across the Middle East over the historic peace agreement between Israel and Hamas. And at the White House, Team Trump took a much-deserved victory.
So Senate wars were major conflicts and wars. This is number 8. This is going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace. Peace in the Middle East.
Let's face it, only Donald Trump, with his relentless pursuit of peace and his team's outside the box thinking, could have gotten it done.
Remember, a month ago, one thought this was possible. We created a historic peace outside of the Arab countries, Muslim majority countries around the world. Egypt was there, Pakistan was there, and created this coalition behind this plan. The president has extraordinary phone calls, meetings that required a high degree of intensity and commitment, and make this happen.
This was a team effort, and the president, as any great coach would do, spread the credit around.
As a group, Steve, Jerry, Marco, me, and all of us, we got the hustles together. Many of them, JD, you were fantastic. Pete, you were great. Susie, I want to thank you very much. The CIA, John, it's very incredible deal. So I want to thank you all, and missing anybody, I apologize, but their days are.
I want to thank you again. Well, since he was sworn into office, Trump never lost sight of the human cost of this conflict, the suffering on both sides, especially the families of the hostages.
Oh, that's what we're seeing on us. That's what people want to do. Anything else, they want to use it. That's the feedback that we really have. No way to ever either threat possibly.
Under Secretary Howard Lutnick was with some of the families last night.
Well, we had Trump, the best guy in the world. We guys have to say President Trump.
And typical Trump was already focused on phase 2. Phase 2.
Because we will, there will be two-state solution is the only way to achieve justice.
Last 8 weeks, Joe Biden is fighting for peace in the Middle East. He is fighting to end the hostilities between Israel and Gaza. It's Joe Biden that's standing for peace and a lasting peace at that. And it's the Republicans that frankly would stoke the claims of war in the Middle East.
We're going through that kind of crisis. I think now is really a lot of decisions that have to be made. I don't think Trump is capable of making the decision. Oh, I was hoping my I love it, Donald. Take your words. Now, all of those seasoned pros in diplomacy and foreign affairs, they spent decades wrangling things in the Middle East. So Trump assembled a group of really smart people to figure it out. And what they might have lacked in foreign policy experience, they made up for it in drive and common sense. After picking this up along, isn't it a relief after 4 long years of Anthony Blinken and the auto man to have a president capable of great things with the dream team hammering out all the deal things?
This is a good case. A deal will take later one of the greatest deals in the world. Has a lot of reaction. There's a lot of people who are very close to all the members of the Senate experiences and life experience he brought to the table. He also chose to be one of those famous Palestinians. He's actually picked out that classical case.
Okay, I love that moment. It's nice to see a cabinet laughing with the president, not at him. What is it that's such a monumental accomplishment that even the president's most vicious legal critics had to admit, yeah, he was yours, man.
Joe Biden could never do that. And Donald Trump was able to do it. But he was the decisive on the 27th century was won last night. And Israel cannot pass a spend impeachment of whether Israel's part.
It is a remarkable achievement. He has done this through diplomacy, pressure, and the sheer force of his personality and persistence.
Someone with whom you disagree about 99 things, but someone who really well and goes the wrong way with President Trump.
That'll have to go over. And as for the few diehards on Twitter claiming that you did this just to get the Nobel Peace Prize, just stop. Stop embarrassing yourself. With so many lives on the line for so long, Trump has bragging rights. Period.
But in history itself, 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And we stopped 8 wars. So that's never happened before. But they have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I said that on the line. Remember the Pittsburgh chance for war? Bush was war. Trump was peace. And the world celebrated. Trump decided to get another party too. He gave Israel away and said, your family is coming home. Mr. President, we've been listening you. We know you've done so much for us over the past 10 years. Thank you for doing America. Democrats spent all night in the Oval Office, putting the finishing touches on the Israeli-Palestinian peace deal. He walked into his quarterly cabinet meeting and it all alone.
I don't know if the one-day draft was high for both represents the yesterday draft. Mark would say, not congratulations, and you're entitled to that.
At some point very soon, we are going to see vulnerable human beings emerge from the darkness into the light with post-traumatic overlap with the history of our country, something our country should be very proud of. That we have a I could have been tomorrow. What about this time? And Trump hasn't been thinking about it at all. I noticed that nobody in history saw 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I stopped 8 wars. So that's what happens. What they get up to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives. Trump's not being selfish. He just can't get the vote out. He'll settle for whatever they think is happening. But that goes out with the fact that the result of the campaign is happening. Over and over, and going back to the truth. Trump's not the only one who thinks he can fix it. Israel said, stop the path. Great TV. Thanks to the camera. According to Moses, you're more than Trump. If you're responsible for that, I get good. In the field, they call it no God for Trump. Even Democrats are saying it's too big to win.
I think the whole point of having a no government is not a good war, and every war is a very big and big brings the Ukrainian war into the same battle with the Democrats do
Every Democrat should be celebrated, right? Bashir Tlaib used to spend weekends banging pots and pans outside of the Capitol, screaming, free Gaza. They focused free Gaza. And what did Tlaib say? Nothing. Not a tweet, not a press release, nothing. Makes you wonder if she really wanted to free Gaza at all. Maybe she was more into the inside. Even the media saying Trump pulled off the tyranny of the century. Make no mistake, it looks like President Trump has actually pulled off something here that many presidents before him have failed to do. It is a remarkable achievement, and President Trump most certainly deserves credit for his role. He has done this with diplomacy, pressure, and the sheer force of his personality and persistence. Biden's been pulled apart because he had a nasty relationship with the Saudi prince. And after October 7th, Bibi didn't have the honor enough room for an event. His first visit this term was to the Arab Sheikh, announcing a demandable $1 billion deal. Then Trump joined him in the Capitol office. Bolton Busters. And he said, all right, you should knock it off. But still let Bibi have a good hand in Gaza. Then the Prime Minister was calculated. He launched airstrikes against Hamas negotiators and Qatar. Qatar's an ally, a distant partner, and they engaged with them. The Arab world was humiliated, and Trump was shocked. He summoned Netanyahu to the Oval, handed him a phone, and made him call Qatar and apologize in front of the camera. Some said it looked like a hostage takeout. Afterwards, Trump put out a play-by-play peace plan and told Bibi, sign it or American support for Israel's done. So the Israelis were still trying to nitpick parts of the deal. Trump said, stop looking for loopholes. And then he got his counter. How do we know Hamas isn't just bluffing? Trump said, why are you being so ethically negative? And they told Hamas, sign it or I'm letting Netanyahu off the leash. That means 72 virgins by New Year's. Historians are saying Bush the elder thought this was impossible.
I said, what demands a decade, even better. I said, Mr. President, do you think this ever gets resolved? And he said, yeah, no. That's what one of the most experienced diplomatic presidents in American history said it with enough know what we're saying.
Why couldn't career diplomats get this done? Hey, listen. We were told Biden was a foreign policy savant, and now Democrats are asking, what happened? Let's really think that this was not doable.
I think the biggest problem that President Biden had is there was no pressure from Turkey, from
But I think by saying that, it's totally not the country. The Middle East didn't respect Biden. It's never a good idea to tell the Arabs, you're swearing off oil in North Korea. And then come calling back to the kingdom, begging for more oil from a guy who called himself. Leaving Afghanistan really not very much either. Trump was a lot different.
obviously it's in the United States. They deal with real estate really one of the biggest deals in the world. Has a lot of interactions with a lot of people who are very close to architecture, building studies, creators, and life experience brought to the table. He also, of course, did one of the most famous Palestinian construction documentary.
With the help of Marco Rubio, Stadium Healthcare took tremendous foreshadowing from all the New York real estate developers, put pressure on both sides, and got them to sign on a dotted line. Personal diplomacy, business investment, and convinced all the parties to listen and follow what he wanted to do. He was entrusted them, and most importantly, they respected him. When Biden said go, everyone did. So with Donald Trump, when he said go, then go. And now that's the world isn't for Israel. The world is used to the Obama-Biden way to they just throw money at the problem. And when they didn't get results, they just throw more money. Some folks are about making money, not giving it away.
Guys, was going to be shortly 3 days of tremendous ride, and that's one of the road I see. That's just a small part of that. One day in April, we want this the guys.
It's a hostage is created when the fighting stops. An alliance between Israel and Saudi Arabia is trying to make it out. And the Abraham Accords is failed. The first one was the Iranian nuclear program was that hot. That is we can get in the Pacific and back into the Western Hemisphere. And the Middle East can make money, not more. We spend our money on America, not money on fire, policing, and troubled presidents. And who knows? Maybe we build a Trump Tower in Gaza to open the door that is Israel. The views are stunning. Not a bad place to hang your Nobel.
Well, I take wisdom to stop talking about it because it's so massive we think we should get it.
Why can't we talk about the Nobel? Obama got one. That was a UBI prize. We didn't read it, he didn't earn it. Obama got it. Like, you didn't even know what he got. He got elected and they gave it to Obama for doing absolutely nothing but destroying our country. And he's not a good president. The worst president is Obama. Obama is not a good president. Trump stopped 8 wars since January. 8. A guy who stops wars, you call him Hitler? How did never judge the left trying to arrest a man who made peace in the Middle East? With all this success, maybe we should let him run for a bit. Organization, entity, or elected officials above the law. Period. Today, those roads finally run true. It's hours ago, we have top law enforcement officials that in fact indicted by a grand jury indictment on 10 charges. Now remember, if you have on a platform, you don't get Trump. That's one man, one family, one organization, and then once elected, you pick up a wild civil case against the president asking a New York judge to criminalize Trump for supposedly, interestingly enough, overvaluing his Florida mansion, Mar-a-Lago, on a fully paid off bank loan. Yet everyone got paid back. And by the way, Zuma with an $18 million valuation and is closer to $1 billion, $1.5 billion. But according to federal prosecutors, it was deemed she was committing mortgage fraud herself in 2023. In order to secure a better loan and better loan terms on a separate property, we see all the details coming up. Great job. Jonathan Turner, they will break all this down tonight. But we begin with peace in the Middle East. All thanks to a groundbreaking peace deal from the White House. This deal is so major, so historic, that even the left-wing legacy media mob, they are even praising President Trump tonight. According to MSNBC Democrats, well, they did not even read the major list under Joe Biden. Look at it.
There's no way President Trump is not saying that Florida and Bushel, that there's a significant change. This will allow for 2 years for Biden to put the kind of program properly established. President Trump found that President Trump on both sides. And we'll take it out for sure over the next few days. But the
It's going to plan. If we see those remaining hostages freed and Israel begin its withdrawal, it's a remarkable achievement, and President Trump most certainly deserves credit for his role. He has done this through diplomacy, pressure, and the sheer force of his personality and persistence. He dispatched diplomats again and again with threats just in the last few days and months, saying again if they did not sign the deal, all hell would break loose. And they have the bombing of Iran as an example of that. But perhaps most importantly, he pushed Benjamin Netanyahu in ways his predecessor never had.
I think he goes to a channel, I'm sure he gets on every single level. There is wall-to-wall praise for President Trump. Take a look. Yeah, I think he's underscored what anything wrong that's known as for President for a vision. For the people of Gaza who have endured 2 years of war, for families of the 48 that are hostages who have endured 2 years of absolute agony. This is a watershed moment. President Trump announcing that the first phase of this plan will be moving forward. And a message today does not have to be used word, which is great news. I kind of focus again on it. So tell you what he said. Looks like what's in place. And let's see football summary here. There's many presidents before this outplay on the field. We heard it again and again from a number of people today. We don't want to credit to President Trump for getting this deal over the finish line. What are you hearing from your sources with regard to President Trump's role in getting both parties to sign off on at least the first phase of this peace plan? Well, certainly this is an enormous moment for the world, but also for this administration. Celebrate. This is a huge accomplishment by the Trump administration. It's a major breakthrough and a huge accomplishment for the president. After months of deadlock, the hostages set to finally come home. Let's see how long it takes for us to get back to the situation back. It's not to hell. Democracy is hell. At the beginning of the 1725, that success would be the greatest event in diplomacy. Peace deal with Iran, history of the only woman in the entire Middle East, and President Trump asked he could make it happen. He would feel force at his will, and now take a look at his speech. The freedom of home. All the hostages would be returned. And meanwhile, U.S. personnel already stationed several behind the peace agreement will be covered international forces that are on the ground. It's amazing news that even Ron Burgundy, CNN, George Washington, Congressman Jeff Goldman, people at the president, that's the city. Take a look. I think the biggest problem that President Biden has is there's less than that the entire administration. They are simply
to the Inflation Reduction Act or any of the acts that Biden or the anti-administration is having. But they said we're going to shut down chemicals. We don't like any of those things you did. We're going to not pay our gas areas. We're going to, not allow the government to reopen until we do what we want. After the election, there was the issue. People protesting 25%. These are going crazy. Take a look at the contrast. Democrats say we'll be blocking a clean fuel resolution that would simply fund the government at current levels in order to fight for free health care for the illegals, refund PBS, FDR. At the same time, Donald Trump is very busy putting together an unprecedented Middle East peace deal that will save countless lives and hopefully alter the course of human history in our region and around the world. We can make the entire world a better, a safer place. So Trump has offered today's Democrats 15 points for protecting California. Seems the left is ready to take it outside. And like the sun, Brett Kavanaugh will never die.
What he did say before the fact of California brother, if you and me, or the win, we're ready to go. Only we didn't do it. Well, but like, you think you're going to get 60% of these wealthy homes of the least, so what is your question? Well, so I don't want to keep this on the call. We're not going to do anything. What's the one thing I'm not going to put everybody up there in the next 2 months?
It's no surprise you believe the 20% is that good level of body tax. Then there's this recently surfaced email games.
The airports and other problems, and the state of news. It's not that. It's not people. It's not being local. It's not okay. That's okay. Also within my shop. Sit out of my shop.
Yeah. No wonder everyone working for her ends up on a stovepipe. The moment she can retain staff the way she retains water. Then, I know, there's left-wing streamer Hassan Piker, who's being accused of stalking his dog on a live stream. It's the same reason as to why America fired both dogs. I know. Let's see it one more time, though. It's the same reason as to why America fired both dogs. So what did he just do to that dog? For one, to stand up, and that's the Democrats' new model for liberal male masculinity. A guy who keeps his dog the way Hunter Biden treats his penis. I mean, I don't know if he shot his penis, but I'm assuming. Who wouldn't? If I had the option, then what if Greta, the left's favorite vegan Swedish meatball, she posted a photo of a starving Israeli hostage claiming it was a starving Palestinian. But I guess we all have no life if you skip school for 15 years. And maybe it's the brain damage you get when you replace a protein-rich diet with anti-Semitism. The recent new haircut had Jews and Muslims both united in recommending a veil. Now, she's not gay, but she could be the face of the Democrat Party, female, white. I think it's predatory. Hostages get freaky liberty Catholics get sexually fast. The list goes on. So he's still a grim ghoul who's hanging upside down. Well, the Republican Fargo program taking healthcare away from 60 million people to this case. But Democrats have lured you. No way. How fake is that? That's not Trump said no effing way. It's a complete Seattle story. Jerry Kaplan, it's not football. Really know what happened to his back.
6 Farwell Booker who gets himself at one ball among them. And Brandon, Liz, and Ted watch him from third into the face, and the other skates for Jazz hands. So it's obvious, it's not just the message, it's the manner. I mean, Kamara and his put a non-flower point event, but one hand of a disciplined mob on the other, the Canada honor version of Melrose Place. Did the devs once have some fun before? I mean, at least what this looked like a good time. He was an inspiration to men everywhere who focused on that ugly edge. Today's devs are different. They can't find their footing in reality. The truth is like has their oddballs. Here's the difference. They're drunk, they're bartering, sober. Their kids look like they get drunk and shoot movies at factories. And be honest, getting locked up by 13 men is a continental role playing tonight. As long as it's not at a 10. Hey. Turns out. With the dance, it seems so, what's the word for it? Ugly. And that's because the mind and body are intertwined. You can't be physically appealing if your mind is around stability. Look at TV and suffering before and after show. Your posture, hair, faces. Family living alone can scare stress off a zebra. That's the opportunity cost of such arrangement. It drains all the energy that you are enjoying from your life. That's why it's not a hindrance to the game. And what happens with an addict is he's interested in everything but the drug. It's not vaping, it's not trying the South Beach, the silicone with eggs and friends disappear. In short, it's important. The gangs are in desperate need of rehab, invisible on their faces, danger health. So they need to ask for it. Will that always be grateful? And you'll never ask them for that. All their lives that they have to learn. Their point is to have all the answers to everybody's questions. That's why they love the government. That's why they love control. Because they can take and solve all of your problems. And if you believe that, and you would know that, you are a supremely intelligent person. And that's why these people will never, ever stop to acknowledge that they're wrong and that they need help. Yeah, you'll never get anything. They often would say, start with food and stuff. There you go. That's what they like to follow up question. This is what you have. I have never met an unattractive conversation in my life. You're right. It's amazing silence. The guy audience says that he's bored. But yet we go to a strip club, they're all the top chicks, but they're so miserable, it really makes it hard to have black hair. Not impossible. Well, not impossible, not impossible. Well, maybe Taylor thinks he has all the answers. Why doesn't she ask his daughter a question? That is a good question. Look, it's so weird being on American.
crazy connectivity. Like it echo-miners are going to visit abroad. And she just basically retired to walk right in and do television. As for the guy who's talking to him, I believe he has citizenship in Germany as well as in support, as you said earlier, not voting for the states, the ethnic states of America. I think that he should go to citizenship. What happened again with this? What do you say to that?
Try, yeah. We saw the perfect thing for this kid. I was going to hit it, but that's not the point of it, right? That's okay. We get in at the bar. It's okay. That makes me proud to get proud. What is the backup? The backup for the keeping off forever. What am I crazy? And when they said like a single mother wanted to love her, I was like, the people think that I'm supposed to get out. Yeah, we get it. But those were people who use it. Yeah, but you know what? It's sort of like some relationships at the beginning of like certain things, and you just stop right there. Yeah. That's right. At first they like the potatoes. The potatoes at first, and then it was like a family. It was like, very full fire. There's no issue. So, Dad, what do you think of this whole action? He shot the gun. I think that he actually shot the gun. I, for one, think he's lying. For two, don't think that is that relevant to an actor either way. Because what kind of reaction is that to have to your dog stand up? Yeah. Well, I have a dog. Never once has he stood up and I'm like, oh, yeah, get it in. But when it comes to actually, I actually would go so far as to say that I wish that my dog could stand. Yeah. It's a good thing that my dog can stand. And also, if I ever hear my dog make a sound like that, I will stand up and then see if he's okay. Yes. Yeah, he's a great guy. I think it's typically the same people that influence the animals that are scared of cats. I'm not saying he's a better dog. I'm not saying he's not a serial I'm only asking you something, Dad. Do that on a street and people are watching that. When your dog stands, am I right? Yeah, that's your non-toxic masculinity for that's your non-toxic masculinity. But it's just be like my mother's born the dog. It's like, dude, if your mom's dog and you look like you're in your mom's basement. Yeah. Who are you to trust anybody? Yeah, exactly. That's what those shots are. Yeah. I don't really mean that. I do. All right, let's do it. Get up. All right, up next, Bob Frank. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch behind interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. It was 780 and Carmine Bassett. He shot the president. One dedicated United Mission salesperson who drove the heavy guy in under an hour. That's right, 1 hour. Get by it. No happy, no pressure. Just get out of space when you deserve it. American cop no more. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Our Americans will be shocked to learn that non-citizens have the right to enter a country, advocate for the overthrow of the United States, disrupt the education of thousands of students, create chaos on a college campus like Alexis just talked about, and then run our courts to protect them from the consequences of their own actions. Now, from my perspective, even if the court precedent does give non-citizens certain rights, free speech concerns don't really come into play if our officials, according to the terms of the statute newly passed, determine that a non-American
It's Section 237, 84C of the INA. An alien whose presence or activities in the United States, the Secretary of State has reasonable grounds to believe would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States is deportable. Now, there is an exception in this law which states that an alien should not be deported because of the alien's past, current, or expected beliefs, statements, or associations. Such belief statements or associations would be lawful within the United States. Unless, here's the key, the Secretary of State personally determines that the alien's admission would comprise a compelling United States foreign policy interest, compromise that interest. And in this case, what happened? Well, Secretary Rubio has made the determination in a letter that Mahmoud Khalil's ongoing presence would, in fact, compromise a compelling foreign policy interest. You with me? So the radicals, of course, are trying to use this as a way to scare you. If you believe in constitutional rights, you understand that there's happening in this country, and everyone knows he has been very vocal against the genocide of the Palestinians in the West. And you're targeting him, and if you believe in constitutional rights, his rights. That's the truth, but it's simply clear to me that our families, that our Constitution, to safeguard the rights of non-citizens whose entire goal is to seize power in the United States in order to benefit our enemies. And here's one line. The left is trying to blow this up into a big story for their own good for self-preservation. Why? They know there are a lot more Mahmoud Khalils out there. And they're living here, they're working here, they're studying here, on student visas, on work visas. And it is their goal, the left's goal, to normalize this notion of foreigners coming here and then advocating for the overthrow of our government. Spewing this vile anti-Americanism, and of course in this instance, anti-Semitism. We don't see this one, radicals. We've seen this a lot already in America. But for now, they're out of power. And with Trump, it's hard to see who's running against them. The truth is, our left in the United States needs reinforcements abroad to finish the job they started in earnest under Obama. So these rabid lunatics do not have a positive theory about what America is supposed to be. To them, America and Americans are a blot on the global landscape. The sooner our country and Americans are gone, the better the world will be. Now, think of the difference between how this new left thinks about our country, that it's systemically racist, it's imperialist, what the pro-Hamas people think, as compared to the way the old liberals thought about it. They thought America just needed to live up to its founding principles in order to succeed. That's what Martin Luther King believed. Listen to the I Had a Dream speech. That's what JFK believed. That's what Abraham Lincoln, of course, Republican, but revered by the left, believed. But today, the hard left wants the entire system smashed. You see it on college campuses. That's what they want, upheaval. It's not enough for we American citizens believing this, but there is nothing in our history, nothing in basic common sense that compels us to admit foreigners, let them stay here, who believe any of this. This is a recipe for total chaos. Justice Robert H. Jackson, writing in The Dissent in Terminello versus Chicago back in 1949, got it right. The choice is not between order and liberty. It is between liberty with order and anarchy without either. There is danger that if the court does not temper its doctrinaire logic with a little practical wisdom, it will convert the Constitutional Bill of Rights into a suicide pact. This question of whether this Columbia grad threatens national security, it should be left up to the Secretary of State and the President. This individual is not an American citizen. He has whatever rights were given to him by statute. As I mentioned earlier, the statute says it's up to Rubio to decide whether that individual poses a national security risk. Now, 1999, the Immigration Appeals Court ruling sent a letter from the Secretary of State laying out the serious adverse foreign policy consequences that our country is deemed presumptive. They don't have to do any more. President Trump wrote on Truth Social today, if you support terrorism, including the slaughtering of innocent men, women, and children, your presence is contrary to our national and foreign policy interests. We're not welcome here. And the White House, with a knife at our throats. That doesn't have to be a mob on college campuses. It can be a single, disaffected, angry refugee. What some in Europe are calling low-cost jihadists. A horrifying story in The Spectator. One of these low-cost extremists was last week jailed for life by a French court. In October 2020, Tunisian Brahim al-Asawi murdered 3 Christians with a knife outside a church in Nice. One of the victims, a 44-year-old woman, was stabbed 25 times. During his trial, al-Asawi justified his actions by claiming, "You, the West, kill Muslims, women, and children. These innocent people who die every day, aren't they human? Don't they have families?" The UAE's foreign minister tried to warn the West years ago. There would come a day that we would see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of the lack of decision making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East, that they know Islam, and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance. No, unfortunately, ignorance is something we have a surplus of in our government. But not what? American citizenship for the foreign-born is not a right. It's a privilege that we should be very carefully bestowing upon only the most deserving. America first. If up to me, I'm pretty well immigration until we really got a handle on who's here and why, until we deport the millions here illegally, or we threaten our national security. And the food, for real. And that's the end. But we're more jobs today. We're the fire, we're under the fire. And you need to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as you get. Now, here's the bad news. I'm not allowed to drive because I haven't driven a car in a long time. I love to drive fast. But I'm going to have an Apple right now, so I'm going to let my staff use it, I'm going to let people in the place use it. And they all are all excited about that. I'm not allowed to use it. Can you believe it? Watch out, ladies. There's the Tesla living around DC next week. It might be Stephen Miller. And Trump just laid his eyes on a red one. Did I get it in? Get it in? Okay. But the other side, now you got to remember that one. Oh, that's one. You want my note? Yeah. I'm going to give you notes. I'm not sorry, never do so. I'm going to keep the thing. You're definitely rolling around. It's a different kind of time. Everything's computer. You don't want me to start. It's really amazing. We like Roger used to say, why would Biden buy an EV? Presidents don't drive. Well, Trump doesn't drive either. And he just paid such a price for it. He should have him. Whatever happened, he wanted to do it. The Democrats brought Trump by Tesla on the White House wall and said the car's ugly. And it's the most corrupt administration in America. Democrats are back and Trump promoting EVs. It's what Biden did for 4 years. Biden gave billions to Detroit to build EVs, and they gave Americans $8,000 in rebates to buy one. But he didn't buy one. Said he wants to pull that stuff because the way the engine goes. The only reason 47 is buying a Tesla is because Democrats fired Biden. That's beautiful. But Trump has to provide some say that he should be labeled domestic terrorist. I would do that. I'm going to stop him. We catch anybody doing this because the Army of great American company. When you heard an American company, especially a company like this, supplies so many jobs that others in financial institutions. When you do that, those people are going to go through a big process of protection. Let me tell you, you do it to Tesla, you do it to any company. They're going to catch you, and you're going to go through hell. Liberals said EVs were going to save the planet. Now they're lighting them on fire. I can't even keep up with these people. Any American company that comes under attack by domestic terrorists, the president, whoever it is, should buy the product. If liberals were vandalizing Pizza Hut, the president has to get the toothpaste delivered. Teslas are made in America. They don't make it in Mexico. That's the whole point of Trump's trade agenda. Made in America by Americans. Create jobs and reduce wages.
What if your legislators are trying to be smart while there are some folks in school teachers working at home and they are struggling with their retirement accounts down at the moment, uncertainty about work and pay?
So I think it is too good. I think our country had to do this. We had to go and do this. They've taken away other countries, have taken away our business, they've taken away our jobs. This economy, in my opinion, is going to go away. But what I have to do is I have to get the workers back, I have to get the factories open. We gave it away. Presidents before me gave it away. I can name every one of them. But they gave it away, we're taking it back. Globalization benefited multinational corporations, kept the stock market high, kept prices up. But it decimated around 100,000 American factories and sent 5 million manufacturing jobs overseas. That's why we call it the Rust Belt. Working class, middle American towns collapsed. So the jobs left. Families fell apart. The birth rate dropped. And the drugs took over.
Crazy. Hot old steel has been the lifeblood of Johnstown. Businesses pumping dollars into jobs. The city's failing. But now the pulse of the community is in cardiac arrest. That was an official aren't making any more comments. Election pending is president. They're sorry, but it's simply not cost effective to run the mill any longer.
It does work. There's a dramatic spin off with that. And there's a lot of small productions solved.
In part, Bethlehem cites fierce foreign competition and the national economy for their demise. For some Bethlehem employees, it's hard to look past the shocking news.
You know, don't rely on a corporation that don't want you. In a sense, they don't care, you know. They are your numbers. American industry got hollowed out. We stopped building ships, automobiles, even medicine. And it crushed their business. Wounded the fabric of American life. This trade war is really a war for American independence.
President Trump will not repeat the trend of past American presidents who broke their promises to the American public and smiled while they stuck a knife in the back of American workers and shipped their jobs overseas.
Trump was elected in 2016 to save the working men and women in this country. And he got off to a great start. And then COVID came. And we realized how vulnerable we are, relying on China for everything. Foreign supply chains and critical industries are a national security. And the old days isn't going to happen if American companies don't come home. What's the Democrats' plan to do that? They don't have one. What's the Democrats' plan to lower foreign tariffs? They don't have one. The stock market is good under Biden because Joe never did anything. And the market has certainty. And the market is certain, so is the city. No news, no new action, it is predictable. Wall Street is great. But how do the American workers feel? They got hammered by inflation and everything in between. Trump was elected to correct them, and that's what he's doing. The tariffs are unpredictable, and the market hates that. They have to play around. And they can't move factories back free like that. That takes time and money. And Wall Street has plenty of money, but the American worker doesn't have the time. And Canada especially has gotten a free ride from Mexico. Trump's been trying to make them an offer they can't refuse. Quote, the only thing that makes sense is for Canada to become our tariffs 50% state, which would make all tariffs and everything else totally disappear. Yesterday, our neighbors from Europe decided they wanted to do things the hard way. They slapped a 25% tariff on electricity coming into the country. We jacked up utility prices in New York, Michigan, Minnesota. Trump hit back this morning, announcing he was doubling the tariffs on Canadian steel from 25% to 50%. The Canadians didn't like that, and they fired the first official shot of the American-Canadian war.
Let me be clear. I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely.
That's an act of war. That's like a utility company telling you all the things next door, they're going to shut their power off. The only thing that protects them and everybody else's stuff. What's the belief? We declared a national emergency on electricity.
But can you imagine Canada stooping so low to people that quickly, they still attach the rights of innocent people as a bargaining chip and threat? They will pay a financial price for this simple. They will be run about in history books for many years to come. The day is really talking about me back then. As you know, there's a great small man in Canada who said he was in a charge, in a surcharge, in a marathon, or a piece of something. Oh, he gets called and he said he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. And he was in the birthday of David James, and he's not going to do it. So I respect him. He's a race fan, and he's sort of falling off the roof. We should be Catholic from TV and read a bit of USOPA and come up to a review next year.
It's directed at Canada. Because your Toyota boilerplate Quebec 4 is a Brexit model within Canada. Your Quebec 4 is wildly popular, one of the most popular vehicles sold here in the United States. So, what this immigrant Christian said to Canada, you can do at these plants, then you can't. We want them down here.
The reason we're telling you is the major companies are pouring back into this country. Honda, Volvo, LG, Samsung, Stellantis, Volkswagen, the list goes on. American steel loves what's up, so they consider the future. We didn't do it trouble already. We have a look comical, but we didn't have anything out of the month. It's like, we push the tariff on, 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 and we got the whole country, and we turn the all around. We're all first. No matter what Donald Trump does, because he's nervous and scared, leaving these interviews because he's trying to change the narrative. 7, negative 3, limited 7. We are, and they say it's something where it's going to be worse in the next couple of days and worse after that because he had started a trade war they were going to lose. And it's unbelievable that people believe it. A dictator triggered a recession by starting a trade war he's going to lose. That's the immediate patriotic. Well, I guess we should just go back to Bidenomics. Their life was so beautiful. Foreigners never invaded our country and stole our jobs and factories. The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the economy needs to detox from Bidenomics. The opinions of the markets are taken into account by you, and I think this is pretty much backed up by everybody else. Is that really, there's some good detail, right? Lower taxes, less regulation, less fentanyl in this country when we close the borders, which is going to be good for the economy. Less immigration, which means we don't have illegal immigrants come out of our cases. All this is happening right now, and it's not happening. They're looking at this so broadly. This is it's so happy to get some of this out of our system. Now, here's a pilot now. First of all, we got good. His experience is great market money, suburban. Look at this chart from the game. If you put $100,000 in the market in 1980, then you got this action. You retired at $7 million. No one likes to lose money, but the Dow's basically flat since the election. I know, it's been about 4 months. It seems like fun. And Trump's not running for re-election, so he's doing the tough stuff that no other politician would ever do. Fight trade wars, fight Wall Street, cut spending, because it's in the long-term interest of the American people.
The other day, ruling out a potential recession due to run on the stock market. The Commerce Secretary said this is going to on the recession.
I think we're likely. I don't see it at all. I think recession is not going. But as I said, I think there's the easy way and the hard way. The hard way to do it is exactly what I'm doing, but the results are going to be 20 times greater. Remember, Trump is over the top. And look at what I've said over the last 10 years. Trump has been right in all the time. This is the way to do it. Over the hand, we had Canada live on the cover. We're thinking about living at home and abroad. White House Press Secretary Kamala Harris. We'll get our White House briefing from her and more on her crash with the so-called reporter from the very anti-Trump Associated Press, very woke Associated Press. Already part 2 of my exclusive interview with HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr., who made this promise during our trip this weekend to take it back. If you tried to take away presidents, he would be fired. I'm pretty convinced. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. It does not take away President Bush. That's not going to happen. Hey, we're going to come to our interview later in the show. We'll talk about measles. We will talk about the price of eggs and avian and everything else that's going on. But first, tonight, thanks to President Trump, we are one giant step closer to peace in Europe. We can all pray. Take it away. Today, we made an offer that the Ukrainians would accept, which is to enter into a ceasefire and into immediate negotiations to end this conflict in a way that is willing and sustainable and accounts for their interests, their security, their ability to prosper as a nation. So we'll take this offer now to the Russians. And we hope that they'll say yes, that they'll say yes to peace. The ball is now in their court. The fight has to stop. And that's what we agreed today. Just think about it. We've gone from if the war's going to end to now how the war's going to end. And this was an important first step. And that was under President Trump's leadership. He has literally moved the entire global conversation where we had a very senior Ukrainian delegation with us today. We had engagements with our Russian counterparts. And now it's how the war's going to end. And that's under President Trump's leadership. Overall, it's very straightforward and prepared school. Looking at those things that you can ever say, you know, always 50s and things, here all those people now. You see how closer we have come to peace since the start of this war. I hope we got the destruction ends. Anybody with a heart, conscience, and soul will all do the same. But just 10 days ago, nobody served me well. This state-run legacy media mob, Democrats, they were all hysterical. This after Zelensky's Penn meeting at the White House, they told us Trump ruined America's relationship with Ukraine and are standing around the world for years and years to come, and that peace was never going to even have a chance to happen. You might recall from the list.
Becoming now hours after an Oval Office ambush of an American ally that will reverberate all around the world and stain America's image for years to come. It revealed instead that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance clearly for Vladimir Putin. They are popping the champagne in Moscow. They thought their best vodka out and a dealer shot as we speak. I mean, that's exactly what's probably in my head. And the propaganda is what's coming out of J.D. Vance's mouth. And it's Russian propaganda. Taylor, I want to start with looking at this. I mean, take it, Christiana. Hold that thought for one. Okay, actually, Christiana, please. Take it away.
No, you're never going to force that Donald Trump, of course. That's about right. Blinded by their anti-Trump rage, Democrats, the legacy media mob, they are unable, unwilling to tell their viewers the truth. Now, if you were watching this program, you are definitely better informed. In fact, here's what I was reporting 10 days ago. Take a look. I predict Zelensky, he's going to be back. He has to be back. How much more death and destruction will it take for him to come back? After the media mob was so blinded by their anti-Trump rage, they'd be able to see the following pattern. Let me walk you through it, especially during the state-run media mob. I'll go very slow for your benefit. Step one, President Trump introduces a plan, and tense negotiations usually ensue right thereafter. Step two, Democrats, the media, they all freak out. Like Alka-Seltzer in water, they bubble and fizz, and they hate Trump. And they tell everyone that the sky is falling, the world is coming to an end. Step three, Donald Trump uses America's tremendous strength and leverage to negotiate as many favorable deals that are in America and the world's best interest. Step four, the chicken littles on the left, they look stupid and dishonest as per usual. This pattern is now playing out yet again with trade negotiations and tariffs against Canada, Mexico, etc. But guess what? Canada just backed down from a 25% tax on electricity exported to the U.S. And Trump's proposed tariff on Canadian steel and aluminum, they have been paused while the two countries hopefully will be able to hammer out a deal of free and fair trade. Now, we gotta deal with real issues here. Canada must address three very glaring issues. First, they need to shut down illegal immigration and fentanyl trafficking across their borders. With the U.S., it has never been higher than it is now. Second, the free ride for our friends in Canada, and I consider the people in Canada our friends, is over. Canada must start paying for their own self-defense. And don't forget, all NATO allies are required to spend 2% of their GDP on defense. The U.S. spends unusually very, very 37% of its GDP on national defense, our neighbors to the north must fulfill their obligations to NATO. Third, the issues that Canada must resolve are the pre-Trump tariffs and limits imposed against a variety of American goods. You may not know this. We already have a trade imbalance with Canada. And by the way, they already have put tariffs on us. I don't know if you knew that. For example, a big 7.5% tariff on goods, but the amount of imports is capped. And after that happens, we expect the tariff rises to a whopping 241%. That's not good for American dairy farmers in Wisconsin and elsewhere. There's also a 200% supply management tariff on eggs and poultry, and nearly a 300% supply management tariff on butter and cheese. Now, what goes to the north? We either have free and fair trade or we don't. If they want free and fair trade, Donald Trump will give it to them. If they choose reciprocal tariffs, that will be on them. Now, I'll also add one last thing. Canada spends $30 billion on their military every year. The U.S. spends nearly $1 trillion, and the world knows that the United States will protect our friends to the north in Canada if they are ever in need. Just a little more appreciation would be nice from our friends to the north, and I'm not sure if I really want Canada to be the 51st state, because I suspect that we do more liberal senators, we don't do that. The progress is now underway, and the Trump haters on the left once again look foolish. Tonight, we have seen the very same patterns play out with Burns as well. That the hysteria directed and the outright evil directed at Elon Musk is absolutely insane. He is receiving now constant death threats. Tesla dealerships, Tesla owners are under attack all over the country. You know, the smears, the lies of the media lab, the Democratic Party, the radical left are now stopped. Why? All because Elon Musk supported Donald Trump, is now helping Donald Trump and losing billions of dollars in the process. He's helping to identify waste, fraud, and abuse of the marketing swamp. He's helping to save our country from ultimate bankruptcy and insanity. He's also, will hopefully be saving astronauts in different free short days. I pray that mission goes well. I have every hope that it will. And today the White House announced that attacks against Tesla dealerships will be labeled as domestic terrorism. And he has this to say about the leader of drugs. This man is drugs and energy and his life. He's doing this, I think he's treated very unfairly by a very small group of people. And I just want people to know that you can't be terrorized for being a patriot. And it's a great thing. Let's be clear, the anger, the hysteria, the rhetoric, and Elon Musk and those from the left, it is ugly, it is sick, it is twisted, it's now becoming downright evil and dangerous. And for the record, as I published yesterday, I ordered my Tesla today. It's on X if you want to go look at it, take a look at it. Or you can see it on Amity.com. But you start to understand the hysteria of the left when you see reports like this one from Politico. Quote, U.S. OIG official tells remaining staffers, shred and burn your documents. We ought to check with AG Pat Bondi on that. That is a pretty good sign that Elon Musk and his team at Doge are doing exactly what poll after poll of you, the American people, want them to do. They are uncovering corruption and waste, fraud, and abuse at the highest levels, all paid for with your hard-earned tax money. He's aiming for stopping an out-of-control bureaucracy from stealing from your children and your grandchildren. And he's getting death threats. Dealerships are being attacked. He's charging the station to put a raise and a boycott to try and bankrupt him. This is beyond sick. And once again, the state run media mob, Democratic Party, they were stupid, dishonest, etc. For tonight, we have yet another example of this pattern surrounding the price of eggs. For the past 4 weeks, the left has been in a state of hysteria. Now, they told us, despite Biden inflation and falling transitory, they said that the border was secure. They said the border was a positive, and the rising price of eggs really changed for the economy that he inherited, even though the increase was caused by the Biden administration and bird flu related to mass murder of chickens. Now, after less than 2 months under Donald Trump,
Oh, look at this. Prices are starting to come down. Take a look.
At the same time,
I had no inflation. I had a great economy. He gave you high prices. You couldn't buy bacon. You couldn't buy anything. And also, I inherited a situation with eggs. The price of eggs was through the roof. Well, now the price of eggs has come down a lot. Interest rates have come down. Gasoline prices have come down. It's all coming down. It's all a beautiful place. And you do the right way. And I have tremendous confidence in this country and the people in this country. Tremendous confidence, much more so than if I sat back for 4 years and had a good time in the overall. Now, the moral of the story is simple. Tune out the noise and the hysteria and the lying and the screaming. And you know what? If there are great patriots that are trying to help our country and they're under fire for doing nothing but serving the people in this country, you know what? Maybe we can help support them. Because obviously the left is just got a vendetta attitude about everything. There's no doubt that we're still dealing with the effects of Biden's terrible presidency. We are living under the Biden-Harris economy, but President Trump is busy now executing the plan that he wants to fix what is broken and generate a new era of peace and prosperity, what he calls a golden age in America. The results are starting to pour in. Roll that thing out. Enough! You're making the other shows feel bad. Wait. You get right on that one. Yeah. All right. Okay. Happy Tuesday, everyone. So a teen with werewolf syndrome has set a world record with hair covering 95% of his face. This, of course, breaks the previous record set by this woman. WNBA's Angela Reese claims players may strike if their demands aren't met, or even worse, they'll keep playing. Michelle Obama's launching a podcast with her brother, disproving the theory that Michelle and her brother were the same person. But it is nice to see that she's teaming up with her brother. Just don't go overboard, Michelle. You said he found that most people admit they'd be cool with their partner hooking up with a robot. Finally, I can make an honest woman out of my Roomba. And a related story, women who wouldn't hook up with a robot changed their mind. If it turns out it's this one. The Museum of Failure houses some of the world's greatest flops. Visitors can see attractions such as Crystal Pepsi, Carrot Cake Oreos, and of course, the Don Lemon exhibit. Amazon Studios, the new owner of the James Bond franchise, promises that the beloved super spy will remain male and British. Oh, that rules out Prince Harry. Researchers say the more you spend time with dogs, the more likely you are to misread their emotions. For example, this one isn't angry. It's hungry. According to a new survey, attractive workers earn $20,000 more per year than unattractive ones. For example, here's some data on famous faces.
The war raged for 33 months in the United States became an active religion. During that time, the fledgling Bureau of Investigation found itself hamstrung by the fact that the existing Espionage Act of 1911 stipulated a maximum fine of only $1,000 or up to a year in prison for spying in the United States. However, there's nothing like a crisis to start Congress into action, so they passed the Espionage Act of 1917, which stipulated somewhat more severe penalties for spying. It became a capital offense eligible for the death penalty. With that law in hand, the Bureau of Investigation, along with more than a few judges,
If you grew up in the 80s and 90s here in the U.S.,
even speaking out against the war, constituted a crime under the Espionage Act. Here's a hint. It wasn't, because, the First Amendment. But that didn't stop the Bureau from subjecting anyone whose neighbor reported them to an intensive investigation. It never reached Eastern Stasi proportions, but denunciation driven by fear was definitely part of the program. The fear became hysteria after the end of the First World War. The old order in Europe was in tatters, and there were uprisings and rebellions around the world. People who had lived under colonial regimes saw the disarray as their opportunity to break free.
Home Depot hates when you do this, but they can't stop you. This new under $50 pressure accelerator harnesses the cleaning force of a hydraulic power system, and its record-breaking success is leaving big names like Lowe's, Home Depot, and Amazon trailing behind. In just 30 days, it has sold 1.8 million units, none of which came through these big box stores. It's called Jet Hose, and it's been showcased several times by top vendors. But restrictions may come soon, with growing debate over whether civilians should be allowed to handle such potent military-grade technology. While it's still legally available, thousands are rushing to get one before any restrictions are imposed. It was first developed for military use, where it was key for maintaining equipment and ensuring rapid decontamination in highly demanding situations. Hospitals eventually integrated the device into their cleaning protocols, relying on it for comprehensive sanitation to keep patients safe. Thanks to Jet Hose's patented pressure accelerator, any regular hose can be upgraded to a military-grade powerhouse, tackling the hardest dirt and grime with ease in less than 5 minutes. Jet Hose allows you to easily clean even the most stubborn dirt and stains from your driveway, making it look brand new. It's safe to use on your home siding and your garage. Restore your patio, clean your windows, and restore your fence and car to its original glory. Plus, it fits any hose universally and attaches in seconds. And the best part, it's so easy anyone can use it, regardless of age or strength. So why keep struggling with hours of strenuous scrubbing and exhausting labor? Let Jet Hose do the heavy lifting and witness years of stains and grime effortlessly melt away in seconds. No hard work, no long hours. Just perfect, pristine results. I'm telling you, it's like having a military-grade pressure washer in your hand. Only this one fits in your back pocket. And unlike those clunky $400 pressure washers, this bad boy doesn't need gas, cords, or storage space. Since being featured on TV, Jet Hose has sold 1.8 million units in just the last 30 days alone. You won't find Jet Hose in stores like Lowe's, Home Depot, or even Amazon. It's available only on their official website. They're purposely bypassing big box stores so they can offer a fairer and lower price to the American public. And there's more good news. Jet Hose is giving away their pressure device to Americans over 50 years old for 50% off. In fact, thousands across America have already taken advantage of this opportunity and got the newest Jet Hose for 50% off. Remember, this deal won't last long and stock is flying off the shelves. The last time they did this, it sold out in under 4 hours. So why risk paying full price tomorrow when you can get it for 50% off today? Click the button below to get yours 50% off while stock is still available.
Now, looking at the title of this video, when you first come in, as you see, President Trump urges RICO charges against George Soros and son. You might be saying, against Soros, one of the most powerful men in the world, and we haven't even prosecuted or arrested any politicians here in America yet? Yeah, right. And as I get into this video, hopefully I can help you see things a little bit clearer, because you're going to hear from Soros' own mouth what he has to say about Trump, and you're going to hear what's been unveiled. Information that people have known that Soros has been involved in things, but we have to understand something. When everybody's demanding all of these arrests, this video is going to help you overstand, not understand. But to understand something means it's above your head. You're understanding it. But to overstand something means to be on top of it, have full comprehension. In this video, you're going to hear exactly why you haven't seen more prosecutions yet, and exactly how that's getting ready to flip. These people are extremely smart. These demon rats working hand in hand with Soros, these folks are masters at destruction. This isn't the first country that Soros has put his hands on to try to destroy. He's destroyed many other ones. We're helping them take away their borders, bring in heavy crime, and it's all funded by him. So please, in this video, pay attention, because what you're going to see, I assure you, you're going to want to share it. And realize this, if President Trump brings a case against Letitia James, Fani Willis, Alvin Bragg, any of these people, especially the prosecutors and the attorney generals, understand this is their field. They're extremely skilled at it to the highest levels. That's how they're AGs of states and whatnot. These folks aren't dumb. They're Ivy League graduates. They're heavily networked out. And if President Trump and the DOJ, Pam Bondi, or the FBI brings a case and they lose, that will destroy their credibility. and will make it difficult to bring any other prosecutions. So we're talking about 8 months in, to where they're finally getting a chance to get their hands on documents and set up cases. Think about the people that have committed assault against people, battery. It's taken longer than this to investigate. I watched the true crime show. It's taken years in some instances where they've had all the evidence, but they could not tie it together well enough to get a conviction. So please, rest assured, it's only 8 months, and they're doing this the right way. Where when they bring it, a blind and deaf person, Helen Keller, would be able to sit on the jury at one of these cases when they bring it and realize the person's guilty. And remember, she was deaf, blind, and mute. And so when a deaf, blind, and mute person can see that it can get the feeling, the inkling that a person's guilty, you know it's bad. So let's get off into this. So let me introduce you to George Soros, because not just Soros, his son Alex too. Now this is Alex Soros, okay? That's George, obviously the older gentleman, and there's Alex. But let me introduce you to some of their other friends too, because that's not the only friends that they have. Here's some of the other friends of the Soroses. Now, as you can see here, let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. As you can see here, we got Chuck Schumer, we've got Tampon Tim, we've got Scamala, we've got Barry Soetoro, Barack Obama, Adam Shifty Schiff, we got Sleepy Creepy Fishman's Joe, Jasmine Cratchit. Don't know who this? Oh, that's Pete Buttigieg. We've got Nancy Pelosi. We've got Senator Warnock out of Georgia. We've got Hakeem the Dream, Timo Obama, and then we've got your girl out of Massachusetts, and for some reason, Elizabeth Warren, right? So we got all the main players, and as you can see, but nobody elected them. So you got Soros, and these are from years ago. All of these are from 2024. They were all networking with him during the Kamala Harris presidential run. Now, here's what President Trump sent out. George Soros and his wonderful radical left son should be charged with RICO because of their support of violent protests and much more, all throughout the United States of America. We're not going to allow these lunatics to rip apart America anymore, never giving it so much as a chance to breathe and be free. Soros and his group of psychopaths have caused great damage to our country. That includes his crazy West Coast friend. Be careful, we're watching you. Thank you for your attention to this matter. See, Soros has linked up with Gavin Newsom's and some of these other folks, allegedly, through his open society, and they've been bringing the pain for a long time. Now, Soros had something he wanted to get off his chest about President Trump. But understand this, since he was a boy, he told his own story on 60 Minutes, which they banned on television, which when he was young, and he's a Jewish man. When he was young, though, and the Germans were invaded, he was given a choice. You can either help the Germans and trade on your people, help us collect this silver and these gold and these goods from these people, or you can die with them. You know what he did? Obviously, he's alive today. He flipped. He flipped on his own people and joined the Germans. And he was a part of going in and picking Jews out and helping them get put in concentration camps, allegedly. That's at the core of this man, and that's when he was a boy. Now, since that time, you trade on your own people heartlessly. And he even said that he don't regret it at all. It was all about survival. And if he didn't do it, somebody else would. That is his mentality and ideology. And when a person like that has no soul, no heart at the core, and truly performs like he's the devil's son, you think he cares about yours, mine, our families, anybody's family? He's all about the almighty dollar, because there's nothing else to look forward to. He knows where he's going if there is an afterlife, if based on his actions, what the Bible says is true. And I'm not here to get all religious on you, but men like him don't think about afterlife. Everything is now. They want to live forever. And I'm willing to bet money that he's poured millions, if not billions, into some of this technology that they have, where they're really working to transfer consciousness from one body into another, what they call a sleep.
I'm very, very pleased to announce that the first baby clone is born. She was born yesterday at 11:55 a.m. in the country where she was born. So this will not give you more details about the location. She's fine. We call her Eve.
I think cloning humans is inherently a bad idea for sort of, if I may, evolutionary biological reasons. And that is that if you clone yourself, if this were successful, this baby would not be the combination of two people's genes. And so this kid would be inherently falling one genetic step behind, if you will, everybody else in kindergarten. Everybody else would be a result of a mixture of genes. A clone would be the result of a single set of genes.
Glenn McGee is director of the Center for Bioethics at the University of Pennsylvania and the author of the Human Cloning Debate and Generation Genome. Dr. McGee was with the FDA 2 years ago when it shut down a clonated lab in West Virginia. He joins us now from Philadelphia.
Hey, if you're enjoying this video, do me a solid, hit that thumbs up, because I will never ask you for a cash app or a super chat. But you hitting that like button, it helps spread the information out where other people can see it. And if you aren't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. And whether you're already subscribed or subscribing now, make sure that you hit the notification bell and then you select all. Because YouTube has been having an issue with getting the notifications out. But when you select all, YouTube will make sure you get notified the next time I upload new videos. And they just dump that consciousness in there, and this person maintains their memories and whatnot. It keeps on going. Now, you and I both know that that's demonic. But listen to what this man had to say.
President Trump is a con man and the ultimate narcissist who wants the world to revolve around him. When his fantasy of becoming president came true, his narcissism developed a pathological dimension. President Trump.
Oh, this man, Soros, the psychopath who believes in destroying countries, destroying borders, taking over their currency, literally gets off of that. Because when you got so rich as him, it's not about the money. You can buy any island, you can buy any vehicle, you can buy any boat. He's already bought people. Now, he just looks to see just how far he can pay people to destroy other people. And I don't care what industry you look in. When you look at the absolute tippity top of these people who are so wealthy, it's like the story you get of these different princes of other countries, where you hear they bring models over to make them eat donkey poop and have sex with their camels, and because the camel's like a part of their family. It's crazy. The only thing that would make somebody do something like that is you're demonic, because you want to watch somebody else have pain, you want to watch somebody else suffer, and you want to watch how far you can have somebody go for that dollar bill. And that's just crazy to me. But it's what's crazy. You got people out there that's willing to do it. Now, check out this video clip where it's going to really lay it out for you exactly what Soros was busted of, and exactly why the Democrats were so upset when Doge came in and obliterated USAID. Check this clip out.
While you struggle to pay your bills, Democrats secretly pumped $260 million through USAID into Soros-linked NGOs overseas. And this is not just overseas. This is also domestically in the United States, and it is also through other organizations like, let's see, the African Development Bank. There's an Inspector General's report coming out about that. This is a huge story, obviously closely linked to what President Trump said just a day ago, when he said that George Soros and his son, Alexander Soros, who's taken over his evil empire, and that they should be charged under RICO statutes for funding the riots across the United States.
Do you know that these staging companies, one based up in DC, said that their sales shot up over 400%? They get requests from politicians, and the man said that majority of their business is from the left. They get people, and they're paid to have them bring people out. The whole signs to get loud, to cause ruckus. There's a company that literally employs people to go out and stage like they're an audience. And if you notice from 2020 or 2022 to right now, have you noticed how different the protests are? You go out and look, and it looks like a geriatric protest. Everybody out there is 65 and older. They were even taking people in wheelchairs. I'm talking about looked like they were barely alive, and nothing to do with them. They lived their life, but they were out there looking like they were barely alive, getting wheeled out there with signs just sitting on their lap. The person wasn't even awake. And if you go out there and you were asking some of these people, hey, what are you protesting for? They didn't even know. So you have people that were over 65 that were retired, unemployed, on fixed incomes gone. And then you had younger people that were just either ex-drug addicts, felons who couldn't get hired anyplace else, and they needed to work and get some money. And as a matter of fact, in one post, it said that you can get as much as $12,000 depending on how destructive you are. And those were the ads running for the LA riot. So you find out that USAID, our taxpayer dollars, had 260 million of it funneled to Soros and an NGO. The NGO stands for non-government organization. Some people be wondering, what does that mean? Yeah, non-government organization. So it's somebody that's doing government work, but it's not a government agency, which means they don't fall under the same type of stipulations and regulations and monitoring. They're not as monitored. Matter of fact, they're I'm not going to say self-sufficient because they require government money, but they're running themselves. They have people that run it. They have a board. And so it's really out of sight, out of mind. And that's where a lot of this money has been pumped to. And these were the people funding these illegals, helping them get over it, helping them get illegal licenses, helping them do all types of stuff, allegedly. Got to keep it alleged when you talk about this stuff, because folks try to come and get at you. But $260 million funneled to this billionaire. So in other words, the United States is paying for its own destruction under the Biden administration and under the Obama administration. Now, what brought all of this to the forefront? Everybody for years knew Soros was crooked as a letter S. But that whole uproar in Texas that the Democrats did when they were grandstanding because they didn't like the fact that Texas was going to level the playing field and give their constituents an opportunity to have proper representation. Because in Texas, they had rigged those districts to where all of the districts were chopped up in low-income, high-poverty areas. And typically, low-income, high-poverty areas have ignorant voters. And when I say ignorant, meaning lacking knowledge, lacking information. Typically, they have the lowest grade scores, the lowest test scores, the lowest proficiency and efficiency on math and reading. But yet, these are the people making the casting the votes that dictate the political leaders, the sheriff, the city council, the state senate, the state congress, in those areas where those that are in more affluent or more middle class areas, where the school systems and the education and the efficiency and proficiency is higher, they have very little, very minimal impact because it's just one big district rather than the 15 or 20 that are chopped up in the low income area. So Ken Paxton decided that he was going to launch an investigation because when those Democrats left, they weren't getting paid, but all of their expenses were being covered by a person named Beto O'Rourke. Now, Beto O'Rourke, let me show you what this individual looks like. This right here is Beto O'Rourke. Beto O'Rourke was the person that was funding the Democrats that he ran off. They were up in Chicago, somewhere in New York. They were staying in 5-star resorts, allegedly, 4 or 5-star hotels. They were eating food. They had to travel. And remember, they weren't getting paid. So how were they getting money? Come to find out, Beto O'Rourke was funding it. And guess what happened? They did an investigation, and what the courts did, rightfully so, they put a lien on all Beto O'Rourke's money and property. And as you see here, thanks to a court order signed by Judge Megan Fahey, Beto O'Rourke can no longer raise or distribute money for or to rogue Texas House Democrats who fled the state to avoid doing their job. Furthermore, she placed a lien on all money and property owned by the failed political candidate. You see, Beto, you might offer to buy him land. You might be getting a little hungry. So because he wanted to jump in and illegally and unethically, let me say unethically more so than illegally, unethically fund these Democrats when they should have been there in Texas doing their job, all because Texas was doing what Illinois, Massachusetts, California, Maine, with all of these left, New York, with all of these blue states did, which is giving tremendous representation to the least educated among them, where these other states are going to expand and give proper representation. There's an influx of Hispanic voters. There's an increase in African Americans that are now conservative voters. So they need proper representation, and that's what it's about. Now, as we lead into this next phase, because this whole thing with Soros, come to find out, he is linked and backed the Obama, Hillary Clinton hoax, Russia hoax, into President Trump. Now, just for a quick trip down memory lane, do you remember this classic moment during the debate when President Trump shut her down with this line?
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'll be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
We want to remind the audience to please not talk out loud. Please do not applaud.
Look how pissed they look. They can tell she just got owned right there. But I bring that up because President Trump had class. When he got in the first time, he said it wouldn't look good if he went after a former president's wife. But guess what? The tables have turned. He doesn't feel that way anymore. Because Hillary Clinton has gone as far as to say that Trump supporters need to be reprogrammed, literally go through deprogramming. And those are things that the agency, the alphabet agencies used to do and allegedly stopped it. But the fact that she even thinking about something like that lets you know how deranged this woman is. She alienates, she called deplorables and all this other crap. But yet, let's think of the body count that's been found under the claims. The bodies, we're talking about 10 or more, not to mention the lives ruined just because they wanted to tell the truth. Hillary Clinton attacked women who were assaulted by her husband and went to destroy their lives. We watched this woman laugh when getting a cell phone about someone overseas that the United States were beefing with, I believe one of the Saudis, when he was found unalive, blown up. She was just excited about it and giddy. This woman has zero moral compass. What she's about is power. Now, because of her thirst for power, she has been exposed. And this email is the smoking gun. If anybody ever needed or wanted any evidence. Now, this is from Leonard Bernardo. Now, Leonard Bernardo is a representative with George Soros, the Open Society. He's also somebody that Democrat politicians have lied and said that they didn't know. As a matter of fact, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the congresswoman from California, came flat out and said, "Oh no, I don't know them, never thought them."
The document reportedly came to the attention of U.S. intelligence officials from Dutch intelligence. It included discussion of an email exchange between former DNC chairwoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Leonard Bernardo, an official with Open Society Foundations run by George Soros. According to the Times, Wasserman Schultz allegedly told Bernardo that Then Attorney General Loretta Lynch would not charge Clinton with a crime for having a private email server. Wasserman Schultz and Bernardo have both denied even being in contact with each other, suggesting the document was a fake attempt by the Russians to throw a wrench into the U.S. intelligence community. A spokeswoman for Bernardo sent me a statement today. I want to read part of it. Quote, Bernardo has never spoken with or corresponded with Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz in any fashion. The email mentioned is fictitious disinformation.
But check this email out. Hi, HRC. We know who HRC is. If you don't, that's Hillary Rodham Clinton. HRC approved Julia's idea about Trump and Russian hackers hampering U.S. elections. That should distract people from her own missing email, especially if the affair goes to the Olympic level. The point is making the Russian play a U.S. domestic issue. Say something like a critical infrastructure threat for the election to feel menaced, since both POTUS and BPOTUS have acknowledged the fact that IC would speed up searching for evidence that is regrettably still unavailable. However, there seems to be signs GRU penetration. Now, you may be wondering what GRU is. What GRU stands for, that's a Russian Foreign Military Agency. Okay, so also, however, the acronym refers to gated recurring unit, but another way of GRU is Main Intelligence Directorate. It's their equivalent of our CIA. So they use that as far as in this message, as it's saying like there's evidence of the GRU, so they can use that to throw it off and say that it's Russian. So, okay, so just so you know what GRU is, that's the equivalent of the Russian CIA. So, however, there seems to be signs GRU penetration. Cyrillic 2.0 VPN, and that's virtual private network. VPN, Elite VPN, Felix Edmunovich. Now, Felix Edmunovich is a man who passed away in 1926, but he is like the founder or the father of the GRU, or the Main Intelligence Agency in Russia. So the fact that this reference to this individual during this quote-unquote hack attempt is what they're using to leverage it and make the American public believe that it's Russian, when in reality it's the Clinton Foundation, Soros, and Obama. In absence of direct evidence, CrowdStrike and ThreatConnect will supply the media, and GRU will hopefully carry on to give more facts. So they found that there was some tinkering, nothing on a major level, when they said that they felt like that was coming from the GRU. So they were able to leverage that little bit of tinker that had nothing to do with election and amplify it and blow it up, and then put other lighter fluid and gasoline on it, just making the explosion that it became. When clear as day here, it stated that Hillary Clinton approved Julia's message to say that Trump and Russian hackers in the U.S. election. It's right there in black and white, and this is July 27th of 2016. Now, check out this clip here from Fox News as they air out even more information about what's going on. Check this clip out.
Documents containing emails, allegedly from the senior vice president of the George Soros Open Society Foundation. He quotes a Clinton campaign advisor saying, quote, it will be a long-term affair and to demonize Putin and Trump. And adds that, quote, later the FBI will put more oil into the fire, unquote. Other emails reveal Hillary Clinton approved the idea of tying Trump and Russia to election interference, and that was a scheme hoping the allegations would distract people from her own email scandal. These documents provide clear evidence that Hillary Clinton's campaign was behind the Russia hoax, and that the FBI knew what the Clinton team was up to, acknowledging that the info they were receiving about the Trump campaign may have come from the Clinton camp. Despite this, the Obama intel community forged ahead with the 2017 assessment, including that Russia aspired to help Trump win the election.
So the fact of the matter is, these folks with the skullduggery that they pulled really could have screwed this country over, and they wouldn't have gave a damn. Now, this clip is just a few seconds, but check this out, what they had to say about this Soros situation, because again, the more and more information that comes out, the deeper and deeper the rabbit hole goes. And I assure you, I firmly believe somebody will be held accountable. Now, whether the Soros themselves will go to prison, I mean, these are powerful people, and they can travel the world without setting foot in America and still have impact and the power. But I assure you, the earth is shrinking up for them. Check this out.
His vision is becoming a reality. Reports show the billionaire has helped the campaigns of at least 75 district attorneys throughout the United States. These DAs represent 72 million citizens, or more than 1 in 5 Americans. Soros has spent more than $40 million in direct spending over the past decade to elect prosecutors using various shell organizations to execute his bidding.
Matt Palumbo's the author behind it.
Now, you see, so when we wonder why haven't there been more prosecutions, that right there explains it all. As a matter of fact, let me show you some of the people that the Soros money has funded to get in these positions of power. See that name right there? You recognize him? Alvin Bragg. Kim Fox out of Illinois, the whole Jesse Smollett debacle that she tried to sweep under the rug until the outrage and the backlash was so loud, she had to go back, and guess what? They gave the man 6 months and then let the dude out after like a week. So the only reason all of that happened was just because there was so much backlash with Kim Fox. They loved what Jesse Smollett did, trying to create a race war with this hate crime and the fake news, like some white MAGA supporters were out in sub below zero, freezing weather at 2 a.m. while he's walking to get a sub, and they're just walking around with bleach and a noose looking for some gay person to attack because they say, hey, you're the gay guy from Empire. Poured it all on him. Insanity. Soros funded though. Gascon out of LA. Horrible person. Soros funded. He's one of the judges that every time the Trump administration tried to come in and do something to help the people, he's one of the judges they can always go to, slap some injunction. And that's the problem we have. These Soros funded DAs are the same one that could be living in New Hampshire, but it's going to put an injunction to stop President Trump deporting illegals out of someplace like South Dakota. Nothing to do with what's going on in New Hampshire. I'm just using that example. But that's what these leftist judges do. So when we talk about why isn't there more arrests, think about what would happen if President Trump brings a case and it's one of these radical DAs that is just TDS, Trump hater, no matter what. They're going to do everything they can to destroy it and take that case. And so the power reach is all within the courts. That's why there haven't been more prosecution. So I pray that people give more grace and realize that it's only the first 8 months. President Trump is coming with it, but it's got to be done right. So let me get into this article. President Trump urges RICO charges against Soros and Son. There's an abundant documentation that George Soros, through his Open Society foundations and other leftist channels, has donated dollars galore to left-wing ideology. No crap. And there is equal evidence that many left-wing groups have done much damage to America. Consider the Black Lives Matter movement, an agenda which inflicted hundreds of millions of dollars and race riot destruction on American cities after the death of George Floyd. Now, whether the Soros money went directly into pushing that violence or not may be the subject to investigation. President Donald Trump called for RICO charges against not just George Soros, but his son Alex, who has taken over control of his father's multi-billion-dollar empire that is dedicated to leftist goals. George Soros and his wonderful radical left son should be charged with RICO because of their support of violent protests and much more. All throughout the United States of America, we're not going to allow these lunatics to rip apart America anymore, never giving it so much as a chance to breathe and be free. Soros and his group of psychopaths have caused great damage to our country. That includes his crazy West Coast friend. Be careful, we're watching. Thank you for your attention to this matter, the president wrote. This will be nice, but Pam Blondie is our AG. Is anyone going to jail? Laura Loomer don't play. RICO charges often involve racketeering or organized crime victims. The Washington Examiner explained the comment was part of Trump's feud with the Democratic megadon. Now, that's Alex Soros there with Hillary Clinton's former aide or whatever, Uma Aberdeen. She used to be married to Anthony Weiner before he got busted exposing his wiener. And she left Anthony Weiner and you want to say hit the jackpot or sold her soul. And she got with Alex Soros. And I swear, this woman was already thin. When she got with him, she looked like literally, she'd eat one cracker and you'd be able to see it on her body. Because she is so thin, seemed like, man, good grief, that does not look healthy. Trump has long joined Republicans in painting the Soros family a Democratic boogeyman due to the millions they have funneled into left-wing campaigns, causes, and protests over the past 3 decades, the report said. Reports indicate that the Open Society Foundation, which Alex now chairs, has helped fund activists protesting the president's takeover of the police in D.C. And though Trump did not mention Washington by name, he claimed their history of donations and grants meets the standard for charges under the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. Now, I noticed that it said Trump did not mention Washington by name, but I believe that it would be Soros. The report noted the White House and Justice Department officials declined to answer questions about Trump's comment, specifically whether the administration has already opened a RICO investigation into Soros and Open Society. So President Trump didn't want to answer because a man like that is too powerful. And what's up with our media? They trip me out always asking the president some of the craziest questions. Well, hey, listen, with everything going on in such and such, do you plan on striking this way or will you plan to sneak attack around that way? And Trump will say, why would I tell you something like that right here? Why would you put, what's wrong with you? And then they get mad. It's kind of like this whole death hoax. Now, Joe Biden didn't make any public appearances for months. And the media would always say, oh, he's working hard, he's diligent, he's tucked away. President Trump has been the most available and open president, I believe, probably in history. I know at least the most visible and accessible in this century. And the man takes 2 days on Labor Day weekend that he did not speak to the press. He was still doing business, he was still having meetings, he was golfing, but he didn't speak to the press. Next thing you know, it's death rumors. You see, these left-wing extremists are so psychotic. And I don't know if they really have short memories or they just intentionally don't want to remember the fact that their guy, their candidate, their person never did interviews. Their VP could not sit down for interviews. Even during her campaign, where you're supposed to do interviews, she could not. So you go from the least communicative administration ever to the most available, with Caroline doing a great job as a press secretary, President Trump out there, Stephen Miller out there, Rubio, JD, everybody's willing to go into hostile territory for the interviews too. Not just Fox News or Joe Rogan. They go everywhere. In 2 days, all of a sudden the man's dead. These folks are nuts. And we got to keep the throttle to the floor. What should I say? We got to keep the throttle on their neck, keep it full throttle, keep our foot on their neck, and keep pushing this thing forward. Waking everybody up saying, look, pay attention. The Democrats are lying to you. They're lying to you. So the fact that you hung out with me and watched up to this point, I want to say thank you, top and bottom line, that this is important. People need to know our government is just sitting on their hands, not doing anything. The hammer is coming. But now that we know, George Soros, his foundation, funded 75 DAs that have come in under the last few years alone, not to mention who he funded before that. And you know, they're sitting there waiting in the wings, hoping that a Trump case against prosecution against somebody lands on their desk so they can become a hero to the left. But we're not going to let that happen. We're going to keep pushing the line. So again, thank you. If you haven't already, hit that like button. And if you aren't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. Most importantly, I want you to stay safe and you be great. I'm Brian Maxwell, saying I look forward to seeing you at the top. Over and out, y'all.
Discover your new Ford right now at Court Street Ford. Come lease a new Bronco for $296 per month for 36 months. The search is over. Visit us today at Court Street Ford.
Before I started using Farmer Dog, I would fill my dog's bowls up with dry fuel in the morning. And they would just kind of walk by, take at it all day. After we switched to Farmer's Dog, they cannot wait.
My golden retriever is 6 years old, but the way she used to act, you would think that she was dying. Switched to a Farmer's Dog, and her energy levels up because I know she's getting the nutrients she needs. Farmer's Dog is human grade. It's perfect, especially all that. It is crafted by board certified nutrition.
Guardians.
And to that other breaking story from the Judiciary Committee yesterday, the accusations that the FBI spied on sitting Republican senators as part of the January 6th investigation. What do we know? Well, we turn to Mark Meredith. He is live from the White House with more. Hi, Mark. Good morning.
Dana, I sure am. Good morning to you. Today, Republican senators are outraged and not downright furious with the FBI after they learned that some of their calls were also probed as part of the investigation into January 6th, where senators were basically finding out who these people were calling and where they were calling from. These reports are just coming out yesterday, and we're learning who was targeted in the probe, and they include Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, Josh Hawley of Missouri, Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, and Representative Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania. A document recently uncovered by the Trump administration and first reported by Fox Digital shows the FBI pulled the phone records of those lawmakers a few years after the January 6th attack. As Politico points out, the probe did not obtain the content of the calls, only the recipient.
Attorney General Pam Bondi on Capitol Hill today as 9 GOP senators learned that former special counsel Jack Smith was tracking their phone calls as part of a January 6th investigation. Back then, Smith charged President Trump with 4 counts, including conspiracy Judiciary Chair Chuck Grassley calling it, quote, arguably worse than Watergate. Here he is.
This is an outrage, an unconstitutional breach, and ought to be immediately addressed by you and Director Carroll.
The whole of government was weaponized against President Trump, and not just President Trump. People who were Republicans because of party affiliation.
Those who did this wrong, this illegal activity, absolutely, they need to be prosecuted and they need to face the full extent of accountability within the law.
As you were talking, Senator Marcy Blackburn, one of the lawmakers who was going to track, she was also going to the governor of Tennessee. She joins us now, Senator. We didn't have to hear. You know, I like to play this from Ali Mohammed this morning.
Or them on fire.
Talking about his reaction to what Jackson did in the United States March.
That was an extremely aggressive, probably overly aggressive move by Jackson. Ultimately, they have to answer the question, why do you think it was appropriate and necessary to subpoena the record of sitting U.S. members of Congress? It's a very dramatic move.
So will Jackson have to answer questions, and in what environment?
Yes, Martha, and indeed, you've got DOJ conducting further investigations. So is the FBI. What we do not know is why, what was the predicate for this, why were the 8 of us targeted on this, and we do know, as you said, that they pulled all phone calls coming in and out, where we were physically when we received those and the length of time of the phone call. We do know that after President Trump was indicted in August of 23, that is when they started pulling off their phone records. And Jackson does have to answer his questions. There's more information to come to us. Much of it is tied up in grand jury documents. We know that will be released to the FBI at some point soon. But we do know it's illegal. We do know it's a violation of federal rights. And of course, Jack Smith is going to have to answer for this. I'm already working on a letter to the D.C. Bar, a complaint letter to file against him. He should bring this law. Were you ever approached? Did anyone ever say you with your law records from the dates around January the 6th? And would you ask why you were out for that? No one ever approached me. And Martha, this is on top of the surveillance that took place in 2016. I was vice chair of President Trump's transition. We found out, as you remember, that as a part of Crossfire Hurricane, they were surveilling different components of the transition. No one ever gave me an answer as to whether or not I was being surveilled then. So then you have this, the commonality between the 8 of us is that we're all Republicans, we all support President Trump, and we all had valid questions about what transpired in the 2020 election.
Senator Marcy Blackburn, thank you very much.
Senator and gubernatorial candidate Tommy Tuberville joins us now. Senator, thanks for being with us. Got the news yesterday. You had your phones, had your communication surveilled by the DOJ, by the FBI, under Joe Biden. What does that make you think?
In the words of Jack Smith, exactly. And after 30 years, all of that was never bring it talking about different agencies, these FBI it's absolutely amazing. It's all started back here in Obama years when Bush of the IRS was weaponized to go after these LLC conservative groups. Ever since then, when you go back and look at it, there's been a pattern of people being attacked on the Republican side. It's wrong. It needs to quit happening, and people need to be fired over, not just these FBI agents, but let's go after Jack Smith. Let's go after people who really care about people after sitting with the United States, Donald Trump.
Senator, I also want to ask you about another scandal that's somewhat flying under the radar as we talk about this weaponization of the FBI, and that's what happened during the 2020 census. Some are pointing out, as Senator Jim Banks has pointed out, that the 2020 census was a fraud. The Biden admin used a shady privacy formula to scramble the data and miscounted 14 states. It included illegal immigrants and handed Democrats extra seats. Americans deserve a fair count, and I'm fighting to fix it. So, Senator, on this census from 2020, you saw a lot of states, Republican states, come out with lower citizen counts and thus lower representation in Congress than they should have gotten. Arkansas less than down 5% from actuality. Florida down 3.48%. Illinois, Texas, all deficits after the actual count. And here are the states that, by the way, were higher according to the census. Delaware, Hawaii, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New York, Rhode Island, all the census counting higher than the actual population. What do you know about the 2020 U.S. Census?
Game plan. Well, the Democrats were letting illegals come in for a different count. They obviously had a census going that was all rigged. The 2020 election was basically rigged. If you just go back and look at all the numbers, look at the job numbers that the Biden administration pushed out there. We put 400,000 or 500,000 more people in the last quarter in the job, which was totally wrong. They lie about everything. They stretch everything. If we don't get this corrected, this country's not going to make it. It's going to be torn apart. But it's all about numbers when it comes to the census. And President Trump said he's going to redo the census, which, God help us, there's no telling what it'll end up being.
That's definitely something that needs to be done. You can't have an inaccurate count on the number of people in this country for illegal immigration purposes, but also it obviously affects the way we vote, the way we get representatives and senators in this country. Senator Tuberville, thanks so much for being with us here today.
Thank you.
A breakdown of leadership and weaponization of government from Senator Josh Hawley and Agent Van London, and taking a look at what, in particular, the former Attorney General under Joe Biden, Jack Smith, has done or did with the power that he has. Well, one of those senators is available to us right now. We're going to talk with her. Senator Joey Burns, the great state of Iowa, member of the Armed Services Committee, chair of the Small Business Committee.
Absolutely, Harris. Thank you so much. And it truly proves to the American people there is a
you sit in that community, you're not, whether you were one of the ones targeted. I mean, it's basically because of what you believe. In America, you serve as elected officials, but you're American citizens too.
Yes, absolutely. And this is why we really do have to do our jobs and make sure that we are pulling every last thread to this to understand who was it that authorized this. I think that's incredibly important. And to notice that we're actually executing those wiretaps and digging into the personal information of these elected officials. How did they justify that in their own minds? How did they think that this is constitutional? I have no idea. So not only the leadership and those in authority that gave those orders, but on down that chain of command within the Department of Justice, why did they think this was okay? What reasoning did they go through as they are executing those orders on, again, elected officials representing their home states, those that are in opposition to the party in power, and again, to those ordinary citizens, just moms and dads going to school board meetings? How did they justify that?
Senator Joni Ernst was a very important question today. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. We're going to go back to the hearing now.
And I'm Washington, where work to end the shutdown continues. The Senate Republican Conference Chair Tom Cotton joins us. President Trump tweeted last night, Democrats have shut down the United States government twice and been one of the most successful economies. I am happy to work with Democrats on this field, healthcare policies or anything else, but first they must allow our government to reopen. In fact, they should open our government tonight. Do you see anything, and perhaps this situation at the airport, something that helps break the logjam so that the two parties can get together and talk and get this done?
With Dana, the real world consequences are going to start popping up here, and hopefully that'll help the Democrats come to their senses. As President Trump said, Speaker Johnson and Senator Thick have said all along, there's nothing to negotiate until the Democrats vote to open the government. If they want to talk about giving taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens at that point, and they're certainly welcome to do so, but they need to open the government. We started to see some consequences yesterday with these air traffic delays down in California. Later this week, the women, infants, and children's nutritional programs are only going to run out of money. That means supporting all of their kids who may not be able to buy milk, eggs, bread for their kids. We're going to have delays for civilian employees' paychecks later this week and troop paychecks next week. These are all because the Democrats refuse to open the government, and then they can negotiate about health care, immigration, and everything else. And frankly, Dana, what we started hearing around the Senate yesterday is that there's a big left-wing rally in Washington, D.C. next Saturday, October 18th. And Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are so scared of their own radical left-wing base, they plan to keep the government shut until after that rally, and only then will they vote the government open. They shouldn't be playing political games with nutrition for kids and our troops' pay. They should vote to open the government.
Okay, so, and it's interesting that what you're saying about this protest, because there is a theme out there about Senator Schumer. And one of the reasons he has held steady on this, or he did it in March, because he's concerned that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or someone else from his left would be challenging him before next year. Do you think there's any semblance of truth to that?
100% true. We've seen it now for months in the Senate. Chuck Schumer is scared first of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and second of his radical left base. That's why we're in this Schumer shutdown. Chuck Schumer knows that. For the 4 years he ran the Senate, he put 13 bills, just like this one, short-term funding bills, to allow the parts to negotiate. He voted for all 13 of them, of course. Now he refuses to vote for them because he's scared of his own political base. And particularly, he's scared of this big left-wing protest in Washington, D.C. next Saturday, October 18th. Apparently, he's willing to shut down nutritional programs for young children and pay for our troops so he can get beyond that protest on October 18th and not face blowback. It's outrageous political games for the government.
All right. In the meantime, we have the situation where the president yesterday said that, well, he was asked a question, a hypothetical, that he would ever consider using the Insurrection Act. He said hypothetically, I mean, yes, sure, I would do that. Senator Berkeley is out there saying that Trump is manufacturing this crisis is working. Where do you come down on
attacks on federal authority, federal property enforcement guard, that could use 5 years to say it's manufactured. But we always have to rely on local police force and the resources of these cities can properly do the job if they're allowed to do the job. Unfortunately, you have left-wing Democratic mayors who don't just restrain them from enforcing ordinary criminal laws. You have the mayor of Chicago who's telling the police department explicitly that he's not allowed to support federal immigration officers in their city. So think about that. You could have a shootout because of brave, criminal, illegal aliens, and federal enforcement, both immigration enforcement authorities and the Chicago Police Department are not getting under their assistance. So if this continues, you will have open defiant resistance to federal law. But of course, the president has to at least consider using the National Guard and, if necessary, invoking the Insurrection Act. This has happened from time to time throughout our history because we cannot have Democratic-run cities openly resisting federal authority inside of their cities.
I hope it doesn't come to that. Even something interesting on that protest on October 18th, I think you're right. I'll wait till after that. We'll get a phone line goes down. Thank you. I'd like to be back to the hearing. Senate Judiciary has Lindsey Graham, the governor of South Carolina, and Attorney General Ken Bondier talking about crossfire earlier. Wonder why we're looking at Comey? Get it right. Why are we looking at Comey? Because he ran an FBI and personally knew about his self-door information and let it slide. How in the hell can two FBI agents interview a man who says document you're using against a sitting president to suggest he may be a Russian agent or Carter Page that is now no longer alive? How does that not get to the court? Can you tell me how that doesn't get to the court? You can't, can you? I can't say that. Can you tell me why my vote, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, resolved by the Jack Smith, why did they because the rock call what I was doing January 4th to the 7th? Can you tell me that? Yes, sir. There were 8 citizens who did take it. You don't have the police power. Senator, I cannot discuss whether there is or is not an ongoing investigation. If I may add one thing, the officer received $50 million on what you just described, trying to put President Trump in jail.
Durham annexed the declassified the papers that were reported by Crossfire Hurricane. Durham annexed agency information exposing a reported campaign plan to falsify President Trump to Russia. For years, I fought to assemble and publicize all of the facts surrounding Durham investigation of Crossfire Hurricane and related matters. The Durham annex was declassified as a large part because of the Attorney General's funding.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask you a question. Mr. Chairman, are you going to hold a separate hearing on the whistleblower account of the FBI investigation of 8 United States senators?
My answer to your question is I think we need to wait to see what the FBI will report, whether it's necessary to have a hearing. Right now, I haven't ruled one out, but I haven't made a decision.
And what year do you think that will happen?
The FBI will investigate it, other report to us what information they can give us, and I don't know how long that will take.
With respect, are you giving them a certain period of time?
I've got time to give them a certain period of time. I'll discuss that matter with my staff and see if that needs to be done.
Okay, if civil suits are filed against the perpetrators of the FBI, will that facilitate your investigation?
Well, what's the question again?
If the 8 senators who stopped from sue the hell out of the Department of Justice and the perpetrator involved, will that facilitate their investigation?
And I guess what I'm getting to is, I don't understand why we don't have a second hearing. I found this frustrating.
It's just been 24 hours since the FBI investigated on it. Please give me an opportunity to sort through all this.
Fair enough. I just don't want to wait 24 years to get an answer.
We do have an executive investigation going on.
Okay, so the Senate Judiciary Committee continues. What they were just talking about is a story that broke last night that I believe it was a total of 8 senators and 1 congressman who were targeted by the Justice Department, and their phone calls were tracked. It was approved by a grand jury, but we don't have the underlying secret. And Senator Kennedy was just asking Mr. Grassley, are we going to have a hearing? What is that going to be? He wants a separate one away from this one. And Grassley is very happy.
So all these lawmakers will come with this, 8 senators, 1 from the House, and 1 from the Senate. Jeff Todd, Republican from Missouri, Senate Judiciary Committee member, just stepped out of that hearing. What did you hear from Dan Bongino at the FBI?
Well, what I know, Bill, is that they targeted the DOJ, the white DOJ specifically targeted a group of us. They asked for our call records so they could see who we talked to, who called us. I believe also track our location over a period of days. This is outrageous. I mean, this is really unbelievable. It's blatantly unconstitutional. It's a violation of the First Amendment. It's a violation of the separation of powers. It also goes to show you the extent to which the Biden administration is so corrupt, using the FBI to target their political enemies. And let's not forget, they didn't just do it to senators. They did it to school board parents who went and spoke at the school board meetings. They did it to 92 conservative organizations, including Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. They tried to recruit spies to the Catholic churches. That's the kind of people we're dealing with here. Bill, we need a total investigation, a thorough investigation into everybody who's responsible, and I think there needs to be prosecution.
Okay, so here's Captain Bell, FBI Director on Texas. This is a statement of the 2 guys who recently uncovered proof that phone records of U.S. lawmakers received for political purposes. That abuse of power ends now under my leadership. The FBI will look for truth and accountability that never again be weaponized against the American people. Senator, what would they look for?
Big question. I mean, this is the years after the fact, by the way. This is back in 2023 when they go and start this fishing expedition. I tell you what it looks like to me, Bill. It looks like targeting bloodlines. You talk about an enemies list. I mean, this would make Richard Nixon blush. I mean, this is unbelievable what Joe Biden did. He targeted the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, when he was a private citizen. He targeted 8 Republican senators. He targeted almost 100 conservative organizations. He targeted parents who go to meetings. He targeted anybody who was in Washington, D.C. on January 6th exercising their First Amendment rights. And I could just go on and on. Targeted pro-lifers who peacefully protested outside abortion clinics. This was the most out-of-control administration, the most corrupt administration when it comes to abuse of the Constitution in our history. And Bill, we've got to have an investigation that turns over the facts of everybody who was involved in this. Who signed off on this stuff? Who knew about it?
Jack Smith was running the show.
That's correct.
The reason why the investigation ended is because now the election. Correct. They didn't use that election. They think that the January 6th deal that needed to be let down to close their eyes.
No, I think what it was plainly an attempt to target Donald Trump. I think it all goes back to the fact that we wanted to keep Trump off the ballot. Joe Biden, remember, directed the Attorney General at the time, Merrick Garland, to start investigating Trump. And this is what they did. They got a special prosecutor whose sole responsibility, his sole remit, was to go after Trump and anybody associated with Trump, anybody who was standing up to Biden. I think they wanted to keep Trump off the ballot. That failed. Then they wanted to prevent him from winning the election. That failed. They wanted to target anybody who was speaking up against Biden. That failed. But here we are, Bill. I mean, this is incredible abuse. Incredible abuse. The FBI, which is the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world. And listen, if it could happen to members of Congress, it could happen to anybody. And we know it did. We know that they targeted ordinary citizens, pro-lifers, these 92 conservative organizations. They're going to make sure this never happens.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Let's get back to the hearing. Can I do that for now? We'll run this story down when we can.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis will not get it anywhere else.
Discover your new Ford. Right now at Court Street Ford. Come lease a new Expedition for $907 per month for 48 months. The search is over. Visit us today at Court Street Ford.
And welcome up to Fox News, where President Trump claims in his tape after the arrest of a top leader of MS-13. Yeah, look at this. Is this live? Yeah, we just, okay. We have exclusive coverage of the operation. Our cameras were rolling as AG Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel joined agents for the early morning takedown.
And David Sponge is live in Virginia, Manassas, Virginia, with all the details. Hi, David.
You were there.
Good morning to you. I was very early morning. This happened around 6 o'clock in the morning in Woodbridge, Virginia. A 24-year-old top MS-13 leader, actually the top leader on the East Coast, was taken down into custody by the FBI. This was a DOJ FBI operation together along with Virginia State Police, ICE, and other different agencies. We have some video of this operation going down. The FBI director and Attorney General watched this on a monitor from off-site, but they were watching in real time in cameras that were planted in the area to see this person get taken down. As far as the name is concerned, we're not able to release the name right now until this person has their first appearance. But we're told this person is a 24-year-old male from El Salvador, living here in a residential apartment complex in Woodbridge, Virginia. Got a knock on the door from SWAT team early this morning, a little bit before 6 o'clock in the morning. He is now in custody. Here's some sound from our interview, exclusive interview with the FBI director and Attorney General.
First reaction is public and public distancing. That was the number one thing. They're saying they executed a clean, safe operation and the bad guys in custody. And thanks to the FBI, we know one of the worst of the worst of the MS-13 off the street.
We're able to be out here in force to show the American people to be here in person. This means a lot to her and the mission. Safety is our primary concern of these communities, and we effectuated that today.
Separately, he's one of the top 3 leaders in the country. Again, remarkable as he is 24 years old. There's a press conference that begins with the FBI Director, Kash Patel, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin coming up in just a few moments. We're told there's a heavy coordination between Virginia and the FBI and Department of Justice on this. Guys, back to you.
So, real quick, so typically when they do these, they have a place to target, and then there's other people that are along with the person. Is he the only person arrested, or were there other co-conspirators there at the time when they grabbed them as well?
Well, this was a residential neighborhood, Lawrence, and we're told there were other people in the house. We're told that there were children. There were other people in the house. They were just detained periodically for the time, temporarily. He was the only target they were going after, and they have him in custody. So,
David, how unique is it for the DOJ and the FBI director to be on location for something like this?
it is unique. It's something we haven't seen often. Typically, these go down all the time. People in uniform do these every single day. The FBI director and Attorney General said they wanted to get out there, be out there in person to see this and make sure they can thank these people in person and see what these operations are like. Right now, we just know that he's the top leader on the East Coast of the United States. We know that he was not so much of a person that was dealing drugs or those kinds of things himself. We know more that he was kind of a ringleader and operations leader, someone that was recruited by MS-13 several years ago. We're waiting for the actual program to be played. Hopefully, going to find out some of those details here. But even some of the agents that were on the scene were remarking just his age, the fact that he was
thinking in there, but I think if it's away from the president, with this guy was. Because apparently, if you know, when there was a bunch of windbreakers going in, everybody was armored up. They came in armored vehicles. There were SWAT teams. It's because they were expecting there could be trouble, right?
Oh, absolutely. They expected a fight. There were weapons in the house that were told. We saw multiple different SWAT vehicles. I mean, it almost looked like something you would see at an army base. I mean, there was a heavy presence of this in the FBI director, Attorney General, myself, and others, really other top DOJ leadership, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and Emil Jose, the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, also on scene watching from a distance, but they could watch it live on monitors and see. And the technology, we weren't allowed to show it on camera because the nature of law enforcement, but it was incredible to see. I mean, very, very clear pictures, high-tech stuff. They were for a while.
You're talking about how law enforcement, they do this every single day, grades it's true. But it is unusual to get someone this high up on the list of the food chain. I mean, you got intelligence gathered. This is a massive operation.
It is a big one. They've been looking after this person for a while. It's not clear how many times they previously wanted to do this operation, but it happened to work out today. But we know that there was surveillance on this individual for a while. And again, just the neighborhood that this person lived in was a run-of-the-mill residential neighborhood. People from Eastern Generations outside. It was an apartment complex. Very nice neighborhood. And, you know, they go in with these big tanks and SWAT teams this morning and get this guy out of there.
I'm sure the residents are thinking, what the heck is going on here? And now everybody knows. There was a raid in Virginia, David, that took place between March 1st and March 13th, and 214 illegal immigrants were apprehended. Took place in Virginia. So I'm wondering if somebody that was elected between that time period talked and told the FBI about this stuff, and they're really taking talking to people that were involved in this arrest. Did anybody say anything about that?
No, they didn't. They didn't bring that specifically up, but you're right. That did happen recently in Virginia. There's been a task force that the FBI has set up here in Virginia. So that's something new, and we expect the FBI director, to talk about that along with the AG, Attorney General, the AG, today here at this news conference. But yes, there definitely has been a heightened increased work here in Virginia on this.
And David, while you were talking and reporting, the president posted on Truth Social this. Truth, he wrote, just captured a major leader of MS-13. Tom Homan is a superstar. Caroline Levitt is going to be with us very shortly. Just tweeted out, top MS leader arrested in Virginia. This is what happens when you have competent federal leadership working in state and local law enforcement on the ground. Bravo, AG, Bondi, Tasha Kelly, Governor Glenn Youngkin, and Tom Homan. So there's a list of people. Real quickly, I know the press conference is supposed to happen in about 5 or 6 minutes. Do we know who's going to be there?
Yeah, we know it's going to be the FBI Director, Cash Patel, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and Governor Glenn Youngkin. That's all we're aware of now. Obviously, some other officials with the local field offices of the FBI and whatnot will be there. But they're definitely happier that they have this person in custody now. And again, it's a little strange that I can't say this person's name, but we've been told that we can't say this person's name as per the way things work in the court system. They need to wait for an initial appearance. But we know it's a 24-year-old man from El Salvador, the top leader of MS-13 on the East Coast, and one of 3 top leaders in the entire country.
And he's a room on the top bunk. We got somebody else coming. Thanks so much.
What an incredible win for the administration here. And the only one that is standing in the way are the Democrats that want to continue to have St. Gracie and the media that chooses to report on one-off. It is because of the maximum pressure of this administration. Whether you're talking about the border, with the military there, border patrol there, record hirings now, operational control almost at the border, and then you have Tom Homan with ICE as well as these joint task force going door to door to people that are criminals in this country. All of that makes for a great operation like this as people start talking.
And great optics have the AG and the FBI director there.
Well, Democrats could be in the photo, but they choose to be against it.
Joining us now to discuss all of this for the first time on The Angle, the Attorney General,
and Bondi, General Bondi. So good to see you. How did you find this guy, and how long has he been in the United States?
He has been in the United States for probably over a decade, but we believe he was recruited in middle school. In middle school, can you believe that? In middle school, but he's been living here illegally with friends and family, and the Biden administration did absolutely nothing to deport these people. You know, as the president says, we didn't need new laws. We needed a new president to fix this. And today, with Governor Glenn Youngkin and a task force, we started it on February 25th, and in less than a month, they have captured so many of these MS-13 gang members for their techniques and what they were doing with state, local, federal partnerships. Hasn't been done.
But people are watching it tonight, they're saying, well, how on earth could this have happened? Not only this, which was significant, obviously 24 years of age, very young and very vicious. Then we have these people in Massachusetts that ICE has rounded up, these child predators and rapists who, you know, excuse me, Mayor of Boston and the Governor of Massachusetts, like, oh no, we're tough on criminals. These people are just walking about the streets free as a bird until you guys actually got them.
They are.
It's insane.
They are. So this task force is DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, working with ICE, all working hand in hand, sharing data. And that's how we were able to catch this guy. One of the agents said, if you want to rock MS-13 to its core, arrest him. That shows how bad he was. He was one of the top leaders, and he was living half an hour from where we're sitting right now, living among us.
How did he get that high up in the organization if he's only 24 years of age, you know?
He's been in it for a decade. A decade, this guy has been in MS-13. I think he's probably been involved in murders. More to come on that. They found letters, they found writings that show he was one of the top leaders for the whole country, showing MS-13 cliques between gangs spread throughout this nation. Again, we took one of the worst off the streets today. Americans are safer because of Donald Trump.
When can we expect federal charges, and will you try to deport him to the Supermax prison back in his home country of El Salvador?
Yes, we will try to deport him to El Salvador. Let's send him home. That's where he belongs. You know, he belongs back in that El Salvador prison, and that's where he should go. But you're gonna see a lot more charges on him. He had illegal firearms, of course, 4 to 5 guns. He was living in a middle-class neighborhood.
Did he go to school in that area?
He did when he was younger. He went to school there, which is where he was recruited. And you know what? These schools have been trying to protect kids from law enforcement.
And that's still happening in the United States. That log jam has to be broken because they're acting in some cases, not all, but in some cases, with the help of some religious leaders as sanctuaries from you and the FBI and the DHS.
That's right. Kids are being recruited in middle school. They're 13 years old, 14 years old. Yet, these schools will not let law enforcement officers in there to educate kids about how horrible gangs are. No longer will that happen. Governor Youngkin and I are going to work together on that, and we are going to get into these schools. No longer will these schools be keeping law enforcement from children trying to help them.
There was this other MS-13 character, Cesar Humberto Lopez Larios Menendez. He was arrested on terrorism charges last year, but then CNN is reporting that, I guess it dropped days ago, that he was back to El Salvador, sent back to the Supermax prison. But is it a mistake to have sent him there? I think there are a couple instances where maybe they weren't supposed to be sent there.
We have the people who have been deported, who are being housed in El Salvador, should be there. 261 people total went on that plane, and that's 261 reasons why Americans are safer tonight.
What are you going to do about these nationwide injunctions, and what is your message tonight to Congress, specifically members of the U.S. Senate and House, but Republicans and Democrats who like to leave town on Thursday night, tonight, and they leave, and they're going to be gone for 2 weeks in April, when you still have a lot of key people not in top positions? What is your message to them?
We need these people, of course.
Should they be taking a recess for 2 weeks?
Of course not. Laura, we need to get all of it. Donald Trump needs all of his nominees to be confirmed, to be in office for public safety reasons, for all of the reasons we've been talking about. There are so many nominees that we have to get confirmed. We have a lot coming up, and we've got to get them in office to help keep America safe.
I think Thun's trying to do his best, but they have to have unanimous consent from the Democrats in order to fast track these. And because Schumer's under attack from the left, he's like, I'm not giving you a thumbs up on any of these people. So it's having to go through this laborious process. But if you keep people through the weekends, let's say you do know this town, you keep people through a couple weekends, what does that do to them? They break.
The Democrats will break, and Republicans are tougher. We know that. Senator Thun's been great. I mean, he's been fabulous, but we've got to keep people here. We've got to get people in office.
What's happening with this Las Vegas Tesla criminal who he was arrested and now federal charges have been filed against him? This was something that was needed given everything we're seeing happening to those dealerships and those cars across the country.
That was remarkable police work, working with the state police, our FBI. They have been going non-stop on this case. This guy is in custody. Laura, he is facing 5-year minimum mandatory to 20 years in prison. And this was great police work. This guy got away with it. So these people better look out. They better cut it out, because we are coming after you. And at my direction, there will be no negotiating on these people. Now, we are seeking 20 years in prison. They are setting off bombs, the huge fires. Look what you're seeing, huge, massive fires in residential neighborhoods.
Someone's going to get killed.
Someone is going to get killed. A citizen is going to get killed. And these people, we are not doing any plea negotiations on them. Well, we better cut it out.
We have some information about the groups that he belonged to, this individual. Let's watch.
But a preliminary assessment of the suspect's social media activity indicates some very loose but self-proclaimed ties to the Communist Party USA social media group, as well as social media groups called Revolutionary Communist International, Hidden Palestine, Palestine Action, and a variety of other social media groups.
I mean, this is like a cliche, a very left-wing communist, socialist, Hamas.
Right. We are looking at, in all of these cases, every aspect, we are not going to leave a stone unturned.
So the messages are going out from these groups. Get busy, meaning terrorized. If people are terrorized driving down the road in a car that they worked hard for, they feel terrorized.
They do. We're looking at how these people learn to make these bombs. We're looking at every aspect of these cases, and we are coming after you, and we will find you if you have done this to a Tesla owner, a Tesla dealership, anything to do with Tesla. We're going to find you. And that today was proof of it.
Judge Beryl Howell is an Obama district judge. This strategy is designed to ensure the integrity of the federal judicial system. I guess the DOJ lawyers wanted to remove Judge Howell from the case, citing other what they believe were biased criteria into Judge Howell. Many judges when Judge Howell included Judge Reyes, Judge Spencer, these judges, Congress, this cannot be a process, they cannot be accepted. So this was judges trying to control our entire country, and there's to obstruct Donald Trump's agenda. And those judges, the judge who was assigned to the signal case, essentially what it is, the signal staff case, which is a lawsuit filed by parties that have not sure they have everything filed, but President Trump called it disgraceful that this judge, again, really has to do on the front row after the corporate Jay wants to.
So Pam Bondi has been MIA. There is no indication that she's going to open an investigation here. And by the way, when she was up for a confirmation, as you remember, one of the concerns is would she be able to exercise independence? She told the Senate, absolutely, I will be completely independent. There's no reasonable prosecutor who could look at this and say it doesn't even need to be investigated.
Your response to your Paola.
Yeah, there's a reason why the ratings are plummeting because they're putting people like that on TV. John, you could care less what they say. We're going to continue forward on all of these things.
So this is not a concern of yours, Inspector General, idea of Inspector General investigation or congressional investigation down the road. You are completely confident that this was a mistake and nothing more.
We are, and all our intelligence officials who were on it are confident about this.
Definitely, do you not know how many Democrats that I know over the years have been on Signal? I mean, the highest level Democrats. And is that changing in the government now? That was Signal not going to be used, or is it going to be used going forward? Are you aware of it?
I think Signal is a very safe way to communicate. I don't think foreign adversaries are able to hack Signal as far as I know.
And maybe people just have to keep an eye on their contact list a little bit more carefully going forward. Attorney General Pam Bondi, you were up at what time did you get up this morning?
About four.
I mean, you don't look any worse for wear. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it very much.
From El Salvador, and he will not be living in our country much longer.
How's this for a bad hombre? That stabbing a suspected top grade leader of the brutal MS-13 gang agents busted into his home. Junior, they got 3 firearms, ammo, 2 suppressors. Authorities say he's from El Salvador and in America illegally. Hey, Harold. Turns out all we need is a new president to catch these bad guys. Opinion of it.
I just want to emphasize the pace and focus. And so, no, these were not lists that were available in the previous administration because they were too much. I cannot emphasize enough the collaboration and support and leadership out of the new administration is so different than what we saw in the previous 3 years of my administration.
And south of the border, DHS Secretary Noem did a house call to check on Venezuelan gang members Trump kicked out of the country. Christie coming face to face with the criminals and warning a week.
Hey, stop letting my fatty back. You need the new 300. Michael Platinum.
The sugar shutdown is a success. We will continue to work to signal Village America and defend our position with life. We will not stop until free healthcare is ours. Now is the time for progress. If we can be degenerate.
You should call it out how they racist. This isn't funny.
Warning, what you're about to see are liberals acting nuttier squirrel turds. Pray for them, y'all.
You know, we do well. I appreciate CNN, but I'll tell you, you know, Republicans own most of the media. What? Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
It's the biggest piece of dumb shit.
They control Fox News and X or Meta, whatever you call it. Just, you know, right now the president has purchased or allowed his allies to purchase TikTok. We are hard pressed to get our message out.
There's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa. Huh? Hey, Jim, you said this. There's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa. The network that you work for has plenty of articles on Antifa, Jim. What is Antifa? Antifa protesters showed up in Portland. There is a Antifa.organization website, Jim. Antifa handbook on Amazon. Antifa out there in the streets. Antifa members. Antifa flag. That's interesting. We're fucking done with people like that. And that was Antifa in action. I hope it's that, Jim.
Like, I don't even know what Antifa is. Where is no blue?
It's not even like far-right groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. Compared to right-wing extremists, Antifa-linked violence is rare and limited.
It isn't an organization. It is in many ways, mythology.
It's not like the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers. These are defined terrorist organizations with the leadership that leads violence. It's not a highly organized movement. It's a moniker. It's not a unified group like the Proud Boys are.
Things like Antifa are things that are thought of. It's all in this guise of going after Antifa, which is nothing. There's no organization called Antifa. Nobody's a member of Antifa because it doesn't exist. They are just declaring into existence something that doesn't exist.
There is no Antifa organization, so maybe that's good for social media, but it really is non-existent. They exist on the internet and chat rooms and in 4chan and Discord and places like that, where they run discussion boards, trade tactics, documents, things like that. But none of them are called Antifa.
Trump has argued that Democrats don't really have real leadership in this moment, that they're kind of lost at sea, essentially. Is that how you see it, or do you think that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are doing a good job in Washington?
You know, I think holding the line right now for healthcare for millions of Americans, that is exactly what we need.
What's wrong with you people? Just go look at the votes. There have been actual votes in the House and the Senate 8 different times now between the two chambers to open the government down, and Republicans have said, yes, let's keep the government open while we negotiate our differences, and Democrats continue to say no so they can appease their radical base. And so as Chuck Schumer denies pay to millions of federal workers, we know roughly at least 1 in 3 of every service member in America lives paycheck to paycheck.
Now, should they get solace in knowing that they're risking their lives, some of them overseas, while their families are here, and on Monday, when we get to the date where paychecks would be cut, the government will still be shut down, and they won't even be getting a paycheck on the 15th. Rent will still be due, mortgages will still be due, car notes will still be due for those service members risking their life. Should they take solace in knowing that at least it's a good day for Chuck Schumer? At least Chuck Schumer feels like the shutdown's working good for Schumer. That's not going to give solace to any of those families. Instead, it actually increases the anger of the families all across America who are seeing the real cost of this shutdown. They know who's voting to shut the government down, but now they're feeling direct pain. And the only thing they hear from Democrat leaders that keep voting no is, oh, it's a good day for us because the far left is patting us on the back. Do they really need a participation trophy to feel good about themselves while they inflict pain on millions of people? It's disgraceful.
There's clearly a game of chicken going on here, and I think it was expressed in many ways by Senator Schumer in terms of how strategically there is a view among Democrats. The longer you can hold out, perhaps the better chance you have either to get what you want or to push the Republicans into some kind of other place. And my question to you is, how do you think about that, given the trade-off, of course, which is all of the government workers which are currently being furloughed and not being paid?
I think that Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats have taken a strong and principled position for all of the right reasons in the face of this Republican healthcare crisis. Remember, this is something that has been ongoing from the very beginning of this Congress. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history, forcing, we believe, 14 million people off of health care coverage.
Your leader, Schumer, was interviewed by Principal News, and he said this, that was now about to stretch into another week. He said, quote, every day gets better for us, end quote. And it seems he was talking about politics there. I'm curious what you thought he was talking about and whether you think it's helpful.
You know, I wasn't there for that interview, but I know that Chuck feels deeply, as we all do, that this is actually about what's happening to the American people right now.
Are you serious? Defense Secretary James Mattis has approved a request from the Justice Department for 21 JAG lawyers to assist in prosecutions of misdemeanor illegal entry cases. Read it again. This Mattis is 21 JAG lawyers reassigned to help process illegal immigration cases. Will that make a dent in the problem, you think?
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. It's a misdemeanor.
So misdemeanor is not
a criminal act. No, if you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a criminal act.
Federal then. It is not a criminal act.
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
It is crime.
No, we have different levels of. I shouldn't say crime, but it's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. You got to stop doing that. You got to stop doing that.
Over the last week, I literally interacted with over 300,000 plus real Chicagoans who say that it is easy for you to evoke the Civil War, to evoke bringing back the Confederacy, to say that law enforcement is a sickness when you yourself have over 150 sworn police officers on your detail. What do you say to these people, and will you ask your 150 sworn police officer CPD detail to stand down if you and your wife Stacy are ever attacked, shot at, or rammed with a protester vehicle?
First of all, I'm sorry to hear that your numbers of interactions have gone down to only 300,000.
Actually, millions, but personally, I've interacted with over 300,000. These are not.
It went down.
No, it's going up. Higher than yours, by the way. By the way, check out your comments. Check out the comments on your feed.
I think it's important to be able to make sure that to the people that you're talking to, when we're talking to less and less people every week, is that they know the truth. Here's what I'm saying. That the addiction and jails and incarceration and the addiction of militarism, it is indeed. Dr. King made that very clear. Right. Yeah. And so I believe it's incumbent upon us to make sure that the real Chicagoans or the real people of America, instead of sending billions of dollars overseas,
we should be spending on the people right here in this country?
Well, the real Chicagoans that I talk to, that I communicate with, mostly black and brown, actually, tell me that you don't seem to know the difference between illegal aliens and real Chicago citizens. They feel that you are siding with the illegal aliens over them in their communities. And sadly, let's get to the question. The real question is simply this. I don't know how to make it any more direct. An illegal alien from Nicaragua grabbed a woman on the north side last week, bashed her head into the sidewalk, knocked her unconscious, and killed her. If that had been your wife, Stacey, would you want ICE to deport her, to deport that illegal alien? Yes or no? Answer the question as a man, not as mayor, but as a man. Would you want ICE to deport that? No? Okay, that's the answer.
Me personally, I wouldn't take it from those people.
That's the answer for me.
Like many of you, I'm becoming increasingly concerned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe. We're seeing politicians target civil society, undermine freedom of the press, weaponize the justice system. Why are you big? No one is being spared. Even countries that thought they were immune from wholesale assaults on democracy now understand we're all part of this struggle. You are good. That's an enormous challenge.
I don't want the FBI or the Justice Department. I don't care what party they're in. But if they knock on my door, I don't want to have to worry about whether they're a Republican or a Democrat. I think most Americans just want them to follow the law. And that's what Attorney General Bondi and FBI Director Goodell are trying to clean up. And of course, as they clean it up, many of my Democratic colleagues say, well, now you're picking on us. No, they're trying to get rid of the bad actors at Justice and at the FBI. Yeah, boy.
Things that I see from liberals. I'm on the freeway, right? And I see this Tesla, and you can see the sticker on the back of the Tesla from like a mile back. I'm like, what does that say? I get closer. Anti-Elon Tesla Club, okay? Massive. And I'm like, oh, this has got to be some blue-haired, nose pierced kid. I roll up, and it's like this 65-year-old woman. First of all, okay. I understand people bought their Teslas before they started hating Elon Musk because he has a different political opinion. But like, are liberals okay? Because sell your plug-in car and buy a different plug-in car, and don't go on it. Don't patronize him in any way. Don't go on X. There's lots of liberals. Why are you on X? Even if you don't pay to be on there, get off. Like, if Joe Biden had some website, I would not be on it. Okay, I would not be supporting that. So. I cannot believe that people are that old women that are liberals. Are you guys okay?
Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, ring that notification bell so you know every time I post a new video. If you like what I'm doing over here, you want to show a little extra love and support, be sure to check out our website, crownthethread.com. That's where you can grab all the awesome clothes you see me wearing in all of my videos like this one. It says, "He conquered as the lamb, returned as the lion." The Lion of Judah, that would be King Jesus. These are all handmade by my beautiful wife. We got tons of different designs to choose from, Christian, conservative, sizes ranges from big, extra small to big and hefty 5X for my folks that like to eat. Bunch of different colors. It's all good and chicken to me. Of course, I'm biased though, but I'm sure we got something that you look great rocking, or they'll make an awesome gift for someone you love. We also sell some pretty sweet woodworking pieces made by my father-in-law, bosses, art, or pizza boards. Definitely go check those out as well. If you'd like to support in other ways, you can buy me a coffee, hit that thanks button. You become a member of the Gibson family right here on YouTube. All those links are down below in the description section. Listen, I don't think you have to do any of that stuff. Just showing up and watching my freckle face for a few minutes, that means the world to me, seriously. And I love y'all. I truly can't thank you enough for rocking with me throughout the years. Whether you've been here since I started back in 2017 when I was doing music reactions to Little Rita subscribers, by the grace of God through my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and with y'all's support, my life couldn't be any better. Seriously. So thank you. And until next time, I'll be praying for you. Godspeed. I'm gone. That woman, I have no idea who she is. That woman was out of control. She was sucking federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over with this country. We're going to have blood on it.
President Trump going off on New Jersey Democratic Congresswoman Yolanda McIver after she was charged with assaulting two officers over that infamous ICE bus at the Newark facility. Now, Congresswoman McIver is adamant that she did nothing wrong and says ICE is at fault for her allegedly assaulting them. The entire situation was escalated by ICE. They called for confrontation, Homeland came and, caused this chaos that you see. It was a very tense situation, but it could have been, easily, it could have easily not happened. They had every opportunity to not allow this to happen. It was very unnecessary. And once again, people going to be at the house. And, if I'm going to be charged with a crime for doing my job, it just speaks to, where we're headed in this country. It's political intimidation, and I think we're going to have it forward. All eyes are now on Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who said if he arrested any Democratic lawmakers would use his red line, but Swalwell now promising that there will be more confrontations with us.
Thanks, some quick political fear, and I promise you it's going to be more. I don't even know this, but yeah, I don't even know this. Visit my colleagues, they're going to show up, and they better be ready. So that this is the red line. What happened? Violence across. I representative statement. This is a baseless, politically motivated distraction. This is typical of the Justice Department trying to intimidate anybody who might oppose them, whether it be an elected official, a judge, or anybody else.
So here, this facility in New Jersey has been used since 2000 for different detainees, federal detainees who were also in here, closed for a few years, and then it was reopened. I don't remember any of these people showing up to protest the detainment of people or talk about whether or not it's a safe facility under the Biden administration or under previous administration. So what is it they're so intense about now? They have gotten addicted to protest. They have gotten addicted to drama. We all know that sessions like this that are so incredibly heated require adults who are going to employ some moderation, but Monica McIver knows that her name is not going to be mentioned anywhere if she sits down and has a conversation with Kristi Noem or Councilwoman in her office. And, if you look at this, and the body cam footage, and there was a lot of video evidence there, it's very inconvenient for her because she is clearly not de-escalating the situation. And it's for these federal officers who have been trained to de-escalate. They've also been trained to read body language, and they know the intent of someone when they raise their forearm and elbows. All you have to do is look at the Wizards of Southern Hospitality to know. So when someone does this, they're about to drop blows on them. And that's it.
And none of that is helping. None of that moves the conversation forward really. And if they're really doing what they're supposed to be doing, then write laws in Congress, create a coalition, and ask them if ICE needs to be reformed. Yeah, they sort of festival for several days. Never often show up for several days. He's running for governor. It does appear that they wanted exactly the attention that they ended up getting. He was arrested. That charge was, he was not charged. He was charged. What else are they actually trying to do here? It's not clear. Well, they're trying to, at least in the case of the Congress people, and there were three of them that were down there, they're trying to exercise their right to conduct oversight. And their argument is, they're going to absolutely right. And there's no question, like, the scuffle outside appears to be quite messy on both sides of it. I'm not saying that Congresswoman McCaffrey is not really pushing her way in, and there are eyewitnesses there to say that it was contagious. It initiated the physical contact. They had seen the mayor of Newark being taken away, and Alina Habba, the interim U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, has now dropped the charges against him in the hopes of being able to move forward. And I think that's the way that the government is indicating that they know that they have been overplaying their hand on this, and that public opinion is shifting against ICE and what the DHS is doing here. So we will see what happens with Congresswoman McIver, but I know that she's trying to get in there to see what's actually going on at this point. You say, well, we weren't doing it under the Biden administration. There weren't people green cards being picked up off the street and held in detention facilities under the Biden administration. We were setting up negotiations order to detain most of them. There are a lot of them saying that. And we are finding out, but that's been on an almost daily basis. We are finding out that there are people who are being detained unlawfully, that they should not be there, that they are innocent, if they think they're illegally, that they have to render the asylum system, that they were either day in court, and now they're in a detention facility here, or they've been sent to El Salvador. And you can understand why people are skeptical of this, and why people are pushing back on certainly this aspect of Donald Trump's immigration policy this year. Chris Noem today is running a Senate within the front of his purposes, in posting posts about what they're doing, and the American public is not excited for it. Well, it's good to see you there, and yes, it was a great meeting. The president was in excellent spirits. He was funny, he was candid, he was raw, authentic. I mean, it was incredible, and I wish that the American people had a moment to really see him in that moment, talking really about the importance of moving the package across the finish line. You know, I couldn't help but think about, Mick Jagger, and, famously the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want. Everyone in that room has something that they are making a demand of, which that is part of the messy process of legislating. But at the end of the day, we have to get a package put together that is promiscuous for the good of the country, and that is exactly what we are doing. Now, certainly there are some loose ends that have to be tied up. There are some final rights that need to be negotiated. But overall, I think people are recognizing the gravity of the moment, and we're striking to meet the moment. So here's the family right now from President Trump. One of the four pop-up news conferences in the last hour and a half that he had on Capitol Hill. The U.S. will pay lowest drug prices in the world, but that's a big part of it. And I do want to hit a couple of sticking points with you this morning. Let me let New York Republicans make his own sandstone. I think they went after that meeting. Why?
I made it very clear when I ran for office back in 22 that I would never support a tax bill that does not adequately lift the cap on salt. And as it stands right now, I do not support it today. President understands obviously how important these issues are. Obviously, it's incredibly hard to get a deal done and get a bill passed. And so I'm going to continue to negotiate in good faith.
A large majority of the country look at that and says, great stuff. Isn't that something that only East Coast states, most of the Democrat red states would want? Can you talk about how you work that out with law? Well, again, I think there's a lot of delegations that have particular issues. And I can certainly say, hey, with Florida, we have the third largest state in the union, and we have some particular issues that we want worked out. But again, we have to operate as a fellow legislators in the best interest of our country. And our stand is we're going to have working class
the things that Kathy actually is doing, which is getting people back on their feet from 4 years of Biden economics, which basically destroyed our economy. We need to be doing regulatory reform, which will put immediately $3,100 back in Americans' pockets. We are on track to include the REINS Act, the largest regulatory reform effort in American history, into this bill, which will not only train us, but it empower the people to put money back in their pockets. We have to back-end taxes. If you are on this bill, you're raising taxes. We have to put the American people first. That is the American first agenda. For the big folks, we committed across the finish line. We have to take over.
The Freedom Caucus chair, Andy Harris, has said, Congressman Harris has said that you just need more time. And he's even said, look, you're not close yet, but you just need more time. I'm wondering if you have that time. Yes or no?
I think we do. The artificial deadline of Memorial Day, that's something that everyone is willing to work through because we understand that this is significant. I know for myself and people that I've talked to in the delegation across the conference, people are willing to stay and get this right. We have to get it right. So the arbitrary deadline, in my mind, it is in fact arbitrary. We can move the needle, but we want to make sure that we're getting this done in the right way. And so to rush this through, I think ultimately damages the conference, but we are close. We do need a little bit more time, and we will get there.
I wonder if there's Matt Pence working the weekend. You don't have to answer that yet. Okay, yeah. The Justice Department has charged Democratic Congresswoman Monica McIver for allegedly assaulting a law enforcement agent. These lawmakers said there were more than just this one that were being looked at. You know, the mayor of Newark, where this ICE detention center is, was arrested and charged with trespassing. This got really tricky.
What is this thing that was happening? Listen, you don't have an officer, you are going to face the consequences. This is an F around, find out moment, and she is about to find out. The victim card and say that you were in the wrong when you were literally shoving and throwing hands. The evidence is very clear. There is no video that disproves that she was not somehow the victim, that she was the victim in this. I mean, she absolutely was the aggressor. And just because you wear this pin, it does not give you privileges to have a double set of standards of the law. You are charged with making sure that you are upholding the law, that you are a good steward, and she has violated her oath of office. So I think she has a lot of consequences headed her way, and I fully support DHS and DOJ pursuing them to the fullest extent.
Well, it's been reported that she will need to turn herself in today to face those charges. I do want to make it clear, while he was arrested and charged, the mayor of Newark has seen his charges since get dropped against him. But this is a new day, and we have a new Democratic lawmaker in the hot seat over this incident. Congresswoman Kamik, always great to have you, particularly on the breaking news today. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Harris. Have a good one.
New Jersey Democrat Congresswoman LaMonica McIver is facing federal charges after allegedly assaulting a police officer during a protest outside of Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center in Newark, New Jersey. She denies any wrongdoing and is now blaming the ICE agents for causing the clash.
The entire situation was escalated by ICE. They caused the confrontation. Homeland came and, caused this chaos that we see. Was a very tense situation, but it could have been, easily it could have easily not happened. They had every opportunity to not allow this to happen. It was very unnecessary, and it just, once again, we were there to do our jobs. And if I'm going to be charged with a crime for doing my job, it just speaks to where we're headed in this country.
But President Trump isn't buying it.
Oh, give me a break. Did you see her? She was out of control. Those days are over. The days of woke. The days of woke. No, the days of woke are over. That woman, I have no idea who she is. That woman was out of control. She was shoving federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over in this country. We're going to have law and order.
With me now, Texas Public Policy Foundation Executive Director Rob Henneke, who, by the way, make note that followed me at UT Law School by just a year or so. Great to be reunited. Good to be with you, Will. Fellow Longhorn. But the law point is not gratuitous, because that's where I want to go with this right now. Our own chat program has pointed out there's great protections for U.S. Congress members on speech and debate when it comes to facing criminal charges. The question is, and there are, in that exact phrasing, in that exact clause about speech and debate protections, there are carve-outs for anyone who commits a felony or gets in the way of the law, implementing the law. And it would seem that the Congresswoman here, Congresswoman MacIver, has fallen on the wrong side of the law.
Well, she has. Secretary Nell mentioned that there's consequences, and that's what we're talking about here. You know, nobody is above the law, especially members of Congress, who I would say need to be held to a higher standard. And what Congresswoman MacIver did by trying to rush through the gates of an ICE facility, storming that facility, was clearly against the law, and she needs to be held accountable.
Hakeem Jeffries, House Minority Leader, has suggested this is a red line if she is arrested or if charges are pressed. I think he's left it somewhat vague. What does that mean? To be a red line? What is he talking about?
Governor Walsh basically, formally before the November, did they stop them? That's outrageous. These ICE agents are doing their job. Congresswoman MacIver put them in a dangerous situation with her actions. They broke the law, and she needs to be held accountable. Speaking of which, I want to share something that said by the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, who's talking about hiring policies for the city. There are some detractors that will push back on you and say, the only thing the mayor talks about is hiring a black people. No, what I'm saying is, when you hire our people, we always look out for everybody else. We are the most generous people on the planet. I don't know too many cultures that have twin cousins. That's how generous we are. We just read somebody a family member, right? This is how we are.
At North Park University, we prepare students both online and on campus in a diverse and vibrant setting, providing competence and service through education. We're focused on multi-year goals, are highly respected, values-driven, and our programs prepare you to advance in your profession and make a difference. Here, you're part of a community on a journey of discovery together. Visit degree.northpark.edu and find your purpose-driven career.
Broad news today is that the Department of Justice and Civil Rights Division, Department of Maryland, is going to open an investigation into the city of Chicago for civil rights violations. It's clear that if we replace black with any other race and replace generous with any other adjective, everyone sitting here watching today will be outraged. But it also, it was 50 years after the Civil Rights Act was enacted, we're still trying to get racism out of our government. It's absolutely the purview of Carmen Dillon and the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to investigate the governor's statements there. You've got a history of racism in the Chicago mayor's office. Don't forget 4 years ago, the prior mayor, Lori Lightfoot, said that she wouldn't allow white journalists to be interviewed by her office. So again, this is the mayor making a political statement about the taxes in his office. Those are illegal. Those are absolutely the purview of the Department of Justice to investigate. Rob, if you think someone can make the drive up, feel free to take it right through where you can also. I think we continue to see this as undermining Congress's ability to be able to conduct our oversight over ICE facilities, DHS facilities. You cannot impeach ICE agents. You can't assault ICE agents. You can't put hands on ICE agents. The actions that were taken that day totally escalated the situation, and it made it unsafe to everybody.
People in power will always find a strong black woman or man to target, to bully, to intimidate, to insult, to malign, and to harm.
So reaction is pouring in as a New Jersey congresswoman faces federal charges from that altercation outside an immigration enforcement facility in New York. The Trump administration making it clear a new sheriff is being found. Welcome back to America Enforcement News to Hour 2 on Kansas City, New York. Great to see you, John.
And you as well, Sandra. John Roberts in Washington. Congresswoman Monica MacIver now facing charges of assaulting agents during that chaotic New Jersey ICE Center confrontation more than a week ago. MacIver and her Democratic colleagues are blasting the prosecution as, quote, purely political.
But acting U.S. Attorney Alina Habba is making it very clear no one is above the law. President Trump reacting earlier to MacIver's charges.
The dates of Volker, that woman, I have no idea who she is. That woman was out of control. She was shoving federal agents. She was out of control. The days of that crap are over in this country. We're going to have law and order.
All right, so Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley is here to weigh in.
But first, Alexis McAdams live in Newark, where it all went down. Alexis, is the Congresswoman going to turn herself in?
Hey, John, well, I thought maybe that was going to happen today here in Newark, New Jersey. We've been in front of the courthouse for a few hours, and then we saw her do an interview on CNN from Washington, D.C., where she said, this is business as usual for me today. I've got a busy schedule going on at Capitol Hill, so no sign of the Congresswoman yet. But the Democratic Congresswoman, Monica MacIver, is facing serious felony charges looking at jail time after she assaulted federal agents, according to ICE. But she said she didn't do anything wrong.
It's political intimidation, and I'm looking forward to my day in court.
All right, well, when will that day be? We're waiting to find out. MacIver is in this red shirt, though. She was shoving and elbowing federal agents, according to investigators. I went through the court documents that said she grabbed an agent and tried to restrain him, then pushed another agent, striking him with her forearms. The video was one of many pieces of evidence that interim U.S. Attorney Alina Habba tells me led to several felony charges here. Like what? Well, assaulting, impeding, and interfering with law enforcement. MacIver and two other Democratic Congress members from New Jersey are all in that crowd there. It was so chaotic just the other week. Robert Menendez Jr., Bonnie Watson Coleman were also there. They showed up at the ICE detention facility earlier this month and demanded a tour. DHS says that's not how it works. You got to make an appointment. So they just pushed their way past the gates, leading to chaos, according to the feds. Newark Mayor Ras Baraka was also arrested that day. Investigators say MacIver blocked police from handcuffing the mayor, circling around him and yelling at investigators. His case has been dropped, but hers is alive and well. Back in Vermont, Democratic leaders and also Monica MacIver are saying that this is just politics, that it's the Republicans trying to intimidate their party, but they say you can't put hands on federal agents, else you're going to jail. So we'll see what happens, John.
Trump seems to be zero tolerance policy in effect now. Alexis McAdams, Sports. Alexis, as always, thank you. Sandra.
All right, John, for more on this is Korean Fox News contributor and constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley. Jonathan, always good to have you on the program. So please tell us what we should know about all of this.
Well, what these members are saying is legally absurd. It's not oversight to show up at a facility and try to force your way in. If that were as part of Article 1 authority, you could have 535 inspectors general running around the country just barging into federal offices. That's clearly not true. So what they're saying in the media today is not likely to be repeated in the courtroom. They can certainly say that they were there as part of their oversight function, but to actually force your way into a federal facility to break through a security line or go through a security gate is not part of any oversight authority that I know of. Now, you can go and you can subpoena agencies, you can even get a court order to get access to areas, but you're not allowed to just muscle your way in at the head of a mob.
Okay, so Rep. MacIver appeared on another network earlier this morning, Jonathan, and placed the blame squarely on ICE for the escalation. Listen.
The entire situation was escalated by ICE. They caused the confrontation. The Justice Department and Alina Habba wanted me to admit to doing something that I did not do, and I was not going to do that. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to roll over and stop doing my job because they, don't want me to, or they want to neglect the fact that, we needed to be in there to see what was going on in that detention center.
Your reaction to that, Jonathan?
Well, you're certainly allowed to go to a federal facility to see if there's something unlawful going on. You're just not allowed to go to that facility and commit something unlawful. And that's what this video shows. They were told they could not come in. They did not have prior approval. The gate was open to allow a car or truck to go through. And then they tried and succeeded in breaching that security gate. That's nothing in that is legal. Nothing in that is part of oversight. That is stepping beyond what you have authority to do. Now, she may have a great advantage here, much like Judge Dugan in Wisconsin. This trial would be held in a fairly favorable district. A jury could very well engage in jury nullification and just vote on the cause and not the crime. But there is a cognizable crime here. Now, does that mean that she's looking at 8 years? No. This is still a relatively minor skirmish here. But to say that this was not, that this was within the domain of Article 1 and congressional authority is facially ridiculous.
Yeah, I just want to get this in here. This was Tom Homan. He weighed in on all of it on Fox and Friends earlier today.
I thought from day one, you cross that line, we're going to ask for prosecution. You cannot, commit criminal trespass out of facilities and endanger employees. And you certainly can't put hands on an ICE agent. So, she's going to have to pay the consequences for doing what she did.
And now we will let the justice system work, says Adina Haba. Her statement reads that persistently made efforts to address the issues without bringing criminal charges that have given Beth McIver every opportunity to come to a resolution, but she has unfortunately declined. Real quick, I want to finish off with James Comey and that message in the sand. Here he is yesterday on that. Listen.
But I took it down. Even if I think it's crazy, I don't want to be associated with violence of any kind. Well, I regret the distraction and the controversy around it. But again, it's hard to have regret about something that, even in hindsight, looks to me to be totally innocent.
Hard to have regret, should he?
Well, this is timed just before the rollout of his new book, and I suppose that attention is not particularly unwelcome. But this is not the first shell message he's received, and it's a very odd thing that he's getting these political communications through shells. But it might be a time for an intervention. But I don't believe that this is a criminal case. It's just awfully embarrassing, and it's getting weirder by the moment.
I would agree with that. Thank you so much, Dr. Great to see you.
Dr. Great, Jonathan Fahey, former acting ICE director in the first Trump administration, former DHS deputy assistant secretary, and former federal prosecutor. Good to have you here today, sir. Thank you for joining us. Here's another piece of sound from Monica McIver talking about her take on what happened there. And I know you've seen the tape that we just showed about her confrontation with the agents. Here she is.
The entire situation was escalated by ICE. They caused the confrontation. Homeland came and caused this chaos that we see was a very tense situation, but it could have been easily not happened. Once again, we were there to do our jobs.
So Jonathan, as I said, welcome. Thanks for being here. When you watch this tape and you see the activity and you see the agents in this melee, what is your takeaway? How do you dissect it in terms of what happened and what the agents were doing?
Well, her first statement is this didn't have to happen and ICE instigated it. It's like, well, they're the ones that went to the facility and worked their way in, whether or not they thought they had a right to be there at all. But what's really troubling about this is a facility where you have these ICE agents, ICE officers, but plus you have very dangerous criminals there. So you can put a lot of people, she did put a lot of people in danger just by creating this melee, because you never know what could also happen when prisoners see this. So she put everyone at risk because they wanted to make a political statement here, and she should be charged here. And this idea that it's politically motivated, that's not true. If this were to happen at the same facility with some random citizens that went in there and attacked agents trying to push their way in, they get the same exact charges. So President Trump and this administration are just simply trying to do their job by deporting illegal aliens, and the Democrats don't like this, but they have no right to assault agents, and it really puts them at risk. Just more importantly,
out in the public because it really legitimizes resisting them and assaulting them to members of the public. So this is such disgraceful behavior, and she certainly deserves to be prosecuted.
Yeah, well, she is being prosecuted. As we said, the charges against the mayor were dropped. So when they assessed this whole situation, they decided that they did have a case to bring 2 charges against this member of Congress. You know, when you talk about the larger picture and the attitude towards incarcerating some of these criminal migrants, and we know that the rap sheet is lengthy for a lot of the people who are being held in this facility, and I would venture to say that I don't think we keep the other residents of New York safe by putting some of these people off the streets. But here's Governor Tim Walz, who, you know, still appears to have some political aspirations for the future. Here's what he said.
Trump's modern day scaffolders keeping folks off the streets. They're an unmarked van wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture refugees. No chance in honor events, not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye. They're just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans, and disappeared.
Your reaction to that, sir?
That is so disgraceful that he did this. And the fact he did it at a commencement speech means he rehearsed comparing ICE agents to the Gestapo. And this really goes along the line of the Democratic Party these days with respect to ICE and law enforcement as a whole, of defaming them at all costs. We saw Senator Van Hollen accuse them of abduction. We had Kamala Harris way back when, as a senator, comparing ICE agents to the KKK. It is such appalling that an elected official would say this at a commencement, because this puts these agents in so much danger. And it's really important to know the assaults on ICE agents just this year have gone up. I think it's something like 414% just since the beginning of this year. And so this rhetoric puts them in greater danger, as well as the public in greater danger. And again, it's so unbelievable and so disgraceful that an elected official will do that.
Discover your new Ford. Right now at Ford Street Ford. Come lease a new Explorer for $401 per month for 36 months. The search is open. Visit us today at Ford Street Ford.
Well, you know, I always just sort of give it the taste of the families of Jocelyn Underwood, Lincoln Riley, these families that these people have not spoken out impassionately on behalf of, and why these individuals were allowed to cross the border and get into the country illegally in the first place. And that's getting sorted out here. A lot of them are opting to get on these planes and head out and get $1,000 after they arrive home, and then they can work on coming back in the proper way. Jonathan Fahey, thank you very much. Thanks for your commitment to all these issues over the years, and it's really good to have you with us, sir.
Thank you. What happens if they were to go and arrest these members, or if they would try to sanction them here in the House of Representatives?
They'll find out. It's a red line. It's very clear. First of all, I think that so-called Homeland Security spokesperson is a joke. It's been made loudly and abundantly clear to the Trump administration. We're not going to be intimidated by their tactics. He's the most unpopular president in American history after his first 100 days. Give me a break. No one's intimidated by this dude. No one. And so there are clear lines that they just dare not cross.
So that was King Jeffries, obviously, who says a word every 5 minutes. They actually charged that congresswoman, because you have to see the video. She stampedes through the fence. And evidently, Alexis McAdams told behind the scenes, when she gets beyond the fence, they tried to handcuff the mayor who wouldn't move. So as they go to do it, she jumped in between the ICE agent and the mayor. At which time, instead of creating an additional scene, they pushed everybody out, and then they cuffed the mayor in front of everyone. They said, wow, why are you making a scene to cover the mayor? Because this congresswoman wouldn't get out of the way. And this woman thinks she can bulldoze. You have to see her. She's like a running back, but not even a running back. Running back trying to avoid tackles. She's running through people, trying to get up the middle, because she thinks there's children being harmed inside an ICE facility. What does she actually think about our law enforcement? To think that children need her help outside Newark, or is she just somebody that got all amped up
think that this is gonna help her career, thought that she could go to the ICE agents because for some reason they're not popular with the American people, and thought she could just go do that. So her name is Congresswoman LaMonica McIver. And there's gonna be a hearing today on the examining of threats to ICE operations. This will be front and center. If you're in ICE, you're dangerous. You're pulling out criminals that are here illegally. My goodness, they got nothing to lose in many cases. So they're accusing her of McIver of assault, impeded and interfered with law enforcement in violation of Title 18 of the U.S. Code. Lena Hopper makes the charge. Tom Holman, when you see that video with everything you got on your plate, what were your thoughts when you heard this was going down and you saw this video?
That she should be arrested. I mean, I said from day one, you and I talked many times from day one of the administration. I said you cannot support us. Shame on you that you don't have that right. You can protest, that's fine. You can stand by and you can support sexual assault, but you can't cross the line. You can't cross the line. You cannot cross the line of Illinois, Harvard, Brazil, and everybody else. And you certainly can't cross the line or put hands on a life officer. So I wasn't bluffing. I meant that if they crossed the line, so I'm going to like Jeffrey said, I put my red line up there first. So we crossed this red line, so getting mine first. We are enforcing the law without problem.
So with the mayor, according to our reporter, investigators told our reporter that McIver blocked police from putting handcuffs on the mayor when the group was inside the ICE facility. That is why the agents were forced to wait and handcuff the mayor when he was back outside the gates that day. I mean, that's a tough decision for law enforcement to make. They could knock her out of the way and put cuffs on, but you have to worry about escalation, correct? And you have to also say, well, this is a U.S. congressman.
Yeah, you know, exactly, careful reactions you take, but, the ICE officers handles out very professional. I mean, the thing about it, you're disrespecting, shutting down ICE agents. The other thing is that police that we're doing Washington, D.C., honoring those who did maybe up in the past fight. I went to a Boston Memorial Service, I went to ICE Memorial Service, I went to Blue Mass, I found, national law enforcement, the wall of manager on this problem. It's simply for the honor and sacrifice law enforcement. Let a congresswoman put hands on somebody, trying to talk to destruction, putting politics over public safety. And if you stick to the next five of rules, she could have met to that facility. Many people have. Whether it's a couple of that facility. And guess what? Whether fines, whether criminal, fines up to this facility in a nation. Far better than anything. New Jersey has this state automobile facility. So it's to be considered itself, but Alina Howard, God bless you, she's doing the right thing. No, it's by the law. Haven't heard that for 4 years. Well, guess what? He is members of Congress.
So how much harder is your job now that the Supreme Court said the Alien Enemies Act will apply?
Look, it makes it hard. They push it back down to the local circuit court. We're opening it up because we're not making it up, right? We're using a law on the books. We're using every tool in our toolbox. Everything that was somewhat just by Congress, enacted by Congress, and put in statute. We're using it. And everybody's actually used it in the past. We have violated every part of that. We really understand when we talk about due process, there's a level of due process and any of that is different legislation on prison. So we talk about the expulsion of those who are enemies of the nation. Those who are designated terrorists or enemies of the nation. So we think we follow the law. But, once again, we got judges, second guessing what we're doing. We're not using the stuff, we're using laws on it. But I think we're going to anybody feel that? We're not going to stop arresting enemies and let homes protect it. That's what we'll do while we're waiting on what we do about deportation. But we're at 45 with deportation. Let's do that together and do it. So we'll do everything we can to keep it back in and keep it moving, even though any staff is in the place that that's what I'm told. We're going to do everything to keep it moving.
So Tom, for example, if you get a guy from MS-13, you know it's from MS-13, he's sitting there in a jumpsuit, and you want to send him back to El Salvador. Now what is the process? Because you could still you could keep him his hearing, can't you? If you wanted, I mean, you can't possibly get 8 million people hearings. But could you give an expedited removal, which could be on Zoom, they were telling me? It could be anything.
Yeah, you can do expedited removal, you can do voluntary departure. A lot of these MX 13 like the country already have a final order. Just illegal removal to a normal Title 8 ICE flight. So we'll do everything we can. One thing I can assure you, they're not be walking the street.
Yep.
They'll be locked up, waiting for one of these process where we talk about. We could be the Title 8 immigration that was expedited removal, that was a voluntary departure. We're going to take them off the street. And we're going to keep getting out of the country, but there's 3 or 4 different ways we can do it. It's just a short process, but that's what we got to do. So we're going to do it.
How did Bill Clinton expedite 350,000 expedited removal? What were his rules? Did Congress give him something to do that with?
No, and with the expedited removal right now, the problem is we don't have the border. Most expedited removals are border crossers, right? We have the most secure border in the history of the country right now. We don't have those kind of numbers. That's why I keep hearing this now. I keep getting asked the question, where is moving less frequent than Biden? No, I was considering that illegals are much higher by what is it? Common border removals. And you got 8.5 million people crossing the border into the country. You got a lot of people through the border. There are border security. We don't count border removals. We don't have border removals. So we have, a hell of a lot more Biden administration did. But there's less expedited removals. That's usually that's 90% border cases, and we simply don't have a border cases that border secure.
What's your reaction to the Supreme Court saying that you can get rid of the people who've got special dispensation from Haiti, from Venezuela, and I believe Nicaragua?
I think it's the right thing to do. When I started doing this job in 1984, I said 1,000 times, temporary protected status has never been temporary in this country. It just shows temporary protected status that you're only moving to a specific country because the conditions of that country are immediate or they're in war or whatever. But the conditions have changed. And everyone has been moved. Why, let's just get it, and it's been there a while, and money get big money, got jobs, and let's just keep them in. Let's just give them a country conditions that improve, let's keep them in. That's no form of amnesty. So I'm glad that they're following the law. Temporary means temporary. Those traditional countries aren't as bad as they used to be. They need to go home. They enter the country, they're protected and reported because the conditions of the country are bad. The conditions of the country have improved. Time to go home.
So could Congress be helping you more? I mean, couldn't they pass some of these immigration laws to modernize them, so you don't have to go back to 1794?
Yes. They can do 3 things in Canada that solve 85% of the problem on the border. They can change the filing rules that, the first interview for asylum, that first interview can be the same level of judicial review. That would stop the asylum fraud. Number 2 is the Drafting and Victims Protection Act. Children from all over the world, and actually country legally treated just like children in Mexico. Once the bachelor's came, you got a victim trafficking, you can be legally moved to your parents in the country it came from. Third, the joint settlement agreement. The same as coming across, very important, the same as up to some of
You know what these are? These are games specifically designed to pop.
in the family stop coming. How will I know that this is
when they get pissed off? This is what makes you literally showing comrades exactly how to make things so they can use them against their enemies. This was particularly terrifying while the music was found in the driveway of an independent journalist who's been covered for whole ICE detention for civil rights. The name don't like and have been sold for on numerous occasions. Her name is Honey Badger Law. She's been covered in this thing since the beginning. Like way longer than I have. You are both learning to read the county break. That's the tour that costs you and the Africa. Also, right now, and now they've gone to the Republicans instead of talking to people. Is that no? Is that threatening somebody, letting somebody know that you know where they're going. That's mean terrorism. And why are you criminal? Well,
if you get that money, the other thing, I understand they got to focus on this earlier and get more data, just like my father said, he's not going to vote for it yet, so we're going to be showing other people. So, exactly how to make these. So, afterwards, you have a
This was a particular terrifying of three things, some independent journalist who's been covering the whole ISIS extremist right today. I'm not assaulted numerous occasions, but he was telling about your mom, she's been covering this thing since the beginning, like way longer than I have. A lot of the reporting has been really incredible, but it's got like great calls. He attacked her, thoughts to the really trying to put on right now, and now they've got her reform to sabotage her vehicle, and also let her know they know wrong. I call this terrorism. When you're attacking somebody, threatening somebody, letting somebody know that you know where they've been, that's being a terrorist. But these are new ways of shooting the desire. This is one of the typical tactics that answer.
There's no downside that people on the sheriff watch this thing crossing the border, and there's certainly no downside in things like the criminal cartels not designated terrorists. There's no downside and a secure border. Everybody, especially Republicans, should have no second guess to support the bill.
I hear you. And two things I have not heard much about. Fentanyl, I get the numbers going down, and I've not heard much about the northern border. What could you tell us?
Northern border government operates at about 96%, northern border is now about 88%. So we made this like the northern border partners like cruise services, like now get there. I've been up there, I've met the two Canadian officials 3 times now. We're filling the gaps. But once again, this bill to give more money, more technology, more technology on the northern border. We understand. We need money to hire more agents. This bill will help address the northern border. We have down 88%, we down 100%, we down 92% at the southern border. We need money to do that. There's another party still a lot of support.
I know it's not really your jurisdiction, but the cartels make fentanyl from the precursor from China. Have they felt the pressure?
Well, the cartels are really unfair, and we're shut down their business. They make record amount of money last 4 years smuggling people, trafficking, women, Joey, and moving drugs across the border. Well, we have the border down 96%, right? People coming. That means every agent on the line doing his job, which means you're not sneaking them on left fentanyl through like you used to. You're not sneaking women, children for sex trafficking and towards any reason. Cartels are afraid we're hurting workers in the pocketbooks. But next week I step up and they agree with Trump. We can take the cartels out permanently, but it's going to take a United States to do that. That's what it does. So that's what we do. If you want the cartels to go away, that's never been here. It's going to take American money, American know-how. I hope next week we get the next week a much safer country.
Thanks to you, Tom. It'll be a much safer country. Tom Homan, back in the morning.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Remember, it's not a competition. It's a learning opportunity. It's totally a competition.
Sporty Man, support spring.
It's not a competition. So I can't remember.
I know what you want.
The violent assaults on law enforcement, particularly border enforcement, has become out of control, a threat environment that has literally never existed. Look in just the last few days. On Saturday in Portland, Oregon, the ICE facility there has been constantly under violent attack, attacking officers on a near daily basis. Saturday really got out of hand. But let's go to Friday, July 4th, in Alvarado, Texas. You have 10 individuals now charged with attempted murder of a federal immigration official because they fired more than 20 to 30 shots of an assault rifle while wearing body armor on those ICE officers, shooting one in the neck, fortunately going to survive. And then Monday, just before 6 a.m., at the Border Patrol Annex facility in McAllen, Texas, an individual charged in with an assault weapon. Border Patrol officials were able to put that individual down. He is now deceased, but it wasn't before that individual shot a McAllen police officer in the leg. He also able to survive. These are just 3 of the violent attacks in the last 3 days. It's all part of a disturbing trend supported by DHS data, which you can see here shows assaults on ICE and other immigration officers are this year up almost 700% compared to this time last year. Joining us now to discuss, retired Border Patrol Chief Chris Flynn. Chris, I've been with you. We covered the last 4 years, but now we seem to be in an environment that has never been more dangerous for Border Patrol agents or ICE officers. Why do you think we're here? Why does this exist? Why isn't more being done to stop it?
Well, good morning, Griff. And you know, it's a tough topic to talk about when you're talking about loss of life, because there's no law enforcement agent or officer that ever wants to take somebody's life, but they're trained to do so if necessary. I have to say a lot of this has to do with the left-wing propaganda and the stuff you hear from Democratic leaders, some of the mainstream media. You know, all they're saying is talking bad about immigration enforcement. And the incident that happened yesterday is a prime example. When you mess around, you find out. Border Patrol agents are trained to run to the sound of gunfire. You don't come to a Border Patrol facility and think you're going to get out, you know, scot-free. What happened yesterday is unfortunate. It shouldn't happen. And the media, the Democratic leadership that are anti-immigration enforcement need to tone it down, or unfortunately some of these things are going to continue because you got people that are just falling into this propaganda, wanting to make martyrs of themselves. I mean, we'll get more of the background on this individual, but you know, Call of Duty has a reset button. Real life, it doesn't, and that unfortunately that person met his demise yesterday.
Yeah, he apparently had a fascination with playing video game Call of Duty, and it is interesting. You're right. He did find out the consequences because that specific Border Patrol Annex houses a Special Operations Division, which is the elite of the Border Patrol, BORTAC and BORSTAR agents in there. But do you share Chief Tom Homan's sentiment that if this continues, it's only a matter of time before an officer or agent is killed?
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. Statistically speaking, if you're going to continue to have these continuous assaults, these threats, these ambush type situations, you know, there's going to be an incident that happens where an agent or officer can lose their life. But I'm telling you this, I can speak from experience. Border Patrol is highly trained. The law enforcement partnerships that we work with are highly trained to prepare for these situations. And again, the numbers, when you look at what's happening in LA, you see other facilities where they ambush officers and agents. You know, it is going to be a statistic. It's going to be a problem. However, vigilance is key to our Supreme Court and our mission with the Border Patrol, and they're definitely going to be on alert, but they're going to be ready for it.
Yeah, and Chief, coast to coast, whether it's LA Mayor Bass out there obstructing federal law enforcement being carried out, to Hakeem Jeffries, who is the minority leader of the Democrats in the House, just standing in total opposition. Why, in the last 30 seconds I've got, why don't they see the need to cross political lines and protect officers?
You know, that's a hard question to answer because I can't understand the ideology and the thinking of somebody that way. These are federal lawmakers, well, at least Jeffries is, and then you have Karen Bass, a former congressman, now a mayor of a major city, that is not looking at integrity and accountability of enforcing law and upholding law. So it's like they've dug their trenches and they're staying with it. The American people spoke on this last election.
Yeah.
They are for immigration enforcement. Cooperation will save lives and bring the integrity back to the system we all want so
You're right. We've got to leave it there. Former Border Patrol Chief Chris Flynn, thank you for your time.
You got it. Thank you.
All right. You know, we've been talking this morning, and as the incoming order, it's just outrageous that the threat environment against Border Patrol officials, ICE agents, has never been higher. We had, of course, the attack just before 6 a.m. down in McAllen, Texas, on the Border Patrol Annex. You can see this is actually from this is the Border Patrol Annex in McAllen. I've been there many times. It houses the Special Operations Division. This individual charged it with a rifle and was killed in the process. And of course, this comes after we just saw the shooting outside an ICE facility in Prairie Land, Texas, which 10 individuals have now been charged with first-degree attempted murder of a federal agent because they fired off 20 to 30 automatic
rifle rounds at officers, ICE officers, striking one in the neck. Fortunately, who will be okay. McAllen, by the way, a McAllen police officer who helped respond to the incident, was shot in the neck. He'll be okay. But it's all part of why you're hearing from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt that, we're going to get to the bottom of these instances, and it's time for the rhetoric to tone down a notch.
We certainly call on Democrats to tone down their rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol agents who, again, are everyday men and women. I would encourage AOC and other Democrats to actually meet with United States Border Patrol. These are honorable Americans who are just simply trying to do their job to enforce the law. They go home to their families every night just like we all do, and they deserve respect and dignity for trying to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to remove public safety threats from our communities. The White House is aware of the shooting that took place today in Texas, and we are working with the appropriate federal agencies to get to the bottom of what happened.
Charlie Daly, we're learning more, and we will continue to learn more about the incident that happened in Alvarado, Texas. The Northern District of Texas putting out at least these details now, saying the defendants dressed in black military-style clothing began shooting fireworks from the facility as part of an organized attack when Alvarado police officer arrived. One alleged defendant, positioned in nearby woods, shot the officer in the neck area. Another alleged assailant across the street fired 20 to 30 rounds at unarmed correctional officers who had stepped outside the facility. Additionally, officers found spray paint, flyers stating "Fight ICE Terror" with class warfare and "Free all political prisoners," and a flag stating "Resist fascism, fight oligarchy."
It underscores the organized effort behind this. And so Caroline Leavitt's point, we're going to find out who's at the bottom of this. And that's a little bit of a contrast from that single person that ambushed Barron McAllen, who loved Call of Duty and as a former director of Chris Munson. Well, there's a reset button in real life, right? There's one in your video game. But the reality is that somehow there is funding, there is organization, and there's leadership behind these attacks. And it's behind the reason, or part of the reason why now ambush attacks have risen almost 800%. It is patently unacceptable, but I have faith in this administration. Not only will they identify those sources and the origins, but they will also put a stop to it.
Well, a lot of this unrest is perpetrated by people who are just out to protest absolutely anything. They don't care what it is. If they can cause mayhem, they will. And I think there's a huge funding apparatus that pays for a lot of that stuff. But of course, this is far more targeted. This is very specific, targeted at ICE officers. And of course, it all mirrors a lot of what we hear from actual elected political officials in the Democrat Party. And so they do bear responsibility for toning down the rhetoric and standing up to this faction within their party. This is a real part of their party. And we had an election. The electorate spoke very clearly that they want our immigration laws enforced. They want to have a border. And the problem for Democrats is that even Democrat voters want that. And so at some point, Democrat officials, Democrat politicians need to stand up and to this faction and put an end to this nonsense.
You're getting this so clearly.
And Senator Mark Wayne Mullin, Republican of Oklahoma, joins us now. An increase in attacks against ICE agents. Just look at this chart, kind of hard to take. January 21st versus June 30th. 2024 is 10. 2025 is 79. That's a 690% increase, sir. How do you see it?
Well, Dana, it's not surprising. When you have the Democrats that are out there constantly villainizing the ICE agents, actually leading the charge towards obstruction and getting in their way and not treating them with respect as true law enforcement, this is going to continue to happen. And the most damning thing about this, Dana, is this absolutely silence from the Democrat Party. If this was any other time, you'd have every Democrat out there saying that we need gun control, and that'd be the first place they ran to. Now they're not saying a word about it. At the same time, President Trump is trying to install law and order back in these blue states, in these blue cities, where these criminals are running rampant. And this is a criminal attack. There is no question, Dana, that this was organized. When you have individuals with the tactical gear that they had, when you have jammers that are on site, you have an ambush that is truly set up the way that it was. This was, as you said, this is not a peaceful demonstration
This was a planned attack, and the Democrats should be held responsible, and they've been utilizing the ICE agents for the last, 3 months, 4 months?
Senator, find out more for us on this person who was shot and killed in the county. Said to be 27 years old from the state of Michigan, no prior record. His name is Ryan Lewis Mosqueda. He showed up with a car that had Cordis Dei, which is a Latin phrase meaning day of the heart, which corresponds with some video game that apparently has a revolutionary movement that aims to cripple capitalist governments. Can you tie all that together, or what have you found out about this person?
Of course you can. When you have some type of, I haven't got a briefing on it. I actually plan on getting a brief today. But when you have someone with a little bit of mental illness or this fantasy about what they perceive to be reality around them, and then you have government officials like the Democrats from the Senate to the House, a Democrat Party that is out there literally feeding into your beliefs because of whatever your reality world that you live in. This is going to continue to feed that type of aggression. When you live by fire, when you stir up fire, and that is your base, that fire is going to eventually come at you, and unfortunately, it's going to start burning innocent individuals. And what I mean by that, these are the ICE agents that are just trying to do their job. I mean, these are sworn officers that are getting criminals. These aren't immigrants. These are criminals. There's a huge difference between immigrants and criminals. Criminals are the ones that came over illegally, and they continue to be illegal inside the United States. Unfortunately, that huge population is also creating a tremendous amount of crime, and now you have organized crime that's feeding off the Democrat Party, that is feeding off of individuals that have this false reality, and I believe that this is going to continue to happen, and it should never, ever take place. They should be condemning this action right now. Every Democrat leader should be condemning what happened, and yet they haven't said a single word about it.
Well, this is, there was one thing that was said, and this was told to Axios by a House Democrat, unnamed, and you can imagine why when I read this to you. Democrat is told to get shot for the anti-Trump resistance. Quote, our own base is telling us that what we're doing is not good enough. There needs to be blood to grab the attention of the press and the public. Do you have any Democratic colleagues? I know that's a House Democrat that said